Chapter 161, Refining a True Treasure. The Thunder Soul Silence Hammer. King of Blade and Sword, what are you preparing to do? Within the Lingshu secret realm, at the location of the Laotian clone. A figure standing about 8 meters tall, clad in black armor from head to toe, with immensely thick arms and holding a huge iron hammer in hand, looked at Shen Chen and spoke. There was confusion in his words. Because usually, the human original body of the King of Blade and Sword would almost never come here. Venerable Lei Ming, my law insights have had a significant breakthrough today, and I am preparing to refine a true treasure. Shen Chen turned his gaze toward this figure at this moment and said with a smile. This figure was none other than Venerable Lei Ming, a famous great master of treasure refining within the human race. Despite being a high-grade universe exalt, he was capable of refining top-tier heavy treasure. His strength was already incredibly close to that of a universe overlord. As for why Venerable Lei Ming still called Shen Chen the King of Blade and Sword, it was entirely because Shen Chen hadn't decided on his title yet. After all, calling himself the Lord of Blade and Sword would be a bit presumptuous, given that his current combat power had only reached the top-tier universe overlord level, and he had not yet fought against any universe lord or top-tier universe overlord. Calling Shen Chen the Venerable Blade and Sword would also be somewhat strange. After all, Shen Chen hadn't even achieved a breakthrough to become a universe exalt. I originally thought that I could be considered a relatively top-tier treasure refining genius within the human race. But after seeing you and your third son, I suddenly feel like I don't amount to much. At this moment, Venerable Lei Ming looked at Shen Chen before him and spoke directly, with a look of exclamation on his face. One must know that he had received guidance from Lord Longxing and was capable of refining top-tier heavy treasure, so his status among the many high-grade universe exalts within the human race was quite unique. Even those universe overlords treated him with courtesy. This was the gold standard of refining top-tier heavy treasure. If you, King of Blade and Sword, truly achieve a breakthrough to become a universe exalt in the future, you have the hope of becoming like the 9th disciple of the Master of Craftsman God, refining high-grade true treasure while possessing the status of a universe overlord. Venerable Lei Ming continued to look at Shen Chen and said, I have a clone that cultivates the fusion of the origin law of time and the law of thunder. The true treasure I am preparing to refine today is prepared for you. However, Shen Chen waved his hand at this moment, his eyes showing no joy from being flattered by Venerable Lei Ming. Instead, he spoke matter-of-factly. That would be great. Refining a true treasure related to the origin law of thunder and the origin law of time, which I am proficient in. May I be allowed to observe? After Venerable Lei Ming finished speaking, he took out several treasure refining materials. These treasure refining materials were ones he had specifically prepared for himself. He had originally planned to refine a true treasure divine hammer with his own hands in the future. However, if he could observe Shen Chen refining his first true treasure, it would definitely be a significant improvement for his own treasure refining skills. After Shen Chen accepted these treasure refining materials, he nodded. As a great master of treasure refining for the human race, Venerable Lei Ming's wealth was far greater than others. And these treasure refining materials were worth 3 true treasure points. Refining an ordinary true treasure divine hammer was very easy. One must know that within a peak race, there are benefits. Basically, 3 top-tier heavy treasures could be exchanged for 1 ordinary true treasure. As for those other vassal races attached to the peak race, they generally needed 4 top-tier heavy treasures, or even more. However, this had nothing to do with Shen Chen. Soon, Shen Chen brought these materials to the depths of the Laotian clone. In the depths of Lihuo Mountain, terrifying geothermal magma constantly surged out, emitting an incredibly intense geothermal fire aura. The terrifying origin law of fire appeared incredibly clear here. One of Shen Chen's flame incarnations also arrived before the 2 of them and took the materials from the hands of Shen Chen's human original body. Looking at Shen Chen's flame incarnation, there was envy in Venerable Lei Ming's eyes. This was the Laotian clone. Among those existences capable of refining heavy treasures are true treasures, who wouldn't yearn to possess a Laotian clone? Rumble. However, Shen Chen ignored the envy in Venerable Lei Ming's eyes and instead kept driving the intense geothermal fire of Lihuo Mountain. Those materials went directly into the geothermal fire, constantly dissolving. Under Shen Chen's control, those materials slowly took the shape of a hammer. However, it was not over yet. The treasure refining process was incredibly tedious, and even Shen Chen did not dare to be the slightest bit careless right now. After all, what he was refining was a true treasure. Waves of geothermal fire erupted continuously, constantly tempering that basic hammer shape. A true treasure divine hammer also appeared in the hand of the flame incarnation, constantly striking the basic hammer shape. Time passed bit by bit. It is time. Shen Chen's human original body brightened. Although the Laotian clone was the main clone for refining treasures, their consciousnesses were connected. Subsequently, bolts of thunder were triggered by Shen Chen. The fusion of the law of thunder and time constantly appeared around Shen Chen, then slowly entered the basic hammer shape. Layers of law secret engravings were generated, revealing a uniquely incomparable aura upon it. After the law secret engravings were formed, that divine hammer, which originally had no special feeling, emitted a divine light at this moment. The aura of a true treasure emerged. Thunder Soul Silence Hammer. Although it is only an ordinary true treasure, it is, after all, the first true treasure refined by me, Shen Chen, so it should have a nice name. After Shen Chen finished speaking, a unique mark symbolizing his, Shen Chen's, treasure refining was burned onto the Thunder Soul Silence Hammer. Subsequently, this ordinary true treasure was tossed directly to Venerable Lei Ming by Shen Chen. Although the Thunder Soul Silence Hammer is only an ordinary true treasure, it can definitely be considered the best among ordinary true treasures. I have a premonition that if I were to contribute it to the race treasury, it could even be worth 7 true treasure points. Venerable Lei Ming was still very experienced. After all, as a great master of treasure refining, he had often gone to the race treasury to contribute heavy treasures and study the prices of true treasures. King of Blade and Sword, I think I understand now. Law secret engravings, and the level of creating secret techniques. As long as my secret technique reaches the Universe Overlord level, I will have hope of being able to refine an ordinary true treasure. My body amplitude and life gene level have long since reached 100 times. But I have been busy with treasure refining in my daily life and haven't paid any attention to laws and creating secret techniques. After this time, I suppose I have a hope of becoming a universe overlord, and then I will have the hope of being able to refine an ordinary true treasure. After Venerable Lei Ming closed his eyes and reviewed the entire process, he looked at Shen Chen before him and bowed deeply. After all, for treasure refiners like them, one who has achieved mastery is a teacher. Furthermore, Shen Chen opening the furnace this time was entirely a demonstration for him to see. Thinking about how he was previously dissatisfied with Shen Chen in the Great Alliance in all sorts of ways, he now wanted to slap himself twice. If you can refine a true treasure, you will be able to be called a Grand Master of treasure refining. Shen Chen had nothing much to say. After all, Venerable Lei Ming had been targeting him earlier. Helping him out was no big deal. I have transferred the fee for your services this time to you. I am going to go study how to achieve a breakthrough. I will also indicate to my original clients that you, King of Blade and Sword, are already capable of refining true treasures. After Venerable Lei Ming subsequently transferred 2 true treasure points to Shen Chen, he left directly. Venerable Lei Ming knows how to act, introducing clients to me. It wasn't a waste of my time to engrave a bit of the law secret engravings of the final divine punishment into it. Anyway, my Laotian clone is idle, so refining more heavy treasures and true treasures has absolutely no downsides. As for the service fee, I will just charge the minimum price. After resolving this matter, Shen Chen also turned his attention to the Yuanming Yuhai clone. Chapter 162, Researching Life Gene. Demon Star Anomaly. Incomplete True Treasure. Flame God Race Overlord. Inside Shen Chen's Divine Kingdom. In these 1,000 years, even with Shen Chen constantly pumping in resources, his Yuanming Yuhai clone had only expanded by 50 billion kilometers. However, Shen Chen was not satisfied with this. If other powerhouses knew that one of Shen Chen's clones had reached a diameter of 150 billion kilometers and he was still unsatisfied, they would probably be furious to death. As the Yuanming Nether Sea expanded, Shen Chen's consciousness was also influenced by the divine power, improving quite a bit. However, according to Shen Chen's estimation, it was still far from the Universe Lord level of consciousness. The gap between a Universe Overlord and a Universe Lord is truly massive. However, the Yuanming Nether Sea had not spent all its energy on expanding its divine body during this time. Instead, it was employing the innate secret techniques of analysis and creation. He was researching life gene. It must be said that the innate secret technique, analysis, was simply too authoritative. Over thousands of years, Shen Chen had analyzed tens of thousands of various cosmic creations. From rocks, ordinary plants, energy-based life forms, and human blood, all the way to ordinary space beasts. And so on, Shen Chen continued to research. For some special cosmic products, Shen Chen even had the innate secret technique, analysis, generate life maps. For example, those treasures that could improve one's life gene level. Blood river crystals, demon god hearts, and so on. Various special life forms were also researched by Shen Chen, but the gap between these life forms was simply too great. Some life forms that had just been created died after surviving for only a day. In the end, it was because Shen Chen had not generated them according to a life map at all. He wanted to create completely new life forms himself, only then could he prove that he had made significant progress in researching life gene levels. But I want to do more than just this. The 9-volume manual was something that teacher Zuoshan K figured out. Although I am still far from reaching teacher Zuoshan K's level, relying on the Yuanming Nether Sea and walking the divine power path, it is not impossible to create some basic special secret techniques. These can be used to promote the life gene level evolution of my Shen family's ordinary clansmen, and even the entire human race. Shen Chen thought to himself at this moment, his eyes filled with ambition. With the two innate secret techniques of the Yuanming Nether Sea, analysis and creation, such good conditions were already laid out before him. What reason did Shen Chen have not to pursue this path? Let's analyze these two things. The blood river crystal and the demon god heart. Especially the demon god heart, even in the human race treasury, treasures of this rank are swept clean by those universe lords the moment they appear. Subsequently, within the Yuanming Nether Sea, strands of blood separated and wrapped around the true blood crystal core and the demon god heart that Shen Chen had thrown out. Although the true blood crystal core could not compare to the demon god heart, it could still be called an incredibly precious treasure. Soon, a special life map appeared before Shen Chen. Then, an ordinary human body appeared within the Yuanming Nether Sea. Based on the life map generated by the true blood crystal core, Shen Chen began to slowly adjust the life genes within this human body. The creation talent of the Yuanming Nether Sea was particularly suited for this kind of work. Even if an adjustment was incorrect, the Yuanming Nether Sea could quickly create a brand new human body. Under Shen Chen's research, he successfully developed a human body that had a 3-fold god-level gene level at birth. However, Shen Chen was not satisfied at all. What he wanted to do was to develop a secret technique that would allow even ordinary humans to adjust their life genes after absorbing space energy, causing their life gene level to constantly evolve. However, such a thing could not be accomplished by his Yuanming Yuhai clone in a short period of time. It seems I still have to rely on my heaven-defying cheat. Shen Chen's current comprehension ability had long surpassed that of many geniuses in the human race. After all, he was eating enlightenment star cores like candy. And as for someone suitable to research life gene levels with Shen Chen, no one was more deserving than Shen Longhai. After all, Shen Longhai also possessed a 9 Nether Blood Sea clone and similarly possessed the creation talent. Just as Shen Chen was preparing to call Shen Longhai to his divine kingdom, two people sent him messages. Venerable Undying, Venerable Ancestral Tree. Interesting, they are actually inviting me to go to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. I heard from Teacher Chaos Universe Lord that the human race has indeed increased its investment in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm during this period. Teacher Ganwu is also staying in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. I heard he is even being hunted by that guy, Mother Empress Yuxin. I might as well make a trip there this time. After Shen Chen saw the messages sent to him by Venerable Undying and Venerable Ancestral Tree, he felt a bit tempted. After all, for these past 1,000 years, he had been researching various laws and hadn't been out to get some fresh air for a long time. The Temporal Thunder Hu clone will continue to research the final divine punishment secret engravings on the original core and the Thunder Time Fusion Law. The Lihuo Mountain clone will go all out to refine heavy treasures and true treasures. The Yuanming Yuhai clone will take Shen Longhai's 9 Nether Blood Sea to research life maps and special secret techniques together. The Golden Horned Beast clone and my human original body will head to the Blood Spirit secret realm together. Then, Shen Chen made the following arrangements. Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Undying. In a certain starry sky, Shen Chen greeted Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable Undying, who were before him. He looked at Venerable Ancestral Tree with a puzzled expression. The war intensity in the outside territory battlefield is fierce right now. After all, the three-race alliance has already united to suppress our human race. However, my human original body is already enough to hold the fort. The one heading to the Blood Spirit secret realm this time is my Ancestral Tree clone. Venerable Ancestral Tree saw the confusion in Shen Chen's eyes and smiled as he explained. For top-tier universe overlords like them, guarding a region was actually not as important as traveling to various cosmic secret realms to search for treasures. What about you, Venerable Undying? I heard you usually go to various cosmic secret realms alone, don't you? Shen Chen shifted his gaze to Venerable Undying. The Blood Spirit secret realm is different this time. The insect race, monster race, and machine race alliance have dispatched one universe exalt and universe overlord after another there. In the fighting, several universe overlords have already fallen. My combat power is only at the universe overlord rank. Although I am hard to kill, I am going to the Blood Spirit secret realm to search for treasures. I don't want to waste time with those guys. So it is better to team up. Venerable Undying shrugged, looking helpless. After Shen Chen smiled, he didn't say anything more. Subsequently, the three of them boarded Venerable Ancestral Tree's high-grade palace-type true treasure, the Ancestral Tree Palace, and flew rapidly toward the Blood Spirit secret realm. The Ancestral Tree Palace was just an ordinary high-grade palace-type true treasure. Its value in the human race treasury was only over 100 true treasure points, equivalent to an ordinary top-tier true treasure. For a top-tier universe overlord like Venerable Ancestral Tree, he was qualified to own it. We have arrived. How fast was the Ancestral Tree Palace? After 1 month of cosmic travel, they arrived at the Blood Spirit secret realm. The Blood Spirit secret realm, located at the border between the human race and insect race territories, was a medium-sized cosmic secret realm with a maximum diameter of 5 million light-years. It was originally nothing special, but it was precisely because one universe exalt after another had brought out all sorts of strange treasures from it that it attracted the attention of various powerhouses. Especially with the rise of the human race, the insect race did not want the human race's powerhouses to get any treasures from the Blood Spirit secret realm even more. Soon, Venerable Ancestral Tree, Shen Chen, and Venerable Undying entered the Blood Spirit secret realm. The dangers within the Blood Spirit secret realm were actually nothing to these three. Thunder God Mountains. That is the main production area for the Thunder God blood crystal that you mentioned, Shen Chen. 1/3 of this area is occupied by powerhouses from our human race. Soon, the three of them arrived at a mountain range that covered 100 billion kilometers. Mountain peaks radiating lightning stood tall, appearing extremely strange. However, when Shen Chen arrived here, his expression changed. Because he felt that a true treasure he had originally bound to himself was currently trembling continuously. Demon Star. There is a problem. Shen Chen directly took out the ceiling-type true treasure Demon Star he had obtained from the outside territory battlefield. At this moment, the Demon Star was trembling constantly. Now that the Demon Star was filled with Shen Chen's divine power imprint, he could clearly feel a unique power coming from 2 directions in the distance, desperately attracting the Demon Star. One direction came from the bottom of the Thunder God Mountains, and one direction came from an unknown place. Interesting, my true treasure Demon Star is actually a fragment of a terrifying true treasure. Could it be that this demon star was not a true treasure that Black Demon Star Lord originally possessed? But it doesn't matter. For me, it is a good thing anyway. Shen Chen thought to himself at this moment, his face full of smiles. At this time, Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable Undying also noticed Shen Chen's anomaly. However, they did not say anything more. In the direction Shen Chen sensed, a figure stood above the Thunder God Mountains, his face filled with excitement. It is fine that there are missing parts of the Fire God Star in the Thunder God Mountains. Now another one has come. If the 3 incomplete parts are combined, I wonder if there is hope of reaching the level of a high-grade true treasure. A powerhouse about 10 meters tall, wearing red battle armor, with scales even on his face, had an excited look on his face. His Majesty Emperor Yan probably did not expect that the ordinary ceiling-type true treasure he bestowed upon me would actually have missing parts. This powerhouse, exuding overlord-level aura, disappeared from the spot instantly. He rushed rapidly in the direction where Shen Chen was. To seize the incomplete part inside the Thunder God Mountains, it would probably take a lot of effort and would also attract the attention of powerhouses from other races. So, this overlord-level powerhouse thought to first deal with the other guy who possessed the incomplete true treasure part. Chapter 163, Time Suppresses Heaven. Killing Venerable Moshe. Obtaining the Fire God Star. Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable BUC, wait here for a moment. Meanwhile, Shen Chen sensed that unknown direction, the attraction of the Supreme Treasure Demon Star was becoming stronger and stronger. It seemed that the incomplete component of the Demon Star was constantly approaching him. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Shen Chen's face. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC had absolutely no objections. They had also slightly noticed a clue. Soon, a red stream of light approached Shen Chen from afar. Very quickly, Shen Chen noticed him, and he also noticed Shen Chen. Red battle armor, dense scales, and a single horn on his head. Flame God Race. At this moment, Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC beside him also had their expressions change. If Shen Chen couldn't recognize this person's race, then how could they, these ancient human race exalts, not understand which race the arriving powerhouse belonged to? Flame God Race, Emperor Yan's race. Interesting. Shen Chen also felt it was quite interesting. He hadn't expected that the incomplete component of his demon star was actually in the hands of a universe overlord of the Flame God race. Shen Chen had some understanding of the Flame God race. After all, his clearance level was already very high. Damn it. Venerable Moshe's expression changed at this moment. He had originally come with killing intent. But when he saw Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC, his expression changed as well. He had once thought that the incomplete component was in the hands of an overlord of another race, but he never thought it would be in the hands of a human race universe overlord. Those who could team up with Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC, the lowest would be a universe overlord, right? And this time, Venerable Ancestral Tree was also present, and Venerable Ancestral Tree was a top-tier universe overlord. And he was only an ordinary universe overlord. Moreover, after his Flame God race broke away from the human race, they could only be considered a powerful race. He only had one ordinary offensive true treasure in his hand, and the ceiling-type true treasure, Fire God Star, bestowed upon him by Emperor Yan. It was impossible for him to be a match for Venerable Ancestral Tree. Even Venerable BUC had more true treasures than him. And his Flame God race, even the 9 Domains Alliance that his Flame God race joined, did not have any universe strongest. Once he fell at the hands of Venerable Ancestral Tree, their race leader, Emperor Yan, would need to pay a huge price even if he wanted to resurrect him. As a universe overlord of the Flame God race, he knew their race leader, Emperor Yan, better than anyone. Once he died, it was highly likely that Emperor Yan would not pay too much of a price to resurrect him. Thinking of this, Venerable Moshe immediately had the intention to leave. Find an opportunity in the future, first go and obtain that true treasure component in the Thunder God Mountains. Although I am a universe overlord, the number of true treasures I possess cannot compare to others. After Venerable Moshe figured everything out, he immediately prepared to flee. Time Suppression Realm. However, it was a pity that Shen Chen would not let Venerable Moshe come so easily and leave so easily. In an instant, a brilliant silver radiance covered a radius of 100 million kilometers. Time Suppression Realm was a domain-type true treasure of extremely high value in the human race treasury. Driven by Shen Chen's Thunder Time Fusion Law, streaks of time radiance constantly enveloped this area. Even if Venerable Moshe was a universe overlord, there was simply no way to escape quickly. Human race. At this moment, Venerable Moshe's face was extremely ugly, staring fixedly at Shen Chen. Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC beside Shen Chen didn't react much. They had no intention of making a move either. After all, Shen Chen himself was a top-tier universe overlord. If they made a move, it would count as snatching prey from Shen Chen. Besides, Venerable Moshe was just an ordinary universe overlord of the Flame God race. The Flame God race often sent Undying to join the outside territory battlefield and be hostile to the human race. Therefore, even if Venerable Moshe was really killed, it was a matter of no consequence to the human race. Under the attack of the Time Suppression Realm, it could easily annihilate an intermediate universe exalt. Even a high-level universe exalt would be severely injured under the continuous eruption of the Time Suppression Realm. However, the greatest effect of a domain-type true treasure was still locking down. In Shen Chen's hand, the Lightstream Battle Sword slowly emerged. Although the Lightstream Battle Sword needed to be activated by Light or Origin Law of Time to erupt with maximum power. But Shen Chen's Thunder Time Fusion Law had also been comprehended to the 5th level of perfection, creating a supreme secret technique for a universe exalt. When unleashed, it could also erupt with terrifying attacks. Shen Chen's speed was not restricted at all within the Time Suppression Realm, but Venerable Moshe was different. Damn it, who exactly is this guy? Has another universe overlord appeared in the human race? He actually possesses a domain-type true treasure. Venerable Moshe cursed inwardly, because he had only recently come out of seclusion to head to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Even if he knew of Shen Chen's information, he did not remember his appearance. But just at this moment, a brilliant blue radiance lit up directly. This blue sword light was the product of Shen Chen's Thunder Time Fusion eruption. This supreme secret technique for a universe exalt had only a simple name, Thunder Sword. Venerable Moshe was angry at this moment. As a universe overlord, he had created a peak universe overlord level secret technique. It was just that he forgot that this was under the suppression and lockdown of the Time Suppression Realm. The blue sword light was not blocked by Venerable Moshe, but instead slashed directly onto Venerable Moshe's divine body. The terrifying power was so strong that it directly exceeded the top-tier heavy treasure armor on Venerable Moshe. Venerable Moshe was a universe overlord of the Flame God race. The Flame God race was famous for their divine body life gene level. His life gene level reached 100 times. That was why he exchanged for an offensive true treasure from the race. However, he regretted it today. Because Shen Chen's Lightstream Battle Sword was a high-grade true treasure. And it was a relatively top-tier one among high-grade true treasures. This blow directly exceeded the limit value of the top-tier heavy treasure armor on his body. The terrifying blow directly annihilated 45% of Venerable Moshe's divine body. Damn it, if I had known, I should have exchanged for a true treasure armor. One strike annihilated nearly half of my divine body. This is definitely a top-tier universe overlord. At this moment, Venerable Moshe was regretful. But it was a pity that even if he regretted it, it was of no use. Sure enough, even with a high-grade true treasure sword, the universe exalt level supreme secret technique is still too weak. After all, universe overlords can basically create universe overlord level secret techniques. After Shen Chen shook his head, the Lightstream Battle Sword in his hand erupted again. After swinging 2 more swords, Venerable Moshe let out a scream, and his divine body was instantly annihilated. Only a blade-type true treasure, a fiery red spherical crystal, and a world ring remained. Shen Chen directly collected these items. Anyway, for them, the more true treasures, the better. Venerable Moshe underestimated you. He only had one top-tier heavy treasure armor. Venerable BUC and Venerable Ancestral Tree, seeing this, came to Shen Chen's side and said to him, My secret technique still has a gap. Shen Chen nodded to this. He was also very clear about this point. So he secretly decided to let the Chronos Thunder Beast eat more enlightenment star cores. Who killed the overlord of my race? A towering figure, filled with a domineering aura, let out a roar in a palace. Chapter 164, Emperor Yan's Fury. Venerable Buc envies teacher Ganwu. Universe Lords of the Three Race Alliance mobilize. The prologue begins. This figure was incomparably tall, covered from head to toe in scales, with a single horn on its head. It looked exactly like a member of the Flame God race. However, the terrifying aura emanating from this figure was far stronger than that of an ordinary Flame God race member. The surrounding space-time was also under its control. From its bones and soul radiated a domineering air of, I am the only one who matters, I am supreme. This person was none other than the leader of the Flame God race, Emperor Yan. However, at this moment, he was incomparably furious. Because just a moment ago, the incarnation of Venerable Moshe, which had been left in the Flame God race secret realm, had let out a roar before directly falling. One must know, this was a universe overlord. Even if he were a universe lord, he could not resurrect him. He would have to request the assistance of a universe strongest. But within his 9 domains alliance, there was no universe strongest. Emperor Yan, it has been investigated clearly. The figure finally projected by Venerable Moshe's incarnation is indeed the recently renowned King of Blade and Sword, Shen Chen, of the human race. In these past 1,000 years, the monster race, automaton race, and insect race alliance have been trying to kill him every moment of every day. Who would have thought that instead of staying in the human race territory, he actually went to the blood spirit secret realm and even killed Venerable Moshe. A universe exalt was currently kneeling respectfully before Emperor Yan, recounting the details to him. Human race. King of Blade and Sword, Shen Chen. Damn it. Even so, you human race are always making things difficult for me. Only at the undying level, yet able to possess combat power at the top-tier universe overlord level. And he is a disciple of the primordial chaos city. Lord, doesn't that guy, primordial chaos, pride himself on fairness? It seems he is just like that, a hypocritical villain. As Emperor Yan spoke, his words were filled with dissatisfaction toward the human race and the primordial chaos city lord. The basic information about Shen Chen had now been confirmed by the major powers of the universe. His divine body had a life gene level of 10,000 times. Therefore, Emperor Yan naturally assumed that the human race had given Shen Chen an immense amount of treasures to elevate his life gene level. With so many treasures, how many true treasure points would that be worth? Previously, because he had tried to snatch a true treasure, he had been taught a lesson by the Ice Peak Lord and imprisoned by the Great Axe Founder. Thinking of this, Emperor Yan became even more furious. Spread the news of Shen Chen going to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm, and inform the Insect Race, Monster Race, and Machine Race Alliance. Subsequently, Emperor Yan looked at the Universe Exalt below and gave the order directly. Yes, the Universe Exalt received the order and departed. Although Emperor Yan had a domineering personality and his talent was entirely focused on his divine body, he was not truly stupid. Given the talent and strength Shen Chen had displayed, he was definitely a genius highly valued by the human race. Once he made a move personally, there was no guarantee that the primordial chaos city lord or even the Ice Peak Lord wouldn't come straight to his flame god race secret realm. It might even alarm the Great Axe Founder. At that time, he had a premonition that even Zuo Shank might not be able to protect him. Moreover, Shen Chen had a clone, so he was not that easy to kill. Therefore, diverting the trouble was the best choice, leaving the killing of Shen Chen to the Monster Race, Machine Race Alliance, and Insect Race would suffice. They were not afraid of the Great Axe Founder in the slightest. However, to resurrect Venerable Moshe, I still need to ask Teacher to make a move. I am only close with Teacher, who is a universe strongest. The 9 Domains Alliance does not have a universe strongest presiding over it. After all, he was a universe overlord. Emperor Yan had to show an attitude. Otherwise, how would the other universe overlords of the Flame God race view him? Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Above the Thunder God Mountains. Shen Chen, Venerable Ancestral Tree, and Venerable BUC were continuously exploring the Thunder God Mountains. However, most of Shen Chen's attention was placed within his world ring, on that Fire God Star. At this moment, the Fire God Star and the Supreme Treasure Demon Star were constantly fusing together. Under Shen Chen's gaze, the two amplitude-type true treasures were constantly combining, with the fire red radiance and black radiance blending together. A unique pressure spread out from these two stars. Fire red secret engravings appeared on the Supreme Treasure Demon Star, making the Supreme Treasure Demon Star appear even more terrifying. The Supreme Treasure Demon Star seems to be the hub. According to the information transmitted by the Demon Star, it is still missing exactly 9 stars. I have the Fire God Star, and could the one in the Thunder God Mountains be the Thunder God Star? Is it related to the 10 origin laws of the universe? That would be a bit difficult to deal with. However, even if it is just 2 stars, it can barely be considered a high-grade true treasure of the suppression type. And the speed at which purgatory blood crystals are produced has also increased. Now, there is 1 purgatory blood crystal every 10 years. After Shen Chen organized the current state of the Demon Star, his face was filled with a smile. Although for him now, a mere high-grade true treasure did not count for much. But such unexpected things were, after all, pleasing. Therefore, Shen Chen also set his sights on the Thunder God Mountains. He wanted to secure the potentially existing Thunder God Star. Along the way, Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable BUC, and Shen Chen erupted with incomparably terrifying auras. Those alien universe exalts did not dare to approach this team at all. After all, they recognized Venerable Ancestral Tree and Shen Chen. With 2 top-tier universe overlords among the group of 3, they did not want to die yet. At the same time, they also secretly cursed the human race for being shameless. To the Thunder God Mountains within the Blood Spirit Secret Realm, they had actually dispatched 2 top-tier universe overlords. However, when they thought about the Thunder God blood crystals produced in the Thunder God Mountains, which were comparable in value to a regular high-grade true treasure, they felt it was reasonable. Sometimes, Shen Chen, Venerable Ancestral Tree, and Venerable BUC would also take action, killing several alien high-level universe exalts and 1 universe overlord of the monster race. Just as the 3 were still exploring the entire Thunder God Mountains, a palace arrived before Shen Chen and the others. This palace was none other than the Lord of Ganwu's Fu Hailing Yun Palace. Shen Chen, Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable BUC. After the Lord of Ganwu walked out of the Fu Hailing Yun Palace, he looked at the 3 people in front of him with a face full of joy. There was no need to mention Shen Chen. It was Shen Chen who had personally sent a message to the Lord of Ganwu, asking him to come and find the 3 of them. As for Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC, they had basically walked together with the Lord of Ganwu since the primitive era of the human race. Teacher Ganwu, you were quite lucky to have taken Shen Chen as a disciple. The Fu Hailing Yun Palace, worth 65 true treasure points. When I was browsing the race treasury, I was extremely envious, but I lacked the true treasure points. I didn't expect Shen Chen to trade it directly to you. Venerable BUC looked at the Lord of Ganwu in front of him and sighed. At this moment, he was extremely envious of the Lord of Ganwu. Ha ha ha. Does that even need to be said? However, Venerable BUC, you are not bad yourself. For so many years, you have been exploring various universe secret realms. The true treasure points you have earned must have long since exceeded the value of the Fu Hailing Yun Palace, right? Clearly, at this moment, the Lord of Ganwu was very happy to hear Venerable BUC praising Shen Chen. However, he easily pointed out Venerable BUC's financial status. Venerable BUC was also extremely proud of this. After all, his title was Venerable BUC. He had also reaped quite a lot of benefits from various universe secret realms. However, compared to Teacher Ganwu getting a Fu Hailing Yun Palace for free, he was still incredibly envious. Since Teacher has arrived, then let us begin. Dig the mountains and find the Thunder God blood crystals. After Shen Chen waited for them to finish their pleasantries, he spoke up. Regarding this, Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable BUC, and the Lord of Ganwu had no objections whatsoever. After all, this time, it was originally because Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC wanted to understand Shen Chen's methods. Subsequently, the group of four headed directly in the direction designated by Shen Chen and began using their methods to dig the mountains. The Thunder God Blood Crystal is a special type of treasure. Before it is dug out, it does not display any special aura. Therefore, the powerhouses of various races were basically digging for treasures in the Thunder God Mountains. And the direction designated by Shen Chen was the direction sensed by the Supreme Treasure Demon Star. Everyone was an overlord-level figure, and their speed at digging mountains far exceeded that of other universe exalts. One Thunder God Blood Crystal. Soon, Venerable BUC's exclamation came, and the first Thunder God Blood Crystal was collected by him. Then came the second, third, fourth. Even Venerable BUC and Venerable Ancestral Tree felt it was unbelievable. They also knew the information about the Thunder God Mountains. Many universe overlords could dig for years and not necessarily get a single Thunder God Blood Crystal. How did they manage to get 6 Thunder God Blood Crystals all at once by following the direction Shen Chen gave? 6 Thunder God Blood Crystals. In the race treasury, they would require 120 true treasure points to exchange for. That is equivalent to a top-tier true treasure. Therefore, at this moment, they were incredibly glad to be following in Shen Chen's footsteps. They also transmitted the specific information about the Thunder God Mountains back to the upper echelons of the human race. If the Thunder God Mountains could generate Thunder God Blood Crystals at fixed points, then the Blood Spirit Secret Realm would be incredibly important. This was no longer a matter that they, a few top-tier universe overlords, could decide. A universe lord would need to be dispatched to preside over it. Shen Chen had nothing to say, he just wanted to see where the Thunder God Star was. Everyone, according to the information transmitted by Emperor Yan, the King of Blade and Sword of the human race is currently in the Thunder God Mountains. He is only at the Undying level, yet he has reached combat power at the Universe Overlord level. I can guarantee that he will definitely be able to pass the Universe Exalt level, and there is a great hope for the Universe Lord level. He will definitely be the second primordial Chaos City Lord in the future, and there might even be a slight possibility of breaking through to the Universe Strongest. He must be strangled in the cradle. According to the plan we previously formulated, Act. It was that same starry sky again. The angry voice of the Zerg Queen came through. Beside her, the Dream Monster, Ancestor and the Machine Race Father God also nodded in agreement. Regarding the source of the intelligence, they had not the slightest doubt. It was information transmitted by Emperor Yan, plus their various races had all witnessed Venerable Ancestral Tree and Shen Chen in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Moreover, they had already laid out plans targeting the Blood Spirit Secret Realm previously. This time was just the right moment to close the net. The Machine Race Alliance's actions were fast. After all, they had previously arranged for a Universe Lord to be near the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Ice Peak, you take a trip to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. The Great Axe Battleground will also send the Lord of Void Gold. The Thunder God Mountains are very important. It seems they can slowly gestate and produce Thunder God Blood Crystals. Since the team that discovered it, Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable BUC, are from the Great Axe Battleground, and Shen Chen and the Lord of Ganwu are from my Virtual Universe Corporation. Although everyone is of the human race, when it comes to treasures like Thunder God Blood Crystals, it is still better to settle accounts clearly. This is also the wish of Great Axe. On the other side, in the primitive mystical region, after the incarnation of the primordial Chaos City Lord received the message from Venerable Ancestral Tree and Shen Chen, he also issued the order. All right, senior brother. A cold, clear voice came from an unknown place. Chapter 165, Teacher Gamu strikes it rich. Empress Zhemeng arrives. The shocked Venerable Ancestral Tree. At this moment, the 4 peak races were all stirred up by Shen Chen's actions in the Thunder God Mountains. However, Shen Chen had no idea about this at the moment. He was still busy digging the mountain desperately alongside Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Undying, and Lord of Ganwu. It could only be said that Shen Chen bringing the Demon Star to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm this time was truly the right move. Shen Chen alone had obtained 3 Thunder God Blood Crystals. Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Undying, and Lord of Gamu had each obtained one. I actually have a time when I strike it rich. The treasures I obtained in other places in the Blood Spirit secret realm before couldn't even be counted as true treasure points. Now, the single Thunder God Blood Crystal I obtained is worth 20 true treasure points. Although we only contribute 18 true treasure points to the race treasury, it is enough for me. At this moment, Lord of Gamu felt more and more that his luck had turned, but his gaze was still fixed on Shen Chen. He knew very well that this time, it was entirely because his disciple, Shen Chen, had found the right direction. Venerable Undying and Venerable Ancestral Tree also had smiles all over their faces. Keep digging. I have a feeling that there is an even greater opportunity within the entire Thunder God Mountains, Shen Chen continued. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Venerable Ancestral Tree stumbled, and the three of them nodded. Soon, the three of them unleashed their unique methods and began digging deeper. The deeper they dug, the more obvious the Thunder God Blood Crystals became. And as the three dug, the deployment of the three-race alliance had already begun. Just in the early stage, more than 1,000 universe exalts from the three races arrived at the Thunder God Mountains. Among them, there was no shortage of universe overlords and top-tier universe overlords. Some universe exalts from the Great Alliance who were staying in the Thunder God Mountains immediately transmitted the message to the human race high-level leaders. At this moment, everyone clearly understood one thing: there would definitely be a great battle in the Thunder God Mountains. It was just that they did not yet understand what the fuse was. Ice Peak, hurry up. According to the message from the Great Alliance, the universe exalts of the three-race alliance are heading to the Thunder God Mountains. Furthermore, Shen Chen previously killed a universe overlord of the Flame God race. It is possible that Shen Chen's movements have exposed the three-race alliance's intent to eliminate Shen Chen this time. Although Shen Chen has a clone, once his human original body is killed, it is very likely that the top-tier soul-type true treasure given to him by Great Axe will be lost. Ice Peak Lord, who was originally preparing to go to the Blood Spirit secret realm with Lord of Void Gold, received the message from Primordial Chaos City Lord. Damn it! Ice Peak Lord reacted at this moment and, after briefly explaining the situation to Lord of Void Gold, the two immediately headed toward the Blood Spirit secret realm. A single Thunder God Mountains was enough to warrant their movement, not to mention that within the Thunder God Mountains were two top-tier universe overlords and two universe overlords from their two factions. Especially Shen Chen. His importance to the human race was even more outrageous. Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Void Gold were both older generation universe lords of the human race. Their minds were still very sharp. When Shen Chen brought out the Time Ruins Tribulation Body and the true explanation of beast controlling, these two secret techniques, they had already realized Shen Chen's importance to the human race. Therefore, this time, for them, even if they lost the treasure land of the Thunder God Mountains, they had to ensure Shen Chen's safety. Inside the Thunder God Mountains at this moment, Shen Chen, Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Undying, and Lord of Gamu also received the message from Primordial Chaos City Lord. It seems that following you, Shen Chen, will also bring trouble, Venerable Undying said with a smile as he looked at Shen Chen beside him. It's fine. Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Void Gold are already on their way. Let's hurry and figure out why the Thunder God Mountains gave birth to a treasure like the Thunder God Blood Crystal. After my third son used a Thunder God Blood Crystal, his life gene level increased directly from 10 times to 100 times. Even for a king-level immortal or a universe exalt, it can play a huge role. Shen Chen then looked at Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Undying, and Lord of Gamu and said slowly. However, at this moment, the three of them were amazed by Shen Chen's generosity. To think he could even take out a Thunder God Blood Crystal to cultivate his third son. As far as they knew, Shen Chen's third son was only at the World Lord rank, right? However, they had nothing to say. After all, this was all Shen Chen's own wealth. Of course, what Venerable Ancestral Tree and the others did not know was that the biggest characteristic that made Shen Chen value the Thunder God Blood Crystal was that after granting it to a clansman with red aptitude and receiving 1,000-fold return, he would obtain a life source core. The life source core was the most important thing to Shen Chen. It could allow a person to break the universal limit of 100 times life gene level. For Shen Chen, who possessed the Yuanming Yuhai clone, if he could study the life source core, it would play a decisive role in Shen Chen's creation of secret techniques. Therefore, Shen Chen had to obtain more Thunder God blood crystals. Additionally, the demon star could also produce purgatory blood crystals, treasures that could increase the life gene level. So Shen Chen speculated that the Thunder God star within the Thunder God mountains must have undergone a mutation. After all, the purgatory blood crystals produced by the demon star could only increase the life gene level by 1-fold. The reason Shen Chen felt that the damaged part of the demon star had mutated was entirely because the closer he got to that damaged part, the more Thunder God blood crystals there were. I hope the Thunder God star has truly become stronger, Shen Chen thought to himself, and then the movements of his hands became faster and faster. Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Undying, and Lord of Gamu beside him also used their strongest methods and began to dig the mountain. However, there were hidden bolts of lightning deep within the Thunder God mountains. During the excavation process, these lightning bolts would cause trouble for the 4 of them. Fortunately, all 4 of them had palace-type true treasures. Otherwise, their speed would have been dragged down quite a bit. The speed at which the 4 advanced was incredibly fast, while the sky above the Thunder God mountains outside had already been occupied by the universe exalts of the 3-race alliance. And just at this moment, a figure arrived here, and the entire space-time of the Thunder God mountains was controlled by her. Universe Lord. Universe Lord. All the universe exalts in the Thunder God mountains had their expressions change drastically as they looked toward that figure. It was a charming woman who was full of seductive aura, but her expression was extremely ugly. Empress Zhimeng. Empress Zhimeng. These universe exalts and universe overlords also recognized the person who had arrived. Seeing Empress Zhimeng, they also felt it was a matter of course. After all, because of Shen Chen, one of Empress Zhimeng's clones had fallen at the hands of Primordial Chaos City Lord. For universe lords, simply rebirthing a clone, not to mention the true treasures carried by the clone, was a huge price to pay. On the other side, the universe lords of the Monster Alliance and the Machine Race Alliance also arrived here. When they arrived, the expressions of the members of the Great Alliance also changed. Just as the universe lords descended upon the Thunder God mountains, the 4 of them, Shen Chen's group, had already arrived at the deepest part of the Thunder God mountains. The very core of the Thunder God mountains was an incomparably empty cavern. The cavern was filled with terrifying lightning. Good heavens! At this moment, even Venerable Ancestral Tree, a knowledgeable top-tier universe overlord, could not hide his inner excitement and shock. Chapter 166, A Giant Heart. 90 Thunder God Blood Crystals. Ice Peak, do you think my human race has no one? Enemies meet. Deep in the Thunder God mountains, there is an alien space. Inside this alien space, there is a heart that is over 10,000 kilometers in size. It contains an incomparably rich life aura. Even Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Undying, and the Lord of Gamu feel their bodies react to the disturbance. Only Shen Chen is completely unaffected. After all, even his human original body has reached the perfect life gene level. And beneath that heart, which is over 10,000 kilometers in diameter, there is a Thunder God star that has been dyed blood red. At this moment, the Thunder God star is trembling continuously, and seeing this, Shen Chen takes out the Demon Star and the Fire God star. When Venerable Ancestral Tree and the others beside him see this, they finally understand why Shen Chen could reach this place so easily. It turns out there is a fragmented true treasure component here. And this alien space also contains 90 Thunder God blood crystals. My god, these are worth 1800 true treasure points. It's comparable to a peak true treasure weapon. And it looks like the Thunder God blood crystals were produced by this true treasure star absorbing the heart that is over 10,000 kilometers in diameter. No, this is no longer something we can handle. Venerable Ancestral Tree is incredibly excited at this moment. After all, the Thunder God blood crystals alone are already worth a fortune, not to mention that incomparably massive heart. At this time, Venerable Undying and the Lord of Gamu are also incomparably excited. Shen Chen, let the Great Axe Founder come over. According to the message sent by the Great Alliance, the three-race alliance has each dispatched a universe lord to the blood spirit secret realm. It looks like they want to kill you. They don't know about the existence of this heart yet. Venerable Ancestral Tree looks at Shen Chen beside him and discusses. After all, among the four of them, only Shen Chen's combat power is equal to his, reaching the top-tier universe overlord level. Venerable Undying and the Lord of Ganwu have no dissatisfaction with this. After all, they are accustomed to the fact that the strong have the right to speak. It is only right. However, let the four of us divide the Thunder God blood crystals first. This heart seems to be connected to the entire Thunder God Mountains, and the entire Thunder God Mountains are constantly absorbing the universe energy of the entire blood spirit secret realm. Once this heart is taken away, the entire Thunder God Mountains will likely be affected. So, you stay here and guard it, and I will go out to attract their attention. Shen Chen looks at the giant heart in front of him and says. He knows very well that the universe exalts and universe overlords of the three-race alliance outside are all coming for him. Once he goes out, those guys probably won't find this place so easily. Although this is an alien space. But even if a universe lord covers the entire Thunder God Mountains with their ability to control time and space, it won't be easy to discover this place. Plus, after you go out to attract their attention, they will be even less likely to concentrate. How about this? I will go out with you. Both of us are top-tier universe overlords, so we can delay them longer, waiting for the Great Axe Founder and our race's universe lords to arrive. Venerable Ancestral Tree decides to follow Shen Chen out after thinking for a while. Shen Chen nods at this. Subsequently, the four of them simply distribute the 90 Thunder God blood crystals. Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable Undying know very well that it is all thanks to Shen Chen that they were able to find so many Thunder God blood crystals this time. So they directly give 45 to Shen Chen, and for the remaining 45, Venerable Ancestral Tree takes 25, Venerable Undying takes 10, and the Lord of Ganwu takes 10. In this way, the total harvest for the four of them this time comes to 48, 26, 11, and 11 respectively. Even Venerable Undying and the Lord of Ganwu, who receive the least, have Thunder God blood crystals worth 220 true treasure points. Now you two guard this place well. Once the universe exalts or universe overlords of the three-race alliance detect this place, kill them. After Venerable Ancestral Tree gives a few simple instructions to Venerable Undying and the Lord of Ganwu, the two of them immediately leave. We understand, even if we die, we will guard this place. Venerable Undying and the Lord of Ganwu have incredibly firm expressions. They know very well what such a great opportunity means. A place that can fixedly produce treasures like Thunder God blood crystals must be firmly held in the hands of their human race. They don't have the slightest thought of coveting that heart. Sometimes, a true treasure that exceeds your ability is not necessarily a good thing to hold in your hands. Plus, after handing this heart over to the race this time, they will also receive rewards from the race. They won't even have the thought of keeping it for themselves. Shen Chen and Venerable Ancestral Tree each drive their palace-type true treasures and leave along the path they came. The Lord of Ganwu and Venerable Undying are scanning the entire alien space with full readiness. However, what the four of them don't know is that after Shen Chen and Venerable Ancestral Tree leave, an eye full of thunderous light looks at them from the darkness and then disappears. At this moment, in the Thunder God Mountains, there are more and more powerhouses from the three-race alliance. 3 universe lords, plus more than 2,000 universe exalts. They lock down the entire Thunder God Mountains tightly, and the universe exalts and universe overlords of the Great Alliance are driven away by them. There is no other way. The number of people from the three-race alliance who came this time is simply too many. And universe exalts are constantly arriving here. Lord of Dream Weaving, Lord Tinlong, Lord Jin Xie. The 3 universe lords of the insect race, monster race, and automaton race lock down the time and space of the entire Thunder God Mountains. They do not let the alien universe lords in the alliance come here. After all, those alien universe lords sometimes do not work very hard. And this time, in order to completely eradicate the human race and eliminate the hope of that madman appearing again, Even other universe lords come to the blood spirit secret realm from the places they are stationed. Rumble. Just at this moment, Shen Chen's Qingfeng Guichen Palace and Venerable Ancestral Tree Palace break through the Thunder God Mountains and fly out. However, at this moment, both of their expressions are a bit ugly. Found Shen Chen's Qingfeng Guichen Palace, and Venerable Ancestral Tree Palace. Two top-tier universe overlords, hurry up. A monster race universe exalt, who is the first to discover Shen Chen's Qingfeng Guichen Palace, shouts hurriedly and then he flies away directly. Because they want to completely eliminate Shen Chen this time, the guys from the Three Race Alliance have already used special means to lock down this space-time. God Kingdom teleportation and instantaneous movement are impossible. Even the universe exalts and universe overlords of their Three Race Alliance can only fly. This is the layout of the Three Race Alliance, just the beginning involves so many terrible means. However, at this moment, Venerable Ancestral Tree acts directly, and vines of terror directly crush the divine body of this monster race universe exalt. Attack, attack. After learning the news, the Lord of Dreamweaving also constantly shouts to the universe exalts and universe overlords to head in the direction of Shen Chen and Venerable Ancestral Tree. Teacher, I'm going. Mother Empress Yuxin also actively heads towards Shen Chen's direction. Mother Empress Yuxin holds a grudge against Shen Chen because she has been killed once by the primordial Chaos City Lord. Because of Shen Chen, she not only died once but also lost a set of main combat true treasures. The insect race has 81 universe overlords, and only 2 top-tier universe overlords. And Yuxin is one of them. It is relying on that high-level soul-type true treasure that she is able to make a name for herself. It is precisely because of Shen Chen that she fell, and that high-level soul-type true treasure was also taken away by the primordial Chaos City Lord. So how could Mother Empress Yuxin not hate Shen Chen? Although Shen Chen shows the ability to kill universe overlords, he is ultimately an undying. Yuxin is a top-tier universe overlord famous for her soul. What she wants to do is to forcibly enslave Shen Chen. Even if she can't do it, she has her teacher, the Lord of Dreamweaving. For a time, there is constant movement above the Thunder God Mountains. Mountain peaks are shattered by the huge movements and then constantly regrouped. This is the special feature of the Thunder God Mountains. However, the speed of repair cannot keep up with the speed of destruction. You really think highly of me, Shen Chen. At this moment, Shen Chen looks at the universe overlords who are hunting him down, and his face is also incredibly ugly. As for the other universe exalts and weaker universe overlords, they are entangled with Venerable Ancestral Tree. Venerable Ancestral Tree has been famous for too long, and he hasn't broken through to Universe Lord in such a long time. So the 3 races are not very worried, their target this time is mainly Shen Chen. Ha 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 ha, that's it, that's it. Empress Zhimeng looks at the screen in front of her, where Shen Chen's Qingfeng Guichen Palace is shaking as it is bombarded by universe overlords, and her beautiful body keeps trembling. She looks so excited. And Lord Tinlong and Lord Jin Xie beside her look at each other and silently stay away from this crazy woman. However, although they stay away, they secretly increase the blockade of the space-time where Shen Chen is located. Dream Weaving, Sky Wolf, Golden Machine. Do you think my human race has no one? However, just at this moment, a silver-haired man wearing ancient battle armor and carrying a battle sword arrives here. And beside this silver-haired man, there is another equally powerful figure. Ice Peak Lord, Lord of Void Gold. How could the human universe lords be so fast? The Lord of Dreamweaving, Lord Tinlong, and Lord Jin Xia's expressions change instantly when they see the people who arrive. The reason they are able to come to the Thunder God Mountains so quickly is all because the Three Race Alliance had laid out plans for the Blood Spirit Secret Realm before. They want to borrow the name of besieging the Lord of Ganwu to attract Shen Chen. But why could Ice Peak and Void Gold arrive so quickly? According to their estimates, even if the exalts of the Great Alliance reacted quickly, it would still take effort for humans to dispatch Universe Lords in a short time. However, what they don't know is that Shen Chen and Venerable Ancestral Tree had already notified the human race because of the large number of Thunder God blood crystals. Attack directly, Void Gold. The situation has changed, we must drive the three-race alliance back quickly. We cannot let them discover the secret in the deepest part of the Thunder God Mountains. However, Ice Peak doesn't want to talk too much with them at this moment. After finishing this sentence with Void Gold through consciousness communication, Ice Peak Lord acts directly. Endless white mist instantly spreads from all directions, and there are countless ice crystals in the mist. This is Ice Peak Lord's top-tier domain-type true treasure, the Cold Mist Realm. Here, on the other side, Shen Chen and Venerable Ancestral Tree also receive the news that Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Void Gold have arrived. Then Shen Chen looks at the universe overlords chasing him with a smile. And at this time, Mother Empress Yuxin has already arrived at the battlefield. Mother Empress Yuxin, King of Blade and Sword Shen Chen. Shen Chen and Mother Empress Yuxin obviously recognize each other immediately. Their expressions also solidify instantly. After all, the two of them have a grudge in the outside territory battlefield. Shen Chen had already suffered an assassination when he was a world lord, and Mother Empress Yuxin had died once because of Shen Chen. The furious Shen Chen has no scruples, and the Yuanming clone separated from the Yuanming Nether Sea appears directly. The huge Yuanming clone starts burning its divine body directly. Chapter 167, Slaying Mother Empress Yuxin. An unexpected event. As the Yuanming clone's divine power began to burn, a terrifying aura erupted directly from the Yuanming clone. Even Venerable Ancestral Tree, who was standing to the side, felt immense and terrifying pressure, let alone Mother Empress Yuxin, who was facing the Yuanming clone directly. Upon seeing this, the surrounding universe exalts and universe overlords fled one after another. They all knew the intelligence. The terrifying secret technique that Shen Chen had unleashed had directly annihilated hundreds of universe exalts and 5 universe overlords. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to touch Shen Chen's Yuanming clone? Shen Chen. At this moment, Mother Empress Yuxin glared at the Shen Chen before her, gnashing her teeth. However, she also made her move at this time. After all, Mother Empress Yuxin was a top-tier universe overlord. Although she had lost the high-grade soul-type true treasure she once possessed, she had still managed to secure an ordinary soul-type true treasure from the insect race. While it did not quite match her status, using this ordinary soul-type true treasure was enough to severely damage Shen Chen's soul. It was even possible to directly enslave Shen Chen. Thinking of this, Mother Empress Yuxin completely ignored the Yuanming clone, whose divine power was burning. Instead, she unleashed her soul-based divine power, aiming it directly at Shen Chen's human original body. After sensing Mother Empress Yuxin's soul-based divine power heading toward him, the corners of Shen Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. The soul-based divine power moved with great speed, carrying an incredibly terrifying aggression. This was the terror of a Zerg Queen Mother, and Mother Empress Yuxin was among the best of them. As a top-tier universe overlord of the insect race, Mother Empress Yuxin's consciousness had already reached the level of a universe lord. It was just that her comprehension of the law was far too lacking. Die. Even if this strike cannot enslave you, it will be able to annihilate your soul. You are only at the undying level, how strong can your soul consciousness be? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Mother Empress Yuxin laughed out loud. Zerg Queen Mothers were generally incredibly beautiful in appearance, but Mother Empress Yuxin's laughter now appeared somewhat ferocious. However, Mother Empress Yuxin was soon stunned on the spot. Because she discovered that Shen Chen's human original body simply shook his head and quickly regained his senses. You must know, this was her full-force strike, even an ordinary universe overlord would not be able to escape it. But why was Shen Chen able to? He was only at the undying level. Could it be that he had broken through to become a universe exalt in such a short time? Fool. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at Mother Empress Yuxin and said indifferently. You must know, as his Yuanming Yuhai clone surged to a diameter of 150 billion kilometers, his consciousness, influenced by his divine power, had already reached the limit of the universe overlord level. It would not be long before he had hope of possessing universe lord level consciousness while still at the undying level. Coupled with the top-tier soul-type true treasure, the Yongzhen soul disc, that the great axe founder had given to Shen Chen. How could a mere Mother Empress Yuxin enslave him? Even if the Zerg Queen, that universe strongest known for her path of the soul, were to come here, Shen Chen could self-destruct in advance. At this moment, the Yuanming clone on the side had finished charging. A terrifying aura erupted from the Yuanming clone. Because the Yuanming Yuhai clone had surged, the Yuanming Yuhai clone that Shen Chen carried had an even greater reserve of divine power than before. Under the burning of his terrifying divine power, the surrounding secret realm space was constantly trembling. In an instant, 153 bolts of doomsday god thunder were generated in the void realm. Under Shen Chen's control, the 153 bolts of doomsday god thunder converged into one terrifying bolt of thunder filled with the intent of annihilation. The target of this terrifying bolt of thunder was none other than Mother Empress Yuxin. You must know, a single bolt of doomsday god thunder was enough to annihilate a high-level universe venerable. 7 bolts of doomsday god thunder were enough to annihilate a universe overlord. Today's strike was a convergence of a full 153 bolts of doomsday god thunder. Impossible. At this moment, Mother Empress Yuxin's eyes were filled with dense lightning. You must know that the current Thunder God Mountains had long been locked in space-time by the Three-Race Alliance. Even Mother Empress Yuxin could not teleport. In an instant, Shen Chen's final divine punishment had arrived in front of Mother Empress Yuxin. No. At this moment, Mother Empress Yuxin was unwilling, her beautiful face was filled with fear, forming a sharp contrast with before. But she could not escape at all. You must know that after she had died previously, the Zerg warriors, high-grade true treasure armor, and high-grade soul-type true treasure she possessed had all been taken away by the primordial Chaos City Lord. She now only had one ordinary true treasure armor and one ordinary soul-type true treasure on her. How could she possibly withstand such a terrifying strike? Teacher, avenge me. Following Mother Empress Yuxin's unwilling cry, her divine power was directly annihilated by this incomparably terrifying bolt of doomsday god thunder. And Mother Empress Yuxin became the first top-tier universe overlord slain by Shen Chen. Although this top-tier universe overlord equipment was somewhat poor, she was, after all, still a top-tier universe overlord. It was truly worthy of being the strongest innate secret technique bestowed by the primordial universes while after reaching the perfect life gene level. It was equivalent to a universe lord's strongest secret technique. And it did not even require comprehension. However, it is only enough to deal with universe overlords. Once one reaches the level of a universe lord, the strongest secret technique is standard for a tier 4 universe lord. It seems I still need to spend time studying the laws and creating secret techniques. After Shen Chen slew Mother Empress Yuxin, he felt only a momentary joy in his heart, and then he quickly reviewed his attack this time. He then collected the damaged true treasure armor and that ordinary soul-type true treasure left behind by Mother Empress Yuxin. With this strike, the Yuanming clone burned all of its divine power. However, the divine power contained within the golden horned beast clone was still more than that of the human original body. Coupled with the fact that the universe lords of the human race had already arrived, Shen Chen had nothing to fear at this moment. At this time, those high-level universe venerables and some universe overlords in this battlefield swallowed their saliva and fled the area one after another. Although there would be compensation from the Three-Race Alliance after this death, they were still terrified. Slaying a top-tier universe overlord in one strike, what difference was there between Shen Chen now and a universe lord? You must know that a top-tier universe overlord was capable of contending with a tier 1 or tier 2 universe lord. However, there were still some new universe overlords and top-tier universe overlords within the Three-Race Alliance who had no scruples and continued to besiege Shen Chen. Anyway, the Alliance provided compensation. On the other side, Venerable Ancestral Tree was also sharing the pressure for Shen Chen. Damn it, damn it. On the other side, the Lord of Dreamweaving also heard Mother Empress Yuxin's cry, and she was incomparably furious at this moment. You must know that Mother Empress Yuxin was her pride. The Lord of Dreamweaving was only a tier 3 universe lord, but she had cultivated Mother Empress Yuxin, this top-tier universe overlord with universe rank soul consciousness. She had also been praised several times by the Zerg Queen. But now that Mother Empress Yuxin had actually died twice because of Shen Chen, and she herself had lost a clone because of Shen Chen, how could she not be furious? Ha ha ha, well done, insect race, you creatures in the shadows. At this moment, the Ice Peak Lord was controlling the top-tier domain-type True Treasure, the Cold Mist Realm, and laughing loudly. And the Lord of Void Gold, who was nearby, was likewise controlling the top-tier domain-type True Treasure he possessed to suppress Lord Tinlong. Roar, roar, roar. Too hateful. You are all too hateful. However, at this very moment, a terrifying roar came from afar. Chapter 168, The Happy Lord Liho. Big Brother's Meeting Gift. 2000 Universe Exalts Annihilated. A terrifying roar resounded throughout the entire Thunder God Mountains. The Universe Exalts and Universe Overlords from the Three-Race Alliance on the Thunder God Mountains clearly heard this roar. Following this roar, all the measures the Three-Race Alliance had deployed on the Thunder God Mountains were completely broken. Shen Chen could feel that he was now able to use God Kingdom teleportation to leave this place. However, he wanted to stay and watch the show, so he didn't make any moves. Because he felt a familiar sensation within this roar, it was as if he had heard this kind of roar somewhere before. Universe Lord. Universe Lord. The aura emanating from the source of that roar caused everyone's expressions to change. Even Ice Peak Lord, Lord of Dream Weaving, Lord Tinlong, and Lord Jin Xie were no exception. They felt that this aura was one they had never encountered before. Is it a Universe Lord hidden in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm? Why was there no information about this before? At this moment, Ice Peak Lord immediately realized the reason. Although Universe Secret Realms can restrict ordinary life forms, for those special life forms, there is absolutely no restriction at all. Within some undiscovered Universe Secret Realms, there are undiscovered Universe Lords. These Universe Lords usually have not had contact with the universe. In terms of true treasures and secret techniques, they are usually inferior to those Universe Lords from the outside. But their potential is immense. If they are equipped with some true treasures and allowed to study powerful secret techniques, they can become very strong in a short period. Therefore, these undiscovered Universe Lords are usually the targets that the major alliances scramble to recruit. The situation is going to change again. However, the Thunder God Mountains seem to be the territory of this unknown Universe Lord. On his territory, he has absolute control. This is good. Once Shen Chen can use God Kingdom teleportation, his safety will be guaranteed. However, if the human race wants to get their hands on that 10,000-kilometer heart, they will probably offend this unknown Universe Lord. If he ends up defecting to the Three-Race Alliance, that would be quite troublesome. Think of a way. How should we handle this unknown Universe Lord? Ice Peak Lord and the Lord of Void Gold beside him were discussing this. This time, ensuring Shen Chen's safety is the primary goal. Recruiting this unknown Universe Lord is the second goal. Obtaining control over the Thunder God Mountains is the third goal. Lord of Void Gold agreed, and they immediately adjusted all their goals. Just at this moment, a giant beast over 1,000,000 kilometers long emerged. Its entire body was covered in thick bone armor, and its whole body possessed an incredibly rich fusion of thunder and time laws. On its head was a single horn emitting a terrifying aura. That single horn made one feel as if they were facing the origin law of time itself. It was that terrifying. At this moment, even those Universe Overlords were stunned. The aura of this Universe Lord was a bit too terrifying. A Tier 3 Universe Lord. Good heavens, its life gene level has reached nearly 10,000 times. It probably doesn't have any powerful secret techniques or true treasures. After all, it has been staying alone in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm without communicating with other Universe Lords. It's impossible for it to have created powerful secret techniques. It probably has true treasures, but for a Tier 3 Universe Lord, ordinary true treasures wouldn't be of much use. After this giant beast appeared, Ice Peak Lord easily discerned its level. Meanwhile, Lord Tinlong, Lord of Dream Weaving, and Lord Jin Xie also saw it just the same. This matter had exceeded the scope of what they could resolve, so they asked their race's higher-ups. Should they recruit this unknown Universe Lord, or should they slaughter Shen Chen right in front of this Universe Lord on his own territory? Space-time lockdown is gone. The Thunder God Mountains are that Universe Lord's territory. Shen Chen also has a palace-type true treasure, trying to kill him this time is too difficult. Recruit this unknown Universe Lord. As long as we equip him with true treasures and let him communicate with powerful Universe Lords for a period of time, he can easily reach the top-tier level. Soon, the universe strongest behind the three-race alliance each issued orders to Lord Tinlong, Lord of Dreamweaving, and Lord Jin Xie. The three Universe Lords looked at each other with vigilance. The atmosphere of the alliance instantly vanished because of this unknown Universe Lord. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, this terrifying giant beast roared at the sky and fixed its gaze on Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Void Gold. It could see that the auras of these two were more terrifying than its own, while the three Universe Lords on the side were on the same level as it. My name is Lord Liho. After this Universe Lord roared, its consciousness swept across the entire Thunder God Mountains. It had originally been slumbering within the Thunder God Mountains. Even when those existences from various major cosmic powers went to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm to investigate, they had not awakened it. The Blood Spirit Secret Realm was a full 5 million light-years in size. But when one Universe Lord after another arrived at the Thunder God Mountains, it was obviously awakened. However, when it saw 5 powerhouses of the same level as itself, it had absolutely no intention of making a move. Everyone was a Universe Lord, what couldn't be discussed properly? Of course, more importantly, it had left the Blood Spirit Secret Realm before and understood some basic situations of the universe. It knew that these peak powers were not ones it could provoke. Isn't this a Chronos Thunder Beast? There actually really is such a special life form as a Chronos Thunder Beast in the primordial universe. I thought it was randomly returned by the creation treasure tree. At this moment, Shen Chen finally knew why it looked familiar. Wasn't the Lord Liho just an enlarged version of a Chronos Thunder Beast? That incredibly familiar appearance looked familiar no matter how he looked at it. Lord Liho, I am Ice Peak Lord of the Human Race Alliance. Lord Liho, I am Lord Tinlong of the Monster Alliance. Lord Liho, I am Lord of Dream Weaving of the Zerg Alliance. Lord Liho, I am Lord Jin Xie of the Machine Race Alliance. And at this time, Ice Peak Lord and the others immediately extended olive branches to the Lord Liho. After the Lord Liho heard the recruitment offers from these 4 Universe Lords, it felt a trace of happiness in its heart. After all, it had stayed in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm for hundreds of millions of years to reach its current realm. Being treated with courtesy by other powerhouses of the same level was an honor in itself. Greetings, Ice Peak Lord, Lord of Void Gold. At this time, Shen Chen and Venerable Ancestral Tree arrived in front of Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Void Gold. The two looked at Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Void Gold before them and bowed. Ice Peak Lord nodded coldly, it was just his nature. Lord of Void Gold, on the other hand, smiled and greeted them. After all, one was a top-tier universe overlord from his Great Axe battleground, and the other was an important genius of their human race. His own descendant had also broken through to Universe Exalt because of Shen Chen's true explanation of beast-taming secret technique. Roar, roar, roar. 4 thieves, and you two are among them. At this moment, the Lord Liho, after seeing Venerable Ancestral Tree and Shen Chen clearly, had his expression change. His face was full of fury. After all, the Thunder God Blood Crystal was regarded by him as his private property. After it was taken away by Shen Chen and the others, he was originally very angry. However, due to the standoff between the several Universe Lords above the Thunder God Mountains, he didn't dare to jump out. But when those Universe Lords intended to make a move and wanted to turn the Thunder God Mountains upside down, he had to emerge from an unknown different space. Ha ha ha, right, Lord Liho, the human race is full of thieves. Join my Zerg Alliance. The Zerg aren't any good either, join my Monster Alliance. My Monster Alliance has many Universe Lords, and we even have 2 Universe Strongest. Even if you offend other peak races, you will be safe. Join my Automaton race, my Machine Race Father God as the greatest existence. At this time, Lord Tinlong, Lord of Dream Weaving, and Lord Jin Xie on the side saw hope, and they all spoke up one by one. While persuading the Lord Liho, they looked at Ice Peak Lord on the side with Schadenfreude. Ice Peak Lord's expression turned ugly, but he couldn't blame Shen Chen and venerable ancestral tree. After all, no one had expected that there was still a hidden universe lord in the blood spirit secret realm. Ice Peak Lord, I have a way to pull this Lord Liho into our great alliance. Shen Chen quietly transmitted his voice to Ice Peak Lord at this moment. After Ice Peak Lord heard what Shen Chen said, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Shen Chen with some curiosity. Although he belonged to that type of incredibly cold universe lord within the human race, for Shen Chen, who was his senior brother's disciple, there was no need to keep a straight face all the time. If you have a way, then use it. I will protect you. Ice Peak Lord directly expressed his support to Shen Chen. Lord of Void Gold also nodded in the dark. Anyway, both of them were Tier 4 Universe Lords. Facing 4 Tier 3 Universe Lords, they could safely protect Venerable Ancestral Tree and Shen Chen. There should be hope. It's here. After Shen Chen finished speaking, a God Kingdom teleportation channel appeared beside him. The temporal thunder who clone slowly emerged. Roar, roar, roar. After the temporal thunder who clone emerged, the Lord Liho opposite roared continuously. His roars were full of excitement. It was the excitement of seeing a member of its own kind. Heaven knows that he had stayed in the blood spirit secret realm for hundreds of millions of years, always getting along with those ordinary creatures and some weak special life forms. But he had never thought that one day he would see a member of his own kind. You must know, he was born as a Chronos Thunder Beast with a 1000 times life gene level. In his previous cognition, he was the unique Chronos Thunder Beast. But today, a member of his own kind had actually arrived. Roar, roar, roar. Big brother, I am Venerable Thunder Who of the human race's great alliance. After I learned the news of your emergence, I immediately rushed here. At this time, Shen Chen's temporal Thunder Who clone also roared. According to Shen Chen's plan, he would stall the Lord Liho. Wait until the Great Axe founder arrived before talking about anything else. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I, the Lord Liho, still have a member of my own kind. Don't worry, second brother. Since you were able to join the human race's great alliance, presumably the human race is not those despicable people they describe. Today, Big Brother will give you a meeting gift. The Lord Liho emitted an excited sound at this moment, and subsequently, one of his hooves was raised high. Rumble. In an instant, the hoof slammed heavily onto the Thunder God Mountains. Within the terrifying Thunder God Mountains, streaks of terrifying lightning danced wildly. A single streak of lightning annihilated a Universe Exalt. The Universe Exalts of the three-race alliance suffered heavy losses because of this. Even Universe Overlords could not be spared. Only the top-tier Universe Overlords, relying on ordinary palace-type true treasures, were able to flee to the side of the Lord of Dream Weaving and the others. In one battle, more than 2,000 Universe Exalts of the three-race alliance died. Even when Shen Chen saw this scene, his mouth widened in shock. Clearly, he had miscalculated the Lord Liho's care for his own kind. Even the usually aloof Ice Peak Lord couldn't help but reveal a smile. You must know, this was over 2,000 Universe Exalts from the three-race alliance. Damn it, Lord Liho. Lord Liho, you must die. At this moment, Lord Tinlong, Lord of Dream Weaving, and Lord Jin Xie let out angry shouts. In one battle, their three races had lost so many Universe Exalts. Now, words were no longer enough to express their anger. Chapter 169, The Terror of Ice Peak Lord. Great Axe descends. At this moment, Lord of Dream Weaving, Lord Tinlong, and Lord Jin Xie were truly anxious. This time was different from the previous encirclement of Shen Chen by the many inheritors of the Elder God cult. Among the many inheritors back then, the inheritors from the Northern Border Alliance accounted for the majority. Those people were all covetous of the true treasures in Shen Chen's hands. But this time it was different, over 2,000 Universe Exalts. They were all from their three-race alliance. At the very least, these were all high-level Universe Exalts, and there were even quite a few Universe Overlords. Not only were the treasures of those Universe Exalts at stake, but even their lives were in extreme danger. Losing over 2,000 Universe Exalts at once would definitely hurt the three-race alliance's foundation. Furthermore, the three-race alliance had long promised that the heavy treasures and true treasures lost due to this fall would be compensated by the three-race alliance. The treasures alone were worth a fortune. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Lord Liho. At this time, Ice Peak Lord's face was full of smiles. Even though he was usually cold, he was extremely happy to see the three-race alliance suffer such heavy losses. By this time, the news of the fall of over 2,000 universe exalts had already spread. The universe lords of the three-race alliance each let out angry roars. Subsequently, the universe strongest of the three-race alliance directly issued an order. The universe lords who were already preparing to head to the blood spirit secret realm accelerated. This time, they had to annihilate one of Shen Chen's clones, and then kill the Lord Liho. If they didn't kill the Lord Liho this time, the three-race alliance would have absolutely no face left, and all the major powers in the universe would laugh at them. And Shen Chen, who caused all of this, must also be killed. Annihilating one of his clones would also be a success. In an instant, one universe lord after another headed towards the blood spirit secret realm. Lord Liho. At this moment, Lord Tinlong exploded first. The number of universe exalts in his monster alliance far exceeded that of the other two races. His monster alliance suffered the most deaths. At this moment, he directly unleashed a terrifying ultimate secret technique of a universe lord. The universe lords who dared to venture out were basically Tier 3 universe lords. Tier 1 and Tier 2 universe lords were all well protected by their respective races. Lord Tinlong was no exception. If Lord Tinlong only had Tier 2 power, even with a top-grade high-level palace-type true treasure, the monster clan would not have let him out to venture. Ha ha ha, this is my territory. And after the Lord Liho let out a terrifying roar, the entire Thunder God Mountains were triggered by him. In an instant, the 100 billion kilometer Thunder God Mountains erupted with terrifying power, striking out bolts of terrifying lightning. These lightning bolts contained the Thunder Time Fusion Law of the Lord Liho. With the help of the Thunder God Mountains, the secret technique erupted by the Lord Liho directly sent Lord Tinlong flying. Damn it! At this moment, Lord Tinlong gritted his teeth. As a universe lord of the Peak Race Monster Alliance, he was actually taught a lesson by an indigenous universe lord in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Thinking of this, Lord Tinlong simply could not endure it. However, the Lord Liho, who occupied the geographical advantage, was not someone Lord Tinlong could deal with just because he wanted to. After all, Lord Tinlong was only Tier 3. He was at the same level as the Lord Liho. On the other side, Lord of Void Gold faced off against Lord Jin Xie. Ice Peak Lord faced off against Lord of Dream Weaving. Ice Peak Lord had three famous true treasures. The first was the Peak Ceiling type true treasure, Ice Mountain. The second was the Peak Attack type true treasure, Ice Soul Absolute Sword, and the third was the top tier domain type true treasure, Cold Mist World. As a Tier 4 universe lord of the human race, he possessed two peak true treasures. Simply drawing his sword and slashing out his strongest secret technique, it fell directly onto the palace of the Lord of Dreamweaving. Lord of Dreamweaving had previously lost a clone and an important true treasure. Facing Ice Peak Lord at this moment, she immediately fell into a disadvantage. Lord of Dreamweaving was very clear that once Ice Peak Lord sealed her true body into the Ice Mountain, she would likely die at the hands of the human race again. This is the battle between universe lords. Although we are both at the level of top-tier universe overlord, we are still far from being able to participate in battles of this level. Shen Chen, who was on the side, saw this scene and sighed. Venerable ancestral tree on the side felt the same. He had lived long enough, had ventured through the primitive star many times, and had seen many universe lords clash. Although he was a top-tier universe overlord of the human race. But he wanted to become a universe lord every moment. That was truly becoming an existence at the top level of the human race. A top-tier universe overlord could only be said to have a special status, but it was far from being a genuine universe lord. However, Shen Chen, according to what our human race higher-ups understand, the Chronos Thunder Beast should be your clone, right? To this day, the information that Shen Chen possessed a temporal thunder who clone was known by quite a few people. After all, when they were in the ancestral god secret region, Shen Chen had repeatedly sent out his temporal thunder who clone and golden horned beast clone. They did not believe that such a terrifying special life form as the Chronos Thunder Beast could just happen to get along with Shen Chen and become good friends. Moreover, whatever realm Shen Chen was at, the Chronos Thunder Beast was at the same realm. Let's deceive this Lord Liho first. Besides, after reaching the Undying, the soul and body have already begun to fuse. Every mental imprint will fuse into the cells. By then, unless I enter the small universe of a universe strongest, universe lords cannot easily probe the details of my temporal Thunder Hu clone. Let's keep it from this Lord Liho, and show our hand in the future. Besides, after he offended the three-race alliance this time, even if he doesn't join our human race great alliance, he will only have to join other major universe powers. Shen Chen said with a smile, although his smile carried a bit of mockery. Venerable ancestral tree on the side heard what Shen Chen said and smiled, shaking his head. This time, the Lord Liho had been schemed against by Shen Chen. But this was also a coincidence. After all, Shen Chen really did possess a temporal Thunder Hu clone. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Just as the Lord of Dreamweaving was about to be sealed into the Ice Mountain by Ice Peak Lord, one terrifying aura after another descended upon the entire Blood Spirit secret realm. In the Thunder God Mountains, the universe lords of the three-race alliance all arrived here together. Among them, there were many Tier 4 universe lords. They looked at the Lord Liho and Shen Chen with angry expressions. Ha 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 ha, Ice Peak, Shen Chen, today you must all die. At this moment, the Lord of Dreamweaving recovered and laughed loudly. Get in there. However, Ice Peak didn't care about that. He drove the peak ceiling type true treasure, Ice Mountain, to expand continuously, forming a palace over 100 million kilometers high, sealing the Lord of Dreamweaving inside. Ice Peak, you are too presumptuous. A top-tier insect race universe lord also looked at Ice Peak with an angry expression. You'd better worry about yourselves. However, Ice Peak looked at them happily at this moment. Just at this moment, an aura that seemed to come from the primeval era descended directly upon the entire Blood Spirit secret realm. In the Thunder God Mountains, a wild giant with disheveled hair descended. Chapter 170, Lord Liho joins the Great Alliance. The human race ends the battle with a great victory. Shen Chen's ambitions rise again. Great Axe Founder, Great Axe Founder, Great Axe Founder. The hearts of the universe lords from the three-race alliance sank instantly. They never imagined that the Great Axe Founder of the human race would arrive so quickly this time. It's over. This time, not only can we not kill the Lord Liho, but we can't even destroy Shen Chen's clone. This thought crossed the minds of all the universe lords of the three-race alliance. After all, a universe strongest had personally stepped onto the battlefield. No one dared to fully provoke a universe strongest. Even if that universe strongest had a race backing them. This battle, your three-race alliance has lost. Withdraw from the Blood Spirit secret realm. The Great Axe Founder looked coldly at the universe lords and said. Although he was a universe strongest, he was still suppressed within the primordial universe. He could at most unleash power at the peak of the 6th tier. Furthermore, even if he could completely slaughter these universe lords, he could not do so. Killing the Lord of Dreamweaving was already enough. If he were to kill these dozen or so universe lords, it would truly cause the three-race alliance to unite completely against his human race. In that case, the universe lords within the human race would suffer. Damn it! Those universe lords of the three-race alliance were incredibly furious at this moment. But they dared not say anything more. Even Lord Tinlong, who usually relied on the Sky Wolf Palace to be incredibly arrogant, did not dare to clamor in front of the Great Axe Founder. Behind the three-race alliance, the Dream Monster Ancestor, the Machine Race Father God, and the Zerg Queen were equally angry. They also did not expect the Great Axe Founder to arrive so quickly. Once the universe strongest entered the fray, everything changed. Even if they were to head to the Blood Spirit secret realm immediately, it would be too late. The four peak races had been fighting for so long that they had long established certain boundaries. Unless they were truly confident in completely beheading the Great Axe Founder, they had indeed lost this time. However, the three-race alliance was not truly monolithic. What if the Great Axe Founder suddenly counterattacked? This was why forces with a universe strongest could be called peak powers. Leave this place and find an opportunity later. Let's leave. My monster race has 2 universe strongest after all, there is no need to go to war with the human race now. Jin Xie, take the other universe lords and leave. The Zerg Queen, the machine race father god, and the dream monster ancestor of the monster race issued orders to the universe lords on the battlefield. The helpless universe lords could only obey the orders of their respective universe strongest and leave. After these universe lords retreated, everything was over. You did well this time. The Great Axe founder then turned his gaze to the Lord of Void Gold, the Ice Peak Lord, Shen Chen, and the venerable ancestral tree. Facing the praise of the Great Axe founder, smiles appeared on the faces of the 4. After all, the Great Axe founder was the true pillar of the human race. A universe strongest. At this moment, the Lord Liho, who controlled the Thunder God mountains below, shrunk his body. In front of a universe strongest, even the previously incredibly proud Lord Liho had to lower his head. Lord Liho, are you willing to join our human race's great alliance? The treasures left behind by the universe exalts you killed in this battle will belong to you, and you can also exchange them for stronger treasures within our human race. Our human race's great alliance can also protect you from the harassment of the 3 races. In return, the entire blood spirit secret realm must submit to our human race. The Great Axe founder looked at the Lord Liho and extended an olive branch. Compared to a universe lord who only needed to spend some cost to easily reach the top tier, that special heart hidden deep within the Thunder God mountains seemed insignificant. Great Axe founder, Thunder who was willing. The Lord Liho was quite smart. He knew that after he had slaughtered more than 2,000 universe exalts of the 3-race alliance, he could never join the 3-race alliance again. Joining the human race's great alliance would also grant him protection. Plus, within the human race's great alliance, there was Venerable Thunder who was of his own kind. He had absolutely no reason to refuse. After the Lord Liho joined the human race's great alliance, during their conversation, everyone understood the special nature of the Thunder God Mountains. The heart within the Thunder God Mountains was the heart of the Lei Shi, beast god who had been besieged back then. That natural-born beast god was unwilling to be besieged by the major powers of the universe, and after self-destructing, the materials of his body were taken by the major powers. But the heart was never found. That heart wandered and eventually entered the blood spirit secret realm, into the Thunder God Mountains. And the Thunder God Mountains were, from the very beginning, the place where the Chronos Thunder Beast was conceived. The ancestor of the Thunder who had roamed the outside world during the Undying stage. After learning that the Thunder God's heart was a special treasure, he gradually began to transform the Thunder God Mountains. Especially that Thunder God star, which could absorb universe energy and slowly generate Thunder God blood crystal, enhancing the life gene level. After hundreds of millions of years of modification, the Thunder God Mountains changed into their current appearance. After finishing the story, the Lord Liho waved his hand, and Venerable Buc and the Lord of Ganwu appeared here. They had already been controlled by the Lord Liho before, but to avoid completely offending the human race, he had not acted against Venerable Buc and the Lord of Ganwu. The Thunder God blood crystal is special. Even the current Thunder God Mountains need 1,000 years to produce one. My accumulation of over 100,000 years, including 96 Thunder God blood crystals, has been divided by you 4 guys. As he spoke, the Lord Liho fixed his gaze on Shen Chen and the other 3. Upon hearing this, even the Great Axe founder had to look sideways. Not to mention the Ice Peak Lord and the Lord of Void Gold. However, never mind. It seems you guys are also key individuals being nurtured by the human race. The treasures left behind by those universe exalts and universe overlords in this battle are worth far more than these 96 Thunder God blood crystals. While Shen Chen and the others were nervous, the Lord Liho waved his hand, not caring at all. After all, the biggest treasure, that heart spanning over 10,000 kilometers, was still in his hands. And when it came down to it, the life gene level of the Lord Liho had already reached nearly 10,000 times. The Thunder God blood crystal was of little use to him. And for the Lord Liho joining the human race's great alliance, the treatment offered by the human race was for the human race to fund the further modification of the entire Thunder God Mountains for the Lord Liho, striving to increase the speed at which Thunder God blood crystals were conceived. And what the Lord Liho needed to pay was to ensure that the entire blood spirit secret realm was not harassed by other races, especially the insect race. After all, the blood spirit secret realm was located between the territories of the human race and the insect race. When the human race had need, the Lord Liho also needed to go to war. What surprised Shen Chen was that the Lord Liho actually let his Thunderhu clone stay in the blood spirit secret realm. The Lord Liho wanted to personally teach the Chronos Thunder Beast the fusion of the Lei Shi Law. After the matters of the blood spirit secret realm were concluded, the Great Axe founder, the Ice Peak Lord, and the Lord of Void Gold left one after another. Shen Chen promised to find a treasure similar to the Thunder God Star from the human race to use for conceiving Thunder God blood crystals. After all, the most important thing for the conception of Thunder God blood crystals was that special heart and the entire Thunder God Mountains. The Thunder God Star only served as a final packaging. However, on the way back to the human race, Shen Chen's thoughts had already drifted far away. Because in this battle, he had seen the collision of universe lords. This scene stimulated Shen Chen's body and mind. Although his combat power had reached the level of a top-tier universe overlord, there was still a long way to go compared to a powerful universe lord. I must hurry up and break through to become a universe exalt, Shen Chen said, his heart incredibly firm. Once he broke through to become a universe exalt, he would be a universe exalt with a 10,000-fold life gene level, equivalent to a universe lord with a 100-fold life gene level. Chapter 171, Continue Fleecing the Lord Liho. Crazy Investment. Shen Chen's Plot. Not long after, Shen Chen's human original body and golden horned beast clone had already returned to the Lingshu secret realm. To Shen Chen's surprise, the Lord of Ganwu had followed him to the Lingshu secret realm. Shen Chen, I know you are currently only at the undying stage. You need these 11 Thunder God blood crystals more than I do. Nowadays, basically everything I can improve has been improved, and I still have 3 true treasures. The only thing I lack now is to fully comprehend the origin law of time. However, my talent is very poor, and I estimate that I will not be able to achieve a breakthrough in this lifetime. Nevertheless, I was able to become a universe overlord because of your blessing. So, these 11 Thunder God blood crystals are yours. The Lord of Ganwu looked at Shen Chen beside him and said with a sigh. Although 11 Thunder God blood crystals were worth 220 true treasure points, if contributed to the human race, they could fetch 198 true treasure points. The Lord of Ganwu preferred to see Shen Chen become increasingly powerful. After hearing these words from the Lord of Ganwu, Shen Chen looked at him with a complex expression. Teacher, if you had given me something else, I wouldn't really need it. However, I am indeed lacking Thunder God blood crystals right now. How about this, teacher, I will give you a surprise later. Perhaps teacher will also have the opportunity to become a top-tier universe overlord. After receiving the 11 Thunder God blood crystals, Shen Chen said to the Lord of Ganwu in front of him. Upon hearing Shen Chen's words, the Lord of Ganwu stared at Shen Chen, bewildered, not quite understanding what he meant. However, he had a premonition that Shen Chen seemed to be about to give him something again. Originally, the Lord of Ganwu wanted to refuse, but Shen Chen didn't give him a chance to speak at all. He dived directly into his Luotian clone. Seeing this, the Lord of Ganwu felt somewhat helpless. He knew he couldn't persuade Shen Chen. Shen Chen, I cannot provide any help in terms of true treasures. He mainly cares about his clansmen. I must think about how to help his Shen family. The Lord of Ganwu knew Shen Chen very well and knew that he especially cared about some geniuses in his Shen family. After deciding, the Lord of Ganwu's figure left the Lingshu secret realm. Including the 11 Thunder God blood crystals given by teacher, I now have a total of 59 Thunder God blood crystals. Contributing 59 Thunder God blood crystals to the human race can yield 1062 true treasure points. After calculating, Shen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Taking a trip to the blood spirit secret realm and getting so many true treasure points, Even some universe lords wouldn't have this kind of treatment. However, Thunder God blood crystals are very important to me. The 1000-fold return can return special treasures like the life source core. It can be used to break through universe limits. Shen Chen thought to himself. However, Thunder God blood crystals could only be bestowed upon Shen Longhai, allowing him to use them to improve the life gene level of the Chronos Thunder Beast. As can be seen from the Lord Liho, Thunder God blood crystals are the most important for the improvement of the Chronos Thunder Beast. What Chongyun currently needs is how to refine heavy treasures. He hasn't thought about needing treasures to improve his life gene level. Chuyang is currently obsessed with researching the beast-taming path, so he needs it even less. Cheng Zhou is still in the outside territory battlefield, so let's not disturb him, there will be opportunities in the future. After figuring everything out, Shen Chen immediately decided to bestow these 59 Thunder God blood crystals to Shen Longhai. However, during the process of bestowing the Thunder God blood crystals, blood river crystals were also mixed in. Blood river crystals could greatly temper Shen Longhai's willpower. 700 years later. During this period, Shen Longhai experienced what it meant to be cheating. In order to allow Shen Longhai to absorb blood river crystals to the limit, Shen Chen bestowed several heart intent fruits upon him in the early stages, and all the returned myriad spirit heart refining fruits were consumed by Shen Longhai. After spending more than 100 years absorbing the myriad spirit heart refining fruits and heart intent fruits, plus the fact that his 9 nether blood sea had expanded to 10 billion kilometers, Shen Longhai's willpower had reached the level of a universe exalt. Although it was only the initial stage, he was currently only at the World Lord rank. Subsequently, Shen Longhai's temporal Thunder Hu clone also fully absorbed 1000 blood river crystals, reaching the limit. The life gene level of the temporal Thunder Hu clone also reached 8,000 times. And after reaching 8,000 times, Shen Longhai absorbed 1 Thunder God blood crystal per year. Shen Chen also received 59 life source cores because of this. After absorbing 59 Thunder God blood crystals, Shen Longhai's life gene level directly reached 9,000 times. I can only say that Thunder God blood crystals really have some substance for the improvement of the Chronos Thunder Beast. I currently have a full 8 Demon God Hearts, 999 True Blood Crystal Cores, and 59 Life Source Cores. And handing over the previous Demon God Heart and True Blood Crystal Core to the Yuanming Nether Sea to study the life map is really nothing to me now. At this moment, Shen Chen's face was full of smiles. After all, for him now, he could really be considered wealthy. However, Shen Chen would not contribute those 59 life source cores to the human race. After all, 1 life source core represented the ability to break through a universe limit once. Shen Chen wanted to use the life source cores to study how to break through the life gene level limit. Old ancestor, is my clone a bit too terrifying now? At this time, a small-sized temporal Thunder Hu clone in front of Shen Chen looked at Shen Chen and said in amazement. Shen Longhai felt the surging energy contained within the Chronos Thunder Beast's body. The current temporal Thunder Hu clone could easily kill a king-level immortal. After all, this temporal Thunder Hu clone of his had also cultivated the temporal void tribulation body. This was still far from reaching the limit. There is a place you can go to. The Thunder God Mountains in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. There is a Lord Liho there, who is currently an ally of my human race. It is also a Chronos Thunder Beast, and my temporal Thunder Hu clone is also there. You can go there and use the Thunder God Mountains to see if it can allow you, at the World Lord rank, to reach the perfect life gene level. Shen Chen looked at Shen Longhai in front of him with a smile, directly plotting against the Lord Liho. Shen Chen knew that the Lord Liho would definitely be happy, given its previous attitude towards the temporal Thunder Hu clone. Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Thank you, old ancestor, for the arrangement. Then I will let my human original body roam the outside territory battlefield, and my temporal Thunder Hu clone will roam the universe secret realms. Shen Longhai respectfully bowed to Shen Chen, then left the Lingshu secret realm and headed towards the Blood Spirit secret realm. I already have so many Demon God Hearts and True Blood Crystal Cores now. I can exchange them for too many true treasure points. It's time to go sweep the human race treasury. The current goal is to raise my willpower to the Universe Lord level. This will greatly increase my safety. After all, this time the three-race alliance lost more than 2,000 universe exalts because of me. It's hard to guarantee that a universe strongest won't come to enslave me. It's only safe after reaching the universe lord level. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he took his treasures and headed towards primordial chaos city. Of course, if possible, Shen Chen also wanted to exchange for a powerful origin true treasure. Relying solely on the divine kingdom to provide universe energy for the Yuanming Yuhai clone was already becoming strained. And at this time, special true treasures like origin true treasures were needed. Chapter 172, 5800 True Treasure Points. Sudden Wealth. Peak Origin True Treasure. Inside the mansion of the Primordial Chaos City Lord in Primordial Chaos City. It was that familiar side hall, and the figure of Shen Chen walked inside. The Primordial Chaos City Lord, who was inside the mansion, felt a bit curious upon seeing Shen Chen arrive. With the highest level of authority, he knew that the true treasure points of Shen Chen had long been used up. Coming to this side hall now, he reckoned it was to contribute treasures again. According to what Great Axe and the others said, Shen Chen obtained 48 Thunder God blood crystals in the Blood Spirit secret realm. He is just a little short of enough for a peak true treasure. If he really wants to exchange for a peak true treasure, I will help him cover the difference. The Primordial Chaos City Lord thought to himself at this moment. The treasury of the human race still had a few peak true treasures of the attack type, but the worst one was worth 1200 true treasure points. Even 48 Thunder God blood crystals would not be enough. However, very quickly, the face of the Primordial Chaos City Lord was filled with confusion. Because Shen Chen, who was in front of the stone disc, suddenly pulled out 999 true blood crystal cores and 8 demon god hearts. Contributing 8 demon god hearts to the human race will grant you 800 true treasure points. Contributing 999 true blood crystal cores to the human race will grant you 5,000 true treasure points. Shen Chen, are you willing to contribute these treasures to the human race? Soon, a voice came from the compass and entered the mind of Shen Chen. After Shen Chen nodded, the compass opened and swallowed the 8 demon god hearts and 999 true blood crystal cores. A single true blood crystal core is worth 5 true treasure points. Individually, it does not compare to a demon god heart. But that is normal. After all, a single true blood crystal core, even for a Chronos Thunder Beast with an 8000x life gene level, can still increase its life gene level by 5x. Shen Chen muttered to himself, though he was actually quite satisfied inside. A single Thunder God blood crystal only increases the life gene level of an 8000x Chronos Thunder Beast by nearly 20x. The treasures you contributed to the human race this time are simply too many. You have also obtained 5800 true treasure points. Some true treasures have actually not been contributed to the human race by us. For example, some top-tier domain-type true treasures, soul-type true treasures, and palace-type true treasures. Just as Shen Chen was thinking about what he wanted to exchange for, the voice of the Primordial Chaos City Lord appeared in his ears. Subsequently, the clone of the Primordial Chaos City Lord also appeared here. Although this clone of the Primordial Chaos City Lord exuded killing intent all over, his eyes remained as peaceful as the starry sky of the universe. Shen Chen was not actually too surprised by the arrival of the Primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, this was 5800 true treasure points. How could it not alarm the Primordial Chaos City Lord? What made Shen Chen feel at ease was that the Primordial Chaos City Lord did not actually ask about the source of his demon god hearts and true blood crystal cores. Teacher, I intend to exchange for a peak origin true treasure. I want to use it to accelerate the expansion speed of my nether sea. Shen Chen did not hide anything from the Primordial Chaos City Lord and told him his true thoughts directly. A peak origin true treasure. Origin true treasures are special true treasures that can accelerate the drawing of energy from the origin land of the universe. You mentioned the expansion technique of your nether sea to me once. After consuming energy to generate a nether sea clone, you expand the nether sea, then detonate the nether sea clone, and the energy merges back into the nether sea. Relying solely on the efficiency of your God Kingdom, it is indeed a bit lacking. The primordial Chaos City Lord only needed to think for a moment to understand what Shen Chen wanted to do. Let me make it clear to you. The level of origin true treasures is no different from other true treasures. But their efficiency is 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, and 1,000,000 times. For the universe strongest, origin true treasures actually do not have much use. No matter how strong an origin true treasure is, it cannot compare to the speed at which their small universe devours energy. The main materials required for a peak origin true treasure are the legendary core materials that contain all laws. They can only be crafted by supplementing with other top-tier fusion-type materials. However, for some powerful universe lords, their net worth is very rich. After their divine bodies are consumed, they will directly use treasures to recover. After all, origin true treasures are relatively rare. So, even I only have one peak origin true treasure. The primordial Chaos City Lord continued to tell Shen Chen about the information regarding origin true treasures. Shen Chen nodded at this at first, but after hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said later, he felt a trace of nervousness in his heart. Could it be that the human race no longer had an extra peak origin true treasure? Let me ask the Great Axe Founder. After all, sometimes the Great Axe Founder brings back the most peak true treasures from the universe sea. He might have some hidden away. The primordial Chaos City Lord patted the shoulder of Shen Chen and immediately made a call to the Great Axe Founder. Soon, the projection of the Great Axe Founder appeared in front of the two. A peak origin true treasure. I have one on me. It was originally for Huangjian to exchange with me. However, the true treasure points of that guy have been a bit insufficient lately. He used up most of them earlier to snatch Demon God Hearts to improve the life gene level of one of his divine body clones. So, you take this peak origin true treasure first. Our race's peak origin true treasures are much fewer compared to other types of peak true treasures. There are only 3. Therefore, the value of this peak origin true treasure, named the One Bead, is much higher. However, given the important role you played in the Blood Spirit secret realm, the human race was going to reward you anyway. So this time, for the One Bead, which was originally 3,500 true treasure points, just give me 3,000 true treasure points. The Great Axe Founder looked at Shen Chen and said, "Many thanks, Great Axe Founder." After hearing what the Great Axe Founder said, Shen Chen also nodded happily. True treasure points are just a string of numbers to the current Shen Chen. Moreover, the Great Axe Founder wiped away 500 true treasure points with a single sentence, 500 true treasure points. That could basically be exchanged for 5 top-tier true treasures. And Shen Chen had previously taken too many things from the Great Axe Founder for free. So this time, the Great Axe Founder did not give Shen Chen a peak origin true treasure for free, entirely because he was afraid that other universe lords would feel unbalanced. After all, from the time Shen Chen was born until now, the Great Axe Founder had already given him too many advantages. He had previously even given him a top-tier soul-type true treasure worth 3,000 true treasure points. Soon, there were only 2,800 true treasure points left in the account of Shen Chen. In its place, a one bead filled with 10 colors appeared in the hand of Shen Chen. I already have 2 treasures that rival peak true treasures. Thinking of his Yongzhen soul disc and the one bead, a smile appeared on the face of Shen Chen. Teacher, may I discuss something with you? In the future, if I want to exchange for treasures, can I place an order directly from the virtual universe? Have someone send them to me. I still have over 2,000 true treasure points. Future consumption will basically be prepared by those geniuses of our human race, and they will basically be some miscellaneous treasures. After putting away the one bead, Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him and continued. Fine, let Gui Yi deliver them. Anyway, Gui Yi staying by my side does not have much to do. However, if he delivers them, you have to give him some benefits. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the primordial Chaos City Lord also smiled helplessly. Senior brother Gui Yi is a universe overlord after all. Don't worry, I will definitely make senior brother Gui Yi satisfied. After hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord agree, Shen Chen was full of smiles, patting his chest to guarantee it. Just as Shen Chen was happy, an accident occurred in the outside territory battlefield. Chapter 173, Venerable Ling Teng is jealous of Cheng Zhou. The dispute begins. 7th outside territory battlefield. Shen Chengzhou looked at the figure in front of him with an unsightly expression. King Lei Jian, I am a dignified universe exalt, I have already given you enough face. The figure's expression was also quite unpleasant, but the aura of a universe exalt emanated from him. The outside territory battlefield used to belong to the universe army and undying spiritual gods. But as the rift between the human race and the three peak races grew larger, especially after more than 2,000 universe exalts fell in the blood spirit secret realm, the gunpowder smell between the two sides became increasingly thick. This also led to the continuous appearance of invincible king powerhouses in the outside territory battlefield. Even now, there is a trend of universe exalts breaking the rules and entering the fray personally. After all, if they couldn't wipe out the genius Shen Chen, couldn't the three-race alliance wipe out other geniuses of the human race? However, there are rifts between the three-race alliance as well. They can only target the human race together on the big picture. And the reason why the human race can briefly contend with the three-race alliance is entirely because quite a few exalts have emerged from the human race during this period. These newly promoted universe exalts were all dispatched by the human race to the outside territory battlefield and universe secret realms. Venerable Ling Tang, I call you venerable, don't be too arrogant. You should know better than anyone how you achieved your breakthrough to universe exalt. King Lei Jian, who is Shen Chengzhou at this moment, had an ugly expression. Shen Chengzhou's words instantly irritated Venerable Ling Tang. The universe exalt who achieved a breakthrough through the true explanation of beast controlling is the highest secret of the current human race. And Venerable Ling Tang is clearly such a person. He is a descendant of Lord Lanzong of the Great Axe Battleground and was granted the opportunity to perform possession on a special life form. After possessing the body of that special life form, he acquired the innate secret technique of clone. After gestating the golden spirit vine clone, he used the true explanation of beast controlling to reach universe exalt. The special life form he possessed was named Phantom Spirit. Its life gene level reached 80 times. At the champion stage, he had a full 8 million times the power of a world lord. And now, as a universe exalt, he has received the gift of the primordial universe will and has mastered the entire origin law of space. He possesses a full 800 million times the power of a world lord. Although the golden spirit vine only has the combat power of a low-level exalt, his phantom spirit body has the strength of a medium universe exalt. Moreover, with the life gene level of the phantom spirit body, once he completes and improves his heavy treasure and amplification secret technique, he can instantly possess the combat power of a high-level universe venerable. Unfortunately, Lord Lanzong is not a philanthropist. After granting him the opportunity to possess a special life form and providing him with many resources to reach the universe exalt level, he had to find his own way for other amplification secret techniques and heavy treasure. If you had lent me your heavy treasure earlier, that universe exalt from the monster race would not have been able to escape. Venerable Ling Tang gritted his teeth as he looked at Shen Chengzhou. That's right, Venerable Ling Tang previously wanted to borrow heavy treasure from Shen Chengzhou to suppress that universe exalt of the monster race. Of course, whether he would return it after borrowing it was just a matter of a word from Venerable Ling Tang. After all, in his eyes, King Lei Jian only had the combat power of a limit champion. He was simply not worthy of possessing a heavy treasure. It can only be said that Shen Chengzhou is quite strong, with 100 times life gene level, 100 times amplification, and he has achieved the combat power of a limit champion. The reason he was able to erupt with such terrifying combat power is not only due to the few pieces of heavy treasure bestowed by Shen Chen, but also the peak secret technique created by Shen Chengzhou. How can heavy treasure be lent to others casually? Venerable, could you lend me the heavy treasure you possess? In that way, I could also kill more champions. And I don't think your secret technique can kill that monster race exalt. Shen Chengzhou spread his hands at this moment and looked at Venerable Ling Tang in front of him with an expressionless face. At this moment, the expressions of the other champions on the side also changed. Those who can mix with Shen Chengzhou are basically king-level immortals. But they never thought that Shen Chengzhou would be so bold as to offend and exalt without any scruples. You must know that they also know a little bit about the background of this newly promoted exalt. Arrogant and domineering, he doesn't even take the veteran universe exalts guarding the sub-battlefield seriously. You are courting death. At this moment, Venerable Ling Teng could no longer endure it. The anger all over his body had been ignited by Shen Chengzhou, and he was determined to teach Shen Chengzhou a lesson right now. He is a descendant of a universe lord and possesses the combat power of a medium exalt. And a plant-type life form clone at the exalt level. You must know that after he broke through with the true explanation of beast controlling, he often heard gossip from people in the family behind his back. But he didn't care at all. When those real genius champions looked down on him, he was completely enraged. You must know that after he broke through to Universe Exalt, he basically communicated with other Universe Exalts. Those Universe Exalts also had to establish a good relationship with him, giving face to Lord Lanzong behind him. What counts a mere little champion like you? And this guy actually looked down on him in terms of secret techniques. Even after he mastered an entire origin law of space, the secret technique he created was only at the top-tier level. You must know that the standard equipment for exalts is a peak secret technique. But the King Lei Jian in front of him actually created a peak secret technique. This point made Venerable Ling Teng even more furious. Finally, Venerable Ling Teng made a move directly, his phantom spirit body containing 800 million times the power of a world lord. Once he makes a full-force move, he can instantly annihilate a king-level immortal. Everything around was trembling. However, at this time, Shen Chengzhou had no fear at all. Shen Chengzhou followed Shen Chen from the Earth era to the current universe era, until Shen Chen broke through to Undying and shook the entire universe. Shen Chengzhou also has pride in his bones. He knows very well how Venerable Ling Teng achieved his breakthrough. The so-called perfect mastery of the origin law of space was all relying on the gift of the primordial universe will. Does such a guy deserve to look down on him? And he even wants to take his heavy treasure. With Shen Chengzhou's vision, he immediately saw through Venerable Ling Teng's intentions, but Venerable Ling Teng thought he was hiding it well. This is a common problem for the descendants of those universe lords, their state of mind is really not very good. Why are you not afraid? I know, I only need to improve my amplification secret technique a little more and get a few pieces of heavy treasure, and I will be able to reach the combat power of a high-level universe venerable. Even if I kill you, the top brass of the race will not punish me. Venerable Ling Teng grabbed Shen Chengzhou and stared at him, saying. His eyes were full of ridicule. Then kill me. I don't just have the Thunder Spirit Sword as a piece of heavy treasure, I also have 9 heavens, and the Thunder Control Armor, a top-tier heavy treasure armor, as well as a Soul-type heavy treasure, all of which are top-tier heavy treasure. Kill me, and these things will all be yours. Shen Chengzhou laughed, laughing extremely happily. He looked at Venerable Ling Teng in front of him joyfully. And at this moment, the other champions on the side also felt the feeling of a storm approaching. How could King Lei Jian, who can possess 3 top-tier heavy treasures, be such a simple character? Venerable Ling Teng's expression also changed at this moment. Chapter 174, The Drawbacks of Breakthrough via Secret Technique. Lord Lanzong. Chengzhou's battle intent. 2 top-tier heavy treasure weapons, 1 top-tier heavy treasure armor, and 1 top-tier soul-type heavy treasure. This guy. Even if Venerable Ling Teng was foolish, he realized something was off about Shen Chengzhou. However, with so many king-level immortals present, it was impossible for him to release Shen Chengzhou right now. After all, he was a family talent favored by Lord Lanzong, otherwise, Lord Lanzong would not have placed such high hopes on him. A moment later, Venerable Ling Teng took Shen Chengzhou and left directly. He wanted to see who exactly was behind Shen Chengzhou. If it were just a universe overlord of the race, he wouldn't care about this guy. Simply taking his heavy treasure, presumably that universe overlord would have nothing to say. After all, it was King Lei Jian who disobeyed his command first. In the outside territory battlefield, one must obey stronger individuals of higher rank, this is a consensus. The remaining king-level immortals looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to do either. In truth, they had grievances against Venerable Ling Tang. After all, everyone was a king-level immortal. But after unexpectedly obtaining a heavy treasure, to have it snatched away by a universe exalt of the race, then why should they risk their lives in the outside territory battlefield? Clearly, this incident instantly caused an uproar within the human race Grandmist. And this matter quickly attracted the attention of those at the 7-star Hall Master level. However, when they queried the information on King Lei Jian, they discovered that even they, at the Overlord level, did not have the authorization. Presumably, only those universe lords would have the authorization. And King Lei Jian, who could have such authorization, was clearly not someone easily manipulated. Interesting. A universe exalt who broke through using the true explanation of beast-controlling secret technique is actually causing trouble for Cheng Zhou. At this moment, in the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen, who was in seclusion in the time chamber preparing to research a secret technique, opened his eyes. As he spoke, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. After all, his current status within the human race was vaguely on par with a universe lord. After all, he had just contributed so many treasures to the race. However, this is also the drawback of the true explanation of beast-controlling secret technique. Geniuses with aptitude in the family are absolutely not allowed to rely on this secret technique to break through to universe exalt. Their mental state is simply too poor. When the incident happened earlier, Shen Chengzhou had already packaged all his experiences into a recording and sent it to Shen Chen. Shen Chen took one look and knew that the mental state of this so-called Venerable Ling Tang was excessively poor. Perhaps it was because he had broken through from World Lord rank all the way to Universe Exalt in a short period of time. His mental state simply hadn't kept up with his strength. Such a fellow is easily enslaved by other powerhouses skilled in the Tao of the soul. Fool. Ling Tang, you fool. Release King Lei Jian for me immediately. Then go in person to the Lingshu secret realm in the Qinwu universe country and kneel to apologize to the King of Blade and Sword. At this moment, in the plain space belonging exclusively to Lord Lanzong. Lord Lanzong looked at Venerable Ling Tang below him with an angry face and spoke. Venerable Ling Tang was somewhat dumbfounded at this moment. After taking Shen Chengzhou away, he wasn't a fool. Once he couldn't find specific information on King Lei Jian through his contacts, he realized the matter had exceeded the scope of what he could handle. He had indeed acted stupidly this time. He simply came directly to beg his old ancestor. He just didn't expect the old ancestor to have this attitude. However, it was too late to say anything now. He had completely offended King Lei Jian. Moreover, he had heard of the King of Blade and Sword of the Lingshu secret realm that the old ancestor mentioned. After all, that was the world-famous King of Blade and Sword, who had killed so many universe exalts and universe overlords in the ancestral god secret region. His strength had already been confirmed as the 4th top-tier universe overlord of his human race. In front of the King of Blade and Sword, his own phantom spirit body would be killed instantly. Even if he was a universe exalt and the King of Blade and Sword was only an undying. What surprised him even more was his old ancestor's attitude toward Shen Chen. Old ancestor, you are a universe lord. You want me to apologize to him? Wouldn't it be enough to just release King Lei Jian? Venerable Ling Tang still wanted to make a final struggle. Bullshit. King Lei Jian is the biological son of the King of Blade and Sword. Do you know how much effort the King of Blade and Sword has spent on him? It's enough to cultivate several of you. Lord Lanzong looked at Venerable Ling Tang, furious. Although he knew Ling Tang's mental state was poor, he didn't expect him to be stupid to this extent. What? The biological son of the King of Blade and Sword? No wonder he didn't care about me back then. If I had killed him, the King of Blade and Sword would have gone mad. Venerable Ling Tang was completely distraught at this moment. Lord Lanzong, watching this scene from above, was also full of helplessness. It was true that he was a universe lord of the Great Axe battleground. But precisely because he was a universe lord, he understood the importance of Shen Chen better than anyone else. Especially since Shen Chen had contributed thousands of treasure points worth of treasures to the race. After all, he himself had spent treasure points to purchase 2 demon god hearts and 100 true blood crystal cores. As far as Shen Chen's financial resources were concerned, even if he really killed Venerable Ling Tang, he himself couldn't do anything about it. He could completely kill this fellow Ling Tang, beg a universe lord to resurrect him, then kill him again, resurrect him, kill him again, and resurrect him again. Moreover, Shen Chen's potential was a major reason why the high-level members of his race were paying attention to him now. Only at the undying level, yet able to rival a top-tier universe overlord. Wouldn't that mean that at the exalt level, he would be able to rival a true universe lord? Under such circumstances, who would dare to underestimate Shen Chen? All the universe lords of their human race basically treated Shen Chen as a universe lord. The attitude was completely different from that toward Palace Master Tian Shi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, or the Demon Lord Xing Yu. Lingshu Secret Realm. Sinner Ling Tang has come to pay respects to the King of Blade and Sword. At this moment, Ling Tang was kneeling respectfully in the Lingshu Secret Realm. Beside him was King Lei Jian, whom he had brought, which was Shen Chengzhou. Shen Chengzhou looked at Venerable Ling Tang beside him with disdain. He truly did not look up to Venerable Ling Tang. If Venerable Ling Tang had been able to kill him regardless of the consequences, Shen Chengzhou might have thought more highly of him. Just at this moment, a figure arrived here. After Shen Chen coldly swept a glance at Venerable Ling Tang. In an instant, Venerable Ling Tang felt a chill from the deepest part of his soul. He had a premonition that Shen Chen wouldn't need much effort to kill him. In front of Shen Chen, he was like a slightly larger ant. If one considered Shen Chen's battle record, it also seemed logical. You have a good old ancestor, who gave you quite a lot of treasures. However, the death penalty is forgiven, but the living punishment is unavoidable. Go to the depths of Lihuo Mountain and kneel. For 10,000 epochs. Ultimately, it is because your growth to Universe Exalt was simply too easy. 10,000 epochs, let you learn a lesson. Ordinary undying spiritual gods probably can't become Universe Exalts in their entire lives. Go and temper your own mental state well. Shen Chen looked at Venerable Ling Tang and said calmly. Given Shen Chen's growth speed, in 10,000 epochs, the human race might have already taken off to who knows where. Even when Venerable Ling Tang comes out at that time, he will face the outcome of everything having changed. This was the result after Lord Lanzong personally pleaded with Shen Chen. However, after 10,000 epochs, Lord Lanzong could just pretend Venerable Ling Tang didn't exist. Not reconciled, unable to deal with a Universe Exalt. Do you blame me for suppressing you at the World Lord rank? After dealing with Venerable Ling Tang, Shen Chen turned his gaze to Shen Chengzhou. No, even if I break through to Undying, I won't be his opponent. I want to be like Dad, to have the powerful combat strength to crush a universe overlord as soon as I break through to Undying. At this moment, ambition rose in Shen Chengzhou's eyes. That was a battle intent that Shen Chen had never seen in Shen Chengzhou's eyes before. Chapter 175, Venerable Gui Yi is amazed. Consuming 2,000 true treasure points. Rest assured, Chengzhou, Dad will help you with all his might. Who else could it be but my son, and the most famous genius of our Shen family? Shen Chen's face was filled with satisfaction at this moment. But wouldn't that consume too many resources? Although I have such ambition, I also know that raising the life gene level is extremely difficult and requires consuming too many resources. Even for a top-tier universe overlord like you, it is the same. At this moment, Shen Chengzhou's battle intent was quickly dispelled by reason. He looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said with some hesitation. Ha ha ha. Chengzhou, don't worry, your dad is lacking in everything, except for treasures. Shen Chen patted Shen Chengzhou's shoulder and said with a hearty laugh. Seeing Shen Chen like this, Shen Chengzhou did not say anything more. He realized that from the Earth era to the present, his father had indeed never lacked any treasures. However, you must accompany one of my clones to study life genes. I want to break the limit of 100 times life gene level for you. Afterward, I will bestow treasures upon you so that you can slowly rise to the perfect life gene level. I want to study a cultivation technique so that ordinary members of the Shen family, and other human race members who cultivate this cultivation technique, can all absorb universe energy and slowly raise their life gene level. Shen Chen then said to Shen Chengzhou, "That is no problem. It is just research." Shen Chengzhou naturally had no resistance to this, clearly knowing how shocking the idea his father proposed was. If his father really managed to create such a cultivation technique, then his human race, his Shen family, would inevitably rise throughout the entire primordial universe. Becoming the #1 race in the primordial universe was not impossible. Once the next steps were determined, the two moved very quickly. Inside Shen Chen's God Kingdom. Every time I see this clone god body of yours, father, I feel shocked. A full 150 billion kilometers in diameter. Arriving in Shen Chen's God Kingdom, after Shen Chengzhou saw Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone, he also sighed in admiration. I obtained a peak origin true treasure from the race. This god body clone can still expand. Alright, let us study matters concerning you. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he took Shen Chengzhou directly into the Yuanming Yuhai clone. This life source core is a special treasure I obtained. I have used it before, and it can break through the limit of 100 times life gene level in the universe. After entering the Yuanming Yuhai clone, Shen Chen directly handed a life source core to Shen Chengzhou. Under Shen Chen's guidance, Shen Chengzhou began to use this life source core. In an instant, a strange energy surged directly into Shen Chengzhou's body. It constantly helped Shen Chengzhou break through the limit of 100 times life gene level. His aura also became increasingly terrifying. Subsequently, within the Yuanming Yuhai clone, a strange energy directly enveloped Shen Chengzhou. That was Shen Chen's innate secret technique, analysis. This power of analysis could control the changes in Shen Chengzhou's life gene level at any time. Although Shen Chen had analyzed the life source core before, he did not know how the life source core broke the universe limit. And this time, observing Shen Chengzhou personally with the analysis secret technique was a very good opportunity. After a while, the energy of the life source core disappeared, and Shen Chengzhou's life gene level reached 101 times. Completely breaking the universe limit. Chengzhou, you should stay here with me for this period. I will purchase treasures to raise your life gene level. My innate secret technique has already recorded all your changes. If I record the process of reaching 10,000 times from 101 times, I think it will be very helpful for my research on life gene level. Shen Chen's face had a look of excitement at this moment. As long as I can help you, Dad. Before, I was always receiving your resources. Although I also really wanted to make a name for my Shen family, unfortunately, I am far from being able to compare to you. Being able to help you this time also means settling a knot in my heart for me. Shen Chengzhou had no intention of opposing what Shen Chen said. Shen Chen also nodded. In the Lingshu secret realm, a bald man wearing fire-red battle robes arrived here. My junior brother Shen is truly blessed. Not only did he become a top-tier universe overlord, but the family also has many famous geniuses. Obviously, this bald man was Shen Chen's senior brother, Venerable Gui Yi. Venerable Gui Yi was a universe overlord who served by the side of the primordial Chaos City Lord all year round. Because Shen Chen had greeted the primordial Chaos City Lord before, this time it was Venerable Gui Yi who delivered the goods to Shen Chen. The reason why Venerable Gui Yi would say such things was entirely because the conflict between King Lei Jian and Venerable Ling Teng had broken out. It caused a huge stir within the human race. Everyone became concerned about Shen Chen's descendants. It was only then that they discovered that there were so many heaven-defying geniuses in the Shen family. Needless to say, Shen Chengzhou, a world lord rank who could rival a champion, they all had a premonition, was this another Shen Chen rising? Truly, a tiger father has no dog sons. Shen Chongyun was the same, he could refine heavy treasures at the world lord rank stage. He was even accepted as a disciple by Lord Longxing. And in the Shen family, there was also Shen Chuyang, the beast-taming great master. And apart from these three, those clan members with purple aptitude like Shen Chengfeng were also not to be outdone. After all, many clan members with purple aptitude had all been raised too. 100 times life gene level by Shen Chen. And many were required by Shen Chen to only break through once they reached champion level insight. Once they broke through, they could easily reach the invincible king level. Such a family was terrifyingly powerful. Of course, they also knew the source of the Shen family's strength, which was entirely reliant on Shen Chen, this top-tier universe overlord. Many thanks, senior brother Gui Yi. This soul-type true treasure was refined by that clone of mine. Just take it as a delivery fee for senior brother Gui Yi. And after Shen Chen received a world ring from Venerable Gui Yi, he also handed over a bead. For Shen Chen's current Lihuo Mountain clone, ordinary true treasures were nothing, even special types were the same. The current Lihuo Mountain clone was seeking to refine high-level true treasures. Shen Chen, you. After Venerable Gui Yi took the bead, he was full of disbelief. He knew he was just running an errand, and a soul-type true treasure was already in his hands. Even though he was a universe overlord, he did not have a soul-type true treasure in his hands. It was conceivable what the special meaning of a soul type was among true treasures. Keep it. After all, senior brother, you serve the teacher all year round, and you do not have the opportunity to search for treasures in other secret realms. Shen Chen smiled at this and patted his shoulder. Then I will thank you very much. Venerable Gui Yi finally accepted the bead. Before he came, the teacher, primordial chaos city lord, had instructed him that if Shen Chen gave him any treasure, he could accept it. He had been wondering before, but now it seemed that the teacher, primordial chaos city lord, had indeed anticipated it long ago. Watching Venerable Gui Yi leave, Shen Chen also took this world ring into the God Kingdom. Are you ready, Cheng Zhou? These 20 treasures, you must absorb them one by one in the coming period. One type is called Lantian Jade Crystal, and the other is called Qinghua Earth Marrow. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou, who was braced for battle in front of him, and said, "Ready, Dad." At this moment, Shen Chengzhou's eyes were full of excitement. Chapter 176, 176, Kanglin Heavenly Marrow. Universe Lord Level Will. Open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket. Subsequently, in the following 100 years, Shen Chen's human original body focused most of his attention on Shen Chengzhou. Firmament Spirit Crystal and Qinghua Earth Marrow. A total of 20 treasures worth 2,000 heavy treasure points were all spent by Shen Chen on Shen Chengzhou. And this was 2,000 heavy treasure points, it was comparable to 2 peak attack type heavy treasures. Under such investment, Shen Chengzhou, who was only at the World Lord rank stage, was directly raised to a 10,000-fold life gene level. Invested in Red Aptitude Clansman Shen Chengzhou with Firmament Spirit Crystal, 1,000-fold return, obtained Firmament Spirit Crystal. Invested in Red Aptitude Clansman Shen Chengzhou with Qinghua Earth Marrow, 1,000-fold return, obtained Kanglin Heavenly Marrow. Firmament Spirit Crystal and Kanglin Heavenly Marrow were the treasures returned to Shen Chen by the Creation Treasure Tree. There were 10 of each. Shen Chen had actually taken them out to observe. The terrifying life aura contained within a single Firmament Spirit Crystal far exceeded his estimations. According to his imagination, it should be able to allow a universe exalt with a 100-fold life gene level to directly upgrade to 1,000-fold. Dad, I feel that it is too easy for me now to kill my former self. At this moment, Shen Chengzhou also stood up, squeezed his fists, and his eyes were full of excitement. Nowadays, he possessed a full 10,000-fold World Lord power within his body. Once his heavy treasure was added, plus his amplification secret technique, plus the secret technique. Nowadays, he had already reached the combat power of an invincible king. Thinking that the current himself was close to his former father, Shen Chengzhou was extremely happy. However, thinking back to Shen Chen's battle achievements on the outside territory battlefield, the excitement in Shen Chengzhou's heart quickly faded. Perfect life gene is 10,081-fold. This Firmament Spirit Crystal is for you. In this way, I will be able to grasp the entire process of a pure human, from 100-fold life gene level to perfect life gene level. For my creation of secret technique, this is of great help. Shen Chen mentioned this matter after Shen Chengzhou's excitement had passed. He handed a Firmament Spirit Crystal in his hand to Shen Chengzhou. This treasure. Dad, are you really giving it to me? Wouldn't it be better for you to use it? As soon as Shen Chengzhou took the firmament spirit crystal in his hand, his face revealed disbelief, and he looked at Shen Chen in surprise. Having used so many treasures to improve his life gene level, Shen Chengzhou knew too well the special energy contained within this firmament spirit crystal. Treasures are useless to me now, every one of my clone has reached the perfect life gene level. Being able to research how the firmament spirit crystal improves your life gene level, and whether it can reach the perfect life gene level, is what is most important to me. Shen Chen waved his hand at this, saying it indifferently. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Shen Chengzhou finally calmed down. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged above the Yuanming Nether Sea and began to absorb this firmament spirit crystal. A certain special power within the firmament spirit crystal then slowly entered Shen Chengzhou's body. A special power of analysis also covered Shen Chengzhou, beginning to gradually study Shen Chengzhou's body in the process of gradually transforming toward the perfect life gene level. The firmament spirit crystal far exceeded Shen Chen's estimations. After all, the beast god bone marrow that the Lord of Ganmu had brought back for Shen Chen could help Shen Chen reach the perfect life gene level. There was no reason why this firmament spirit crystal wouldn't work. Now, the analysis power of the Yuanming Yuhai clone was even more terrifying and could clearly record the entire process. In these 100 years, I have recorded too many processes. I have gained quite a bit of understanding of the life gene path. I should be able to create a secret technique. After Shen Chen finished speaking, his human original body flew above the Yuanming Yuhai clone. Subsequently, he came before the Wan bead. The Wan bead, a peak origin heavy treasure, was exchanged by Shen Chen from the Great Axe founder for 3,000 heavy treasure points. During these 100 years, Shen Chen had been using the Wan bead to absorb the energy within the primordial universe's origin power. For the entire primordial universe, the energy Shen Chen had absorbed in these 100 years was nothing at all. The Wan bead had the terrifying ability of a million-fold acceleration. However, with the million-fold acceleration, it meant that Shen Chen had absorbed a full 100 million years of universe energy at a conventional speed. One could imagine how massive the Yuanming Nether Sea was now. The entire Yuanming Yuhai clone is a full 5 trillion kilometers in diameter. And I am only at the undying level now. An Yuanming Yuhai clone with a diameter of 5 trillion kilometers, containing monstrous divine power, had long ago pushed my will from the Universe Overlord level to the Universe Lord level. Just at the undying level stage, I can possess a Universe Lord level will. Shen Chen could feel his incredibly terrifying willpower at this moment. Ordinary Universe Lords, if they saw Shen Chen's divine body with a diameter of 5 trillion kilometers, would probably kneel directly on the ground. One must know that some Universe Lords with divine bodies of 1,000,000 kilometers were already enough to cause headaches. Not to mention Shen Chen's current divine body. Sooner or later, my divine body will be able to be calculated in light years. Shen Chen thought to himself, looking at the current Yuanming Yuhai clone. His heart was also extremely excited. And just at this moment, a unique power surrounded Shen Chengzhou. Logically speaking, Shen Chen should not be able to sense this special power. Shen Chengzhou was currently within Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone. The control of the Yuanming Yuhai clone was enough for Shen Chen to notice this point. Shen Chen was still very familiar with this special power. Apparently, Shen Chengzhou had reached the perfect life gene level. Originally, Shen Chen wanted Shen Longhai to reach the perfect life gene level one step ahead. In the end, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Shen Chengzhou was, after all, Shen Chen's third son and was much more favored than Shen Longhai. However, being able to observe a human body at the perfect life gene level was not an easy thing for the current Shen Chen. And unlike Shen Chen's human original body, Shen Chengzhou was, after all, newly born. Before, when Shen Chen's human original body reached the perfect life gene level, the Yuanming Yuhai clone had not yet been conceived. However, Shen Chengzhou was currently at the stage of choosing the strongest innate secret technique, so Shen Chen did not disturb Shen Chengzhou. However, he still wanted to know if Shen Chengzhou could be counted as a gold aptitude clansman now. After Shen Chengzhou woke up, Shen Chen's figure immediately arrived before Shen Chengzhou. How is it? What type does the chosen innate secret technique belong to? Shen Chen asked directly, looking at Shen Chengzhou in front of him. Facing Shen Chen's question, Shen Chengzhou didn't find it strange at all. After all, Shen Chen had long since reached the perfect life gene level and had experience with this. It is an attack-type secret technique, Shen Chengzhou said honestly at this moment. However, what made Shen Chen feel a bit strange was that Shen Chengzhou was actually still not a gold aptitude clansman. What kind of requirements did a gold aptitude clansman have for clansmen? Could it be that Chengzhou needs to break through to undying? At the undying stage, having the strength of a top-tier universe overlord, there is hope. After all, Chengzhou cannot use the strongest innate secret technique right now. A gold aptitude clansman should be something that brings about a decisive change to the entire family. Let's look forward to whether Chengzhou can achieve it after breaking through to undying. Of course, this is also because I really have no other tricks. Although he was happy that Shen Chengzhou had obtained a strongest attack-type secret technique, Shen Chen still regretted that Shen Chengzhou didn't count as a gold aptitude clansman at the creation treasure tree. However, it was time to research secret technique regarding life genes. Let's research it with Longhai. Using the 1000-fold return, I should be able to easily create a secret technique in this regard. Previously, when Shen Chengzhou broke through, Shen Chen had actually kept it from Shen Longhai. After all, in this way, it would be possible to get a return when bestowing it later. Soon, Shen Chen used his own experience to create a secret technique that the human race could cultivate, gene rotation. Absorbing some ordinary treasures, and then according to the requirements recorded in this secret technique, changing the life genes in certain special parts of the body. The strongest could reach a 10-fold life gene level. Longhai, this is a secret technique I summarized, you take it and study it. And the first moment he finished this secret technique, Shen Chen set his sights on Shen Longhai. Old ancestor is worthy of being the old ancestor. I will study it carefully. Longhai was undoubtedly extremely happy at this moment. He also knew that his 9 nether blood sea could research life genes very well. Invested in red aptitude clansman Shen Longhai with gene rotation, 1000-fold return, obtained open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket. Chapter 177, Chaos Size. Abolish the slave trade. Soon, a secret technique called open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket entered Shen Chen's mind. Observing this secret technique called open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket, Shen Chen gained a significant amount of understanding regarding the path of life gene. Clearly, this open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket and gene rotation complemented each other. However, open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket was far more powerful than gene rotation. This open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket can allow an ordinary human to soar from a 1x life gene level to 100x life gene level. 100x life gene level, it has already reached the universe limit. No wonder the 1000-fold return could only yield a secret technique of this level. If I want to break through the universe limit, I probably still have to rely on my own research through the life source core. After Shen Chen finished observing the entire open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket secret technique, he thought to himself. However, at this moment, Shen Chen was already extremely satisfied. After all, previously when he helped clan members with purple aptitude elevate to the 100x life gene level, it required spending quite a lot of treasures. Gene rotation can be handed over to the human race. As for open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket, it can be imprinted into the bloodline of my Shen family. Just like the golden horned beast, as long as one has the bloodline, one can obtain many secret techniques. In this way, more and stronger geniuses can be selected. Soon, another idea emerged in Shen Chen's mind. After all, among the various races in the primordial universe, they all have their own legacy secret techniques. A secret technique like open double angle bracket life transition close double angle bracket can obviously be used as a legacy secret technique. However, to prevent others from enslaving Shen family members and thus obtaining this secret technique, Shen Chen still needed to put in a little effort. However, handing over gene rotation to the human race is still feasible. After all, in the current human race, the strongest bloodline is only at the territory lord rank. This was only achieved after those universe lords expended their energy to raise it to the current level. However, with gene rotation, the territory lord rank bloodline is actually not that important anymore. Soon, in the virtual universe, in the Chaos Temple, Shen Chen's consciousness arrived. Upon seeing Shen Chen arrive, Primordial Chaos City Lord also focused his attention on Shen Chen. He knew very well that whenever Shen Chen looked for him, it was basically because something was up. This could be seen from the fact that that guy, Venerable Gui Yi, obtained a soul-type true treasure from Shen Chen's hands. Shen Chen, what brings you to me? After Shen Chen entered the Chaos Temple, Primordial Chaos City Lord asked directly. Teacher, I have a secret technique here. I must have told you before that that Sea of Universe clone divine body can study the path of life gene. This secret technique is what I have recently researched and derived. Shen Chen did not hide anything about this and directly took out gene rotation. When Primordial Chaos City Lord finished checking the entire gene rotation, his face was full of astonishment. With his current vision, he could clearly see that gene rotation was the real deal. And the treasures consumed were basically negligible. You must know that within the human race, although there are many treasures capable of elevating the life gene level, they are still quite lacking for those king-level immortal. Even for a universe exalt, it is somewhat difficult to elevate. But with this secret technique called gene rotation, elevating to 10x gene level is very simple. In this way, many undying spiritual god in their race could elevate to 10x gene level through this secret technique. Teacher, I have calculated it. World Lord rank, undying level, universe exalt level. Using my secret technique called gene rotation, the resources consumed increase level by level. For World Lord rank, one even only needs to absorb universe energy, and can slowly elevate. After reaching the undying level, the body completely transforms into a divine body, so some resources are needed. However, the value is estimated to be only a few billion points. For the universe exalt level, a few heavy treasure points can also handle it. Of course, many universe exalt were already at 10x life gene level before breaking through. Shen Chen said to Primordial Chaos City Lord at this moment. The secret technique you provided, just like the previous true explanation of beast controlling, is extremely important. It far exceeds the previous time ruins tribulation body secret technique. I cannot make the decision on this matter either. It must be decided in a meeting. You are now the fourth top-tier universe overlord in our human race. Once you break through to universe exalt, you will be a universe exalt with 10,000x life gene level, equivalent to an ordinary universe lord with 100x life gene level. So, at that time, whatever requests you have, just bring them up at the Great Axe meeting. The universe lords of my virtual universe corporation will support you. Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below, nodded, and said directly. While speaking with Shen Chen, he had already notified all the universe lords of the human race, as well as the Great Axe founder. In the Great Axe Temple, ever since Shen Chen contributed a secret technique, those universe lords were no longer surprised. They were all wondering, how many heavy treasure points would they have to give Shen Chen this time? However, when Primordial Chaos City Lord placed the gene rotation secret technique in front of them, they were still somewhat shocked at this moment. Who hasn't walked from 1x life gene level to where they are today? And most universe lords have many descendants. Sometimes they also need to elevate the life gene level for some outstanding descendants. But now, this secret technique called gene rotation, at the world Lord rank stage, actually only requires absorbing universe energy to break through to 10x life gene level. For the entire human race, how great of a benefit would this be? As the foundation of the humans is built more firmly, there will be more and more strong individuals in the future. For example, during this period, with the exposure of the true explanation of beast controlling secret technique, there are more and more universe exalt in the human race. This leads to more and more resources being obtained, and some high-level universe venerable have received the benefits, spending resources to break through to universe overlord. And as there are more and more humans with 10x life gene level in the human race, the human race will also become stronger and stronger. After all, in the vast primordial universe, the life gene level of the monster race's royal sky wolf race is only 6x, and the golden horned beast is only 10x life gene level. And this is still the result of Shen Chen's research at the undying level. Who knows if Shen Chen will research a secret technique from 0 to 100x life gene level in the future. Chaos. Your disciple already has top-tier universe overlord level combat power. This secret technique was also contributed by him. Let him come here, and let him state his request. Great Axe founder then looked at primordial chaos city lord and said. Regarding the Great Axe founder inviting Shen Chen to attend the highest meeting, the other universe lords obviously had no objections at all. After all, they also received many benefits from the secret techniques Shen Chen contributed. For example, many universe exalt level combat powers appeared in their families. It's just that the heart nature of those universe exalt is a bit lacking. Good. Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded, then with a wave of his hand, Shen Chen's consciousness was teleported here. After all, Primordial Chaos City Lord currently has the highest authorization in the virtual universe. Greetings to the Great Axe founder, greetings to all universe lords. After Shen Chen arrived here, he looked at them and bowed. Soon, Shen Chen said his request with a serious face. I do not need anything for contributing this secret technique. I only ask the high level of the race to abolish the so-called slave trade. Shen Chen stated solemnly. Chapter 178, Great Axe Speaks. Trade vanishes. 9 Grade Enlightenment Lotus. Shen Chen's words fell into the hearts of the high-level members of the human race without causing any ripples. There is slave trade within the human race. Besides citizens with nationality of a universe kingdom, natives on some undiscovered planets can be captured alive and made into slaves. But these slaves are limited to those below territory lord rank. In the eyes of the high and mighty universe lords, they are just little guys of universe rank, astral rank, or planetary level. In their eyes, these living beings are not even as important as a treasure. Clearly, they had never thought that Shen Chen would actually propose such an idea. Teacher, Great Axe founder. If you had understood my past, you would understand that Earth almost fell into becoming a slave planet. Nowadays, powerful figures like me, Luo Feng, and Hong have emerged from Earth. Back then, I also bought many slaves to guard Earth. Since I broke through to undying, I have already returned freedom to those slaves. In the future, I may create other more fundamental gene secret techniques. In my eyes, the World Lord rank bloodline gene holds no secrets at all, it's just that I'm too lazy to study it. The greater the number of the human race, the more hope there is for the entire human race. Because humans who fight their way out from the bottom have much stronger states of mind and means than others. Shen Chen said slowly at this moment. He was constantly elaborating on why he wanted to abolish the slave trade. In his imagination, the future Shen family would become stronger and stronger, and the future human race would be like the Earth humans of the past. Complementing the Shen family. And what Shen Chen wanted to do was to provide some resources to make the human race become stronger and stronger as well. Forming a virtuous cycle. Primordial Chaos City Lord also looked at Shen Chen at this moment with quite some surprise. The other universe lords were the same. Great Axe founder looked at Shen Chen below with extreme satisfaction at this moment. He was very happy that Shen Chen had shown the responsibility that a powerhouse should have. For Great Axe founder, carrying the entire human race on his shoulders, he was already very tired. Every time he brought back treasures from the universe sea, he would contribute them to the race for free. Small matters like the slave trade were not something Great Axe founder needed to worry about. Or rather, after reaching the undying stage, few people paid attention to those small scuffles of slaves below the territory lord rank. However, for those planets that had not yet contacted the entire universe, the slave trade was like a knife hanging over their heads. It can be done. As a high-level member of the virtual universe, you can use the power of the virtual universe to deal with this kind of matter. Other forces will also cooperate. And you are already a high-level member of our human race. What we care about is when you can reach a breakthrough to universe exalt. As for this secret technique, the rewards that should be given will not be lacking. To Shen Chen's great surprise, Great Axe founder just waved his hand and settled this matter. And he actually cared about when Shen Chen would reach a breakthrough to Universe Exalt. The other Universe Lords were the same. After all, they all knew very well that once Shen Chen reached a breakthrough to Universe Exalt, he would be a Universe Exalt with a 10,000-fold life gene level. That would be equivalent to a newly broken through Universe Lord. Alright. I want the ethereal green lotus in the race treasury that is worth 100 treasure points. The ethereal green lotus can briefly enhance comprehension ability. After using it, I should be able to reach the 6th level of the Thunder Time Fusion Law very quickly. By then, I should be able to easily comprehend the entire origin law of time, and become an exalt of time. Shen Chen thought about it, and his memory could easily recall what treasures were in the race treasury. Of course, this ethereal green lotus treasure was not prepared for himself, but for Shen Chengzhou. After Shen Chengzhou's life gene level reached the perfect life gene level, his source core was also equally sturdy. Although the Enlightenment Star Core could also help Shen Chengzhou comprehend the ultimate secret technique, in Shen Chen's eyes it was not enough. As long as the ethereal green lotus was carried by Shen Chen, it could enhance Shen Chengzhou's comprehension ability. Its value was comparable to a top-tier treasure. And after the ethereal green lotus was bestowed upon Shen Chengzhou, he would likely be able to obtain an enlightenment treasure of very high value. Shen Chen wanted to use this to completely reach a breakthrough to Universe Exalt, and then comprehend more powerful secret techniques. Hearing that Shen Chen only wanted one ethereal green lotus, the faces of those Universe Lords were also surprised. After all, this secret technique called gene rotation was extremely precious even in their eyes. After a king-level immortal who was about to reach a breakthrough used this secret technique, he could easily reach a 10-fold life gene level. Once he reached a breakthrough to Universe Exalt, he would directly possess 100 million times the power of a world lord. Its importance was self-evident. Good, that is acceptable. Actually, I was prepared to give you 200 treasure points. Since you only wanted one ethereal green lotus, the remaining 100 treasure points will be used as funds to ensure the cancellation of the slave trade. The 5 major forces within the race, 20 treasure points for each force. Within 1 year, eliminate all slave trade in the 1008 universe kingdoms of the human race. In the future, the human race and allied races are not allowed to conduct slave trade, except for alien races. This is one of the highest rules of our human race. No one is allowed to violate it. Great Axe founder sat at the head of the table and said slowly. With Great Axe founder speaking, and after all universe lords agreed, the slave trade was directly swept into the garbage heap of history. This was a decision made by the highest level of the human race. How could those slave owners resist? Shen Chen nodded at this. Soon, he received an ethereal green lotus from Venerable Guiyi. It was a treasure worth 100 treasure points. Every time I deliver goods to junior brother, it makes me panic, fearing someone will ambush me. After handing the ethereal green lotus to Shen Chen, Venerable Guiyi patted his chest with a hint of exaggeration, looking somewhat nervous. Shen Chen certainly knew that Venerable Guiyi was joking. After all, this was within the territory of the human race. Who would dare to harm Venerable Guiyi? After obtaining the ethereal green lotus, Shen Chen called Shen Chengzhou to his side. You have already felt the difference in your life core, right? With the current strength of your life core, to break it, you must comprehend the ultimate secret technique. And it's not a simple ultimate secret technique. I previously comprehended an ultimate secret technique with 2 fused styles to break my source core. Shen Chen cast his gaze upon Shen Chengzhou. After Shen Chengzhou's life gene reached the perfect limit, the strength of his life core became incomparably high. The life core and the source core were similar. However, Shen Chen had the golden horned beast clone, so he was used to calling it the source core, while Shen Chengzhou was human, so it was basically called a life core. Comprehending one lower level origin law obviously could not make one become an undying spiritual god. Is that so? No wonder my peak secret technique previously had no effect at all on my current life core. Shen Chengzhou was a bit Confused at this moment, but he was full of confidence, it was just comprehending the ultimate secret technique. He felt that he still had hope. This ethereal green lotus is prepared for you. Sitting on it for a long time can enhance your comprehension ability. It is far superior to the black demon crystal core I bestowed upon you before. After Shen Chengzhou understood this point, Shen Chen took out the ethereal green lotus and handed it to Shen Chengzhou. Thank you, Dad. Shen Chengzhou had no intention of refusing now, he was still thinking about reaching a breakthrough to undying as soon as possible, to suppress universe overlords like Shen Chen. Invest in Red Aptitude Clansman Shen Chengzhou, Ethereal Green Lotus, 1000-fold return, obtained 9-grade Enlightenment Lotus. Soon, the prompt tone of the creation treasure tree also sounded in Shen Chen's mind. Very good, next is the breakthrough to exalt of time. Shen Chen had ambition in his eyes. He knew very well that after his breakthrough, he was one step closer to the Universe Lord battle he had observed before. Chapter 179, The Terror of the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. Breakthrough to Universe Exalt. Heaven-defying abyssal nether sea divine body. Blood Spirit Secret Realm. In the Thunder God Mountains, the Chronos Thunder Beast was currently receiving full guidance from the Lord Liho. Shen Chen's Chronos Thunder Beast clone had already reached the 5th level of the Tao of Thunder Time Beast God. Under the guidance of the Lord Liho, it had recently shown signs of breaking through to the 6th level. After all, the Lord Liho was a universe lord who had completely mastered the Thunder Time Fusion Law. He was also a genuine wild beast god. Even if he went to the Elder God cult now, he would have a chance to sit on the throne of the Thunder Beast God, and his strength would skyrocket further. However, the Lord Liho had absolutely no such intention at the moment. After all, by joining the Great Alliance of the human race, he could also obtain many resources and become a top-tier universe lord. There was no need to sit on that beast god throne, only to be unable to advance further in the future. Little brother. Previously, I killed over 2,000 universe exalts from the 3-race alliance. All the heavy treasures and supreme treasures I obtained were contributed to the human race, and in exchange, I received a top-tier heavy treasure armor. Its value is comparable to a peak supreme treasure. As long as I comprehend one more ultimate secret technique of a universe lord, I will be a top-tier universe lord. The Lord Liho said this while looking at Shen Chen's Chronos Thunder Beast clone. Shen Chen's Chronos Thunder Beast clone nodded in response. One must know that the Lord Liho's life gene level had already reached 10,000 times before, all he lacked were supreme treasures and secret techniques. The Thunder God Mountains had also been remodeled by the human race. The speed of absorbing universe energy had greatly increased, and now one Thunder God blood crystal could be born every 100 years. I can also obtain 15 supreme treasure points by contributing to your human race. The human race is indeed generous. The Lord Liho continued. He knew that the human race's recycling price for Thunder God blood crystals from others was 18 supreme treasure points, and for him, it was 15. But after all, the human race helped him remodel the Thunder God Mountains. It was merely 3 supreme treasure points, he didn't care at all. Moreover, the Thunder God blood crystals were no longer of much use to him. And in the end, he was not a human. Next, I will teach you the deeper Thunder Time Fusion Law. However, it seems you haven't completely mastered the origin law of time. And you are currently only at the undying stage. Hurry up and break through to the exalt level. You have already created a peak secret technique of a universe overlord. There is no need to obsess over the ultimate secret technique of a universe lord at the undying stage. The Lord Liho continued to look at Shen Chen's Chronos Thunder Beast clone below and advised. The Chronos Thunder Beast clone nodded. After all, he was satisfied with being able to create a peak secret technique of a universe overlord at the undying stage. He did not have the conditions like the original Luo Feng, where a universe strongest personally arranged opportunities for him and cultivated the secret engravings flow. Just as the Chronos Thunder Beast clone was wholeheartedly accepting the guidance of the Lord Liho, on Shen Chen's human original body side, a 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne was extracted by him from the space of the Creation Treasure Tree. Just by looking at this Enlightenment Lotus Throne, Shen Chen's mind trembled slightly. Shen Chen couldn't even imagine what kind of powerful effect it would have on his comprehension ability if he sat on this lotus throne. No time to delay. This time is the best opportunity to break through to Universe Exalt. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he took out the time chamber. His human original body, carrying the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne, entered the time chamber directly. The time chamber now had a full 50 times acceleration for Shen Chen's human original body. Coupled with the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne, Shen Chen did not believe he could not master the origin law of time. As soon as he entered the time chamber, Shen Chen could feel the difference in the flow of time between his various clones. However, he didn't care, he was already used to it before. Finally, he sat honestly on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne. In an instant, his mind seemed to sink directly into a state of epiphany. He had a premonition that sitting on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne was even more heaven-defying than the effect of using one enlightenment star core before. And the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne could be used continuously, while the enlightenment star core was just a consumable. Even if the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne became useless to Shen Chen in the future, he could leave it in the family for other family descendants to use. It truly deserves to be the ethereal green lotus worth 100 supreme treasure points, a supreme treasure after 1,000-fold return. According to Shen Chen's estimation, if this treasure were in the human race's treasury, its value would definitely be second only to the supreme treasures of the universe strongest. Of course, the human race currently did not have any supreme treasures of the universe strongest. Sitting on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne, Shen Chen began to comprehend the origin law of time. One must know that he had already fully comprehended the 3 mysteries of the origin law of time before: acceleration, pause, and deceleration. And now, he wanted to let the 3 mysteries begin to fuse. Previously, Shen Chen had used too many enlightenment star cores, causing his comprehension ability to already be comparable to a universe overlord. And now, sitting on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne, his comprehension ability had even surpassed most universe lords. Soon, under Shen Chen's practice, the 3 mysteries of the origin law of time began to slowly fuse. The origin law of time has been completely mastered by me. Now, I am a universe exalt of time. 50 years in the time chamber, 1 year in the outside world. Shen Chen opened his eyes, and a strange silver light flickered in his eyes. And his face was full of smiles. Rumble. Finally, a supreme pressure of the universe origin law descended directly onto Shen Chen's God Kingdom. The Yuanming Yuhai clone trembled continuously at this moment. At this moment, above the Yuanming Yuhai clone, a huge 3-colored vortex appeared. Within it were the auras of the origin law of wind, the origin law of thunder and lightning, and the origin law of light. And within that 3-colored vortex, there was also a supreme aura of law, clearly the aura of the endless origin law of time. Rumble. Subsequently, within the 3-colored vortex with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers, surging seawater of time divine power flowed from the void realm into the Yuanming Yuhai clone. How vast was the Yuanming Yuhai clone? A full 5 trillion kilometers in diameter, coupled with Shen Chen's current universe lord level will. This caused the commotion when the Yuanming Yuhai clone absorbed the time divine power seawater to be too vast. It far exceeded the appearance of Shen Chen's previous breakthrough to undying. And the Yuanming Yuhai clone was also absorbing this divine power, and the undying divine body was gradually transforming towards the exalt divine body. However, what Shen Chen regretted was that only when breaking through to undying could the primordial universe will satisfy Shen Chen without any scruples. When reaching Universe Exalt, the time was extremely short, and how much one could absorb depended entirely on ability. However, with Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone, plus his will. In the end, it still allowed the Abyssal Nether Sea to transform 10% of its divine body. One must know, this was the Abyssal Nether Sea. Even just 10% of the divine body was enough to make many powerhouses in the primordial universe feel despair. Although it was only 10%, Shen Chen didn't care at all. He still had a peak origin supreme treasure that could accelerate 1,000,000 times. Over a long period of time, he could slowly transform the Yuanming Yuhai clone. As for Shen Chen's human original body, Chronos Thunder Beast Clone, Golden Horned Beast Clone, and Laotian Clone. Transforming into Universe Exalt level divine bodies would not consume 1/10,000th of the Abyssal Nethersea's divine power. As Shen Chen's various clones completed the transformation, he had now completely become a Universe Exalt with a 10,000-fold life gene level. Chapter 180, The Level of a Universe Lord. The Terror of Shen Chen. Intending to slay Empress Jemeng. Previously, when Shen Chen was at the World Lord rank, his internal world had already reached 1 trillion kilometers. After breaking through to Undying, as his Yuanming Yuhai clone expanded, his divine kingdom also continuously expanded. And after breaking through to a Universe Exalt, with the Abyssal Nether Sea continuously providing divine power, the divine kingdom was still expanding non-stop. However, currently, the Yuanming Yuhai clone has already reached a diameter of 5 trillion kilometers. To allow the divine kingdom to completely accommodate the Yuanming Yuhai clone, according to Shen Chen's estimation, it would at least need to be measured in light years. And after Shen Chen broke through to a Universe Exalt of time, he could execute the plan he had already thought through. In the Thunder God Mountains. Good, good, good. Truly worthy of being my kin. Little brother, after you broke through to a Universe Exalt, you are not inferior in the slightest to some Universe Lords with 100-fold life gene level. The Lord Liho was incomparably happy at this moment. In his eyes, the temporal Thunder Hu clone was his kin. This is how it should be. After you have mastered all the origin law of thunder and lightning and all the origin law of time, the Tao of Thunder Time Beast God can accelerate its progress. The 6th level threshold that you previously couldn't break through should be very easy for you now. Even the 7th level threshold is the same. After all, we are Chronos Thunder Beast, we are naturally suited to walk the Tao of Thunder Time Beast God. The Lord Liho patted the temporal Thunder Hu clone and continued to speak. At this moment, the Chronos Thunder Beast was also roaring at the sky. The Lord Liho seemed to be infected as well and roared in return. It could only be said that roaring seemed to be a characteristic of special life forms like the Chronos Thunder Beast. Even Shen Chen's temporal Thunder Hu clone could not avoid it. As for Shen Chen's other clones, after breaking through to Exalt, the changes were also significant. Shen Chen arranged for the Golden Horned Beast clone to fully comprehend the fusion Tao of gold and space, striving to create an ultimate secret technique of the Universe Overlord level related to gold and space. As for the Lihuo Mountain clone, it was the same. It comprehended the fusion Tao of fire and space. However, while comprehending the fusion Tao, Shen Chen also understood why the number of Universe Lords was so scarce. Logically speaking, who among those who could become Universe Exalts wasn't a genius? Mastering the profundities of other superior origin laws was easy for them. The reason it was difficult to become a Universe Lord was that after mastering the origin law of space, the will of the primordial universe would descend with obstructions, increasing the difficulty of comprehending the origin law of time. Some geniuses who originally only had a little talent for the origin law of time couldn't even perceive a bit of the origin law of time after becoming Universe Exalts. Therefore, Shen Chen could only spend his energy on the fusion Tao. However, for Shen Chen's current Lihuo Mountain clone, after breaking through to Exalt, something more important emerged. That was that the current Lihuo Mountain clone was already capable of refining high-level true treasures. After all, Shen Chen's Tao of Thunder Time Beast God had already reached the 6th level. As long as he spent time, Shen Chen could create an ultimate secret technique of the Universe Overlord level. Even after breaking through the 7th level, it might be possible to create a peak secret technique of the Universe Lord level. Shen Chen, the virtual universe tells me that you have already broken through to a Universe Exalt. Just as Shen Chen was thinking about what to do next, the inquiry from the primordial Chaos City Lord arrived a step earlier. Shen Chen was not the least bit surprised by this. After all, the virtual universe was still quite heaven-defying. In the Chaos Temple of the virtual universe, Shen Chen's consciousness arrived here. Not bad, not bad. You have truly become a Universe Exalt. Currently, in terms of your divine body, you can already be called a Universe Lord. Coupled with your strongest innate secret technique, you should be able to contend against a second-order Universe Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below and said with a sigh. Previously, the human race's high-level leadership had held a meeting to discuss Shen Chen's final divine punishment. They determined that it was the strongest innate secret technique Shen Chen obtained after reaching the perfect life gene level. After all, it was no secret among the high-level leadership that one would be bestowed with the strongest innate secret technique by the will of the primordial universe after reaching the perfect life gene level. After all, every universe strongest was like this. If you get another relatively strong peak true treasure armor, you could completely be regarded as a third-order universe lord. It would just be the weakest kind of third order. After all, you only have one strongest innate secret technique of a universe lord. Ordinary third-order universe lords can basically create many ultimate secret techniques of the universe lord level. There are even many heaven-defying third-order universe lords who can create the strongest innate secret technique, but such third-order universe lords are relatively poor in terms of true treasures and divine bodies, so they have no chance to reach the fourth order. The primordial Chaos City Lord continued to explain. To let Shen Chen better understand the gap in levels between universe lords, the primordial Chaos City Lord also spent time explaining the strength classification of universe lords to Shen Chen. First order, just stepped into the universe lord level, life gene level is 100 times, has not created an ultimate secret technique of the universe lord level, and true treasures are ordinary. Second order, life gene level reaches 1000 times, has created an ultimate secret technique of the universe lord level, and true treasures are decent. Third order, life gene level reaches 10,000 times, obtained heaven-defying true treasures, and created the strongest secret technique, possessing one of the three can barely be considered third order. Fourth order, life gene level reaches 10,000 times, obtained relatively powerful true treasures, and created the strongest secret technique, all three combined. Fifth order, generally, universe lords who have created the strongest fusion secret technique or possess exotic objects. Sixth order, heaven-defying universe lords who possess supreme true treasures. Previously, the leader of the flame god race you killed, Emperor Yan, had a life gene level that reached 10,000 times and also had peak true treasures. Unfortunately, his secret techniques were too weak. Otherwise, he could have been like the Lord of Ice Prison and others, considered a fourth-order universe lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord then used Emperor Yan as an example. According to the understanding of our Great Alliance Intelligence Department, the fact that you revealed your tracks in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm previously was notified to other peak races by that guy, Emperor Yan. The primordial Chaos City Lord said with a strange expression at this moment. After all, for the current Shen Chen, if he obtained a peak true treasure armor, he truly had the hope of rivaling a third-order universe lord. In that case, he would be equivalent to that guy, Emperor Yan. Teacher, I will deal with that guy, Emperor Yan. But now, what I want to deal with more are other peak races. Especially the insect race. Although Empress Zhimeng's original body was suppressed by Junior Marshal Uncle's sealing-type true treasure, she still has clones. I want to kill her again. After thinking for a while, Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord above and said. It seems you already have a plan. Go do it. I presume you will be able to get what you wish. The primordial Chaos City Lord said with a smile. The primordial Chaos City Lord was clearly very aware that Zhimeng had offended his disciple too deeply. There was absolutely no chance of reconciliation. However, the primordial Chaos City Lord also wanted to know if Shen Chen really had hope of killing Empress Zhimeng. Once Shen Chen killed Empress Zhimeng, it could be determined that Shen Chen was qualified to be ranked at the highest level of the human race. So, the primordial Chaos City Lord would, of course, support Shen Chen. Moreover, the primordial Chaos City Lord did not think that Shen Chen would encounter any accidents. After all, what had he set out to do that he hadn't accomplished? Yes. After Shen Chen nodded, his consciousness immediately left the Chaos Temple. His human original body then traveled through the Divine Kingdom transmission to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and subsequently entered Primordial Chaos City through a passageway. What Shen Chen wanted to do was to purchase true treasures to slay Zhimeng. As for true treasure points, Shen Chen had no major worries at the moment. After all, he still had 9 firmament spirit crystals and 10 Kanglan heavenly marrow. The Lihuo mountain clone also had a pile of true treasures there. Firmament spirit crystal, worth 1000 true treasure points. Is Shen Chen willing to offer it to the race? The precursor treasure of the firmament spirit crystal, the Lan Heaven jade crystal, is worth 100 true treasure points per piece. After a 1000-fold return, does the firmament spirit crystal only have a value of 1000 true treasure points in the race treasury? But it is understandable. After all, true treasure points are a value determined by the race treasury itself, and not the value determined by the creation treasure tree. The treasures in the race treasury are more for assisting the strong of the race to become stronger, Shen Chen said, feeling somewhat understanding in his heart. Moreover, there were only a few ordinary peak true treasures of the attack type in the race treasury. None of them met Shen Chen's requirements. Teacher. Having no choice, Shen Chen could only seek help from his teacher, the primordial Chaos City Lord. Chapter 181, God Slaughtering Demon Blade. Eternal Night Ghost Sword. Lingxiao Star Armor. A harvest of peak treasures. After hearing Shen Chen's call, the clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord, who was stationed in the primal universe, arrived here. He wore a suit of dark red battle armor, and a tail hung down behind him. An incomparably dense evil chi emanated from his entire body. However, his eyes were still as they had been before, vast like the starry sky. Subsequently, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and immediately understood what Shen Chen wanted to do. However, he was still somewhat shocked in his heart by the treasure Shen Chen had brought out. Firmament Spirit Crystal. Even the race treasury appraisal system deemed this treasure to be worth 1000 treasure points. And this was only the contribution received after a powerhouse of the race offered it to the race. After the race collected the Firmament Spirit Crystal, if other powerhouses wanted to exchange for it, they would need at least 1100 treasure points. One must know that within the race, even the least valuable peak attack type treasure only cost 1200 treasure points. However, the virtual universe system also provided the usage of the Firmament Spirit Crystal. Even if a universe lord had reached the 9000 times life gene level, the Firmament Spirit Crystal could push them to the 10,000 times life gene level. After reaching the 10,000 times life gene level, even a universe lord could be pushed to the 10,081 times perfect life gene level. It is basic common knowledge that the higher the life gene level, the harder it is to improve. Let alone the divine body of a universe lord. Are you wanting me to help you ask other universe lords if they have other peak treasures? After sighing, the primordial Chaos City Lord placed his gaze upon Shen Chen. There was certainty in his words. After all, there were quite a few top-tier treasures in the human race treasury. If top-tier treasures could not satisfy Shen Chen's appetite, then only other peak treasures remained. My human race is one of the peak races of the primordial universe. We possess no small number of treasures. Like your junior martial uncle Bing Feng, a 4th-tier universe lord, he has 2 peak treasures, and also a top-tier domain-type treasure. But for those other races, like the Northern Border Alliance, that is not necessarily the case. For their 4th-tier universe lords, it would be good if they had even 1 peak treasure. It is conceivable that peak treasures, even for peak races, are somewhat scarce. And these few peak attack type treasures in our race treasury are, after all, somewhat ordinary. The primordial Chaos City Lord also fell into deep thought at this moment. Teacher, I still have a few more Firmament Spirit Crystals. And what I want to exchange for is a peak treasure battle sword, a peak treasure battle blade, and a peak treasure armor. I ask for your help, teacher. I feel that among the universe lords of our human race, their divine bodies should not have reached their limits, right? After all, the further along one gets, the more difficult it is to raise the divine body gene level. Treasures like the Firmament Spirit Crystal are not commonly seen. Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord and said with a smile. Indeed, even within my human race, treasures like the Firmament Spirit Crystal are very rare. Usually, one must enter the depths of the universe sea to obtain 1 or 2. The primordial Chaos City Lord also acknowledged Shen Chen's statement, and subsequently, he fell into thought again. Let's do this, I will spread the message. The Universe Lords of the human race, as well as the Universe Lords of the Great Alliance, will all receive this message. However, in order to hide your information, it will be spread in my name. My most powerful clone has always been exploring in the Chaos Sea. It is no big deal if the information about the firmament spirit crystal leaks out. The primordial Chaos City Lord thought about it, and ultimately decided to help Shen Chen. Because he was clear that Shen Chen was currently only lacking good treasures to rival a third-tier Universe Lord. Even the primordial Chaos City Lord wanted to see if Shen Chen could rival a third-tier Universe Lord while still a Universe Exalt. Many thanks, teacher. Shen Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He, of course, understood the primordial Chaos City Lord's concerns. After all, if the news that Shen Chen was exchanging several firmament spirit crystals for peak treasures were to spread, there was no guarantee that other peak races wouldn't become jealous. The other peak races all knew that Shen Chen had clones, and under normal circumstances, they would not waste time assassinating Shen Chen's clones. But once they knew that Shen Chen had several peak treasures in his hands, it would likely be worth the effort to assassinate Shen Chen's clones. Teacher, these are 6 firmament spirit crystals. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Shen Chen said this while looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him with a smile. He still had 3 firmament spirit crystals hidden in his hands. The primordial Chaos City Lord's expression was also somewhat strange. He knew very well that Shen Chen definitely still had stock. At the same time, the primordial Chaos City Lord also felt a sense of amazement in his heart. These 6 firmament spirit crystals alone were enough to equal the entire net worth of a 4th-tier Universe Lord. Not long after, the primordial Chaos City Lord spread the message that he had 6 firmament spirit crystals to the entire group of Universe Lords in the Great Alliance. There were quite a few Universe Lords in the Great Alliance. Upon learning that the primordial Chaos City Lord had 6 firmament spirit crystals, many Universe Lords came to inquire. Very quickly, one Universe Lord after another proposed a trade. After all, many Universe Lords had lived for hundreds of millions of years and always had some treasure points. They were just waiting for the humans to release good things. Even within the human race, there were quite a few Universe Lords waiting for the Great Axe Founder to bring back good things from the Universe Sea. Therefore, they almost all had quite a few treasure points on them. Inside the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Firmament Spirit Crystal. Good stuff. After I get 2 Firmament Spirit Crystals, my other Divine Body clone will also be able to reach the 10,000 times life gene level. By then, all 4 of my clones will have 4th-tier combat power. Even if I have to pay a small price this time, since all 4 of my clones will have 4th-tier combat power, I will be able to easily reap many benefits when I go to the Universe Sea later. A figure covered in scales, with 3 sharp horns on its head, looking like a humanoid exotic beast, said, with an incomparably overbearing aura emanating from its body. This person was none other than Lord of Huangjian, the leader of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. He was also one of the few Universe Lords in the human race who possessed 4 clones. Previously, because of the demon god heart contributed by Shen Chen, he had raised 1 divine body clone to the 10,000 times life gene level. This also caused him to miss out on the peak origin type treasure, the 1 bead, that was in the hands of the Great Axe Founder. And once all 4 of his clones had 4th-tier combat power, it would be of great benefit to him. Since even Lord of Huangjian was like this, the other Universe Lords were obviously all moved as well. One after another, they took out peak treasures, wanting to trade with the primordial Chaos City Lord. That's right, this time there was absolutely no trading using treasure points. After all, what Shen Chen needed were peak treasures, not treasure points. Teacher, I want these 3 treasures. The God-slaughtering demon blade, a peak treasure battle blade, is a top-quality item among peak attack-type treasures. 2 firmament spirit crystals can be given to Lord of Huangjian. The Eternal Night Ghost Sword, a peak treasure battle sword, is also a top-quality item among peak attack-type treasures. 2 firmament spirit crystals can be given to Lord Qingdong. The Lingxiao Star Armor, a peak treasure armor, is a high-grade item among peak armor-type treasures. 3 firmament spirit crystals can be given to Lord Peng Gong. After Shen Chen examined them for a long time, he realized that it was still the universe lords within the human race who possessed top-quality peak treasures. The universe lords of the other powerful races in the Great Alliance were not as wealthy. That is fine. Give me one more firmament spirit crystal. I will have them bring the treasures to the primal universe. The primordial Chaos City Lord also nodded. After all, they were all Shen Chen's treasures. Naturally, he had nothing else to say. Chapter 182, Chongyun breaks through to Exalt. Rapidly becoming an overlord. Excited Shen Chen. The Lingxiao Star Armor is a peak true treasure armor that the Lord of Penggong obtained in the Universe Sea previously. I did not expect he would actually take it out to trade for 3 firmament spirit crystals. Soon, the 3 universe lords of the human race arrived at Primordial Chaos City with their respective peak true treasures, exchanging them for the firmament spirit crystals they were due from the Primordial Chaos City Lord. The Lord of Penggong is a Tier 5 universe lord. Why would he need 3 firmament spirit crystals? Shen Chen had doubts in his heart at this moment, but he did not ask. After all, every powerhouse's needs are known only to themselves. Perhaps the Lord of Penggong was exchanging them to trade with others, or to strengthen his Universe Galaxy Bank lineage. However, this was not something Shen Chen needed to worry about right now. He happily received the Eternal Night Ghost Sword, the God-slaughtering Demon Blade, and the Lingxiao Star Armor from the hands of the Primordial Chaos City Lord. A full 3 pieces of peak true treasures. And they were all top-tier items among such treasures. For example, the Lingxiao Star Armor, although it lacked soul defense, could weaken material attacks to 100,000th, whereas ordinary peak true treasure armors could only weaken them to 1/10,000th. Unfortunately, it lacked the blessing of soul defense, but Shen Chen already possessed a top-tier soul-type true treasure, so he did not really need anything else. 3 peak true treasures, plus your strongest innate secret technique. You can now be called a genuine Tier 3 Universe Lord. After all, you are no longer lacking in secret techniques or true treasures. And I also know how terrifying your divine body is. The Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at the happy Shen Chen, feeling happy for him as well. After all, Shen Chen was his disciple, and he had grown up in such a short time. Shen Chen nodded in response. His entire net worth now consisted of the most valuable items: the Lingxiao Star Armor, the Yongzhen Soul Disc, the Wan Bead, the Eternal Night Ghost Sword, and the God-slaughtering Demon Blade. A full 5 peak true treasures worth of wealth. And they were not just ordinary peak true treasures. Shen Chen, since you have already broken through to Universe Exalt and have thoughts of confronting a Universe Lord, I have looked, and what you lack most right now should be a good domain-type true treasure and a palace-type true treasure. How about this? My main combat incarnation in the Universe Sea just happened to obtain a top-tier domain-type true treasure. Take it as a gift from me. Originally, given the personality of the Primordial Chaos City Lord, it would have been impossible for him to bestow such a valuable gift upon a disciple. After all, a top-tier soul-type true treasure was equivalent to a peak true treasure. If contributed to the race, it could enhance the combat power of a Universe Lord. The price difference earned by the race would also be enough to cultivate quite a few Universe Exalts. But Shen Chen wanted to go kill the Lord of Dreamweaving, so how could he, as a teacher, not provide support? Furthermore, since Shen Chen's breakthrough, he had indeed not properly prepared any decent true treasures for him. The previous soul-type true treasure was nothing to the Primordial Chaos City Lord. This, Shen Chen actually wanted to refuse, but after seeing the look in the Primordial Chaos City Lord's eyes, he finally nodded. However, my main combat incarnation won't be returning to the primordial universe for a while. During this time, do not be in a rush to kill the Lord of Dreamweaving. After that guy's original body self-destructed, it will probably take some time before she starts wandering around again. The Primordial Chaos City Lord thought for a moment and then continued. All right, teacher. Shen Chen had no objections to this. After all, he had just obtained these 3 peak true treasures. Even getting familiar with them would take time, not to mention comprehending the secret engravings within them. Moreover, the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne provided too great a boost to Shen Chen's comprehension ability. Shen Chen was also thinking about creating an ultimate secret technique for universe lords in the near future. After all, having only one strongest innate secret technique for a universe lord was still a bit stretched. Among ordinary universe lords, who did not have a few sets of secret techniques to rely on. Seeing this, the primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. After saying goodbye, Shen Chen's figure departed from the primal universe. As Shen Chen gets stronger, the treasures he contributes to the race also become more and more numerous and powerful. This time, there was not even a treasure in the race that could satisfy Shen Chen's needs. However, for our race, this can be considered a good thing. I just do not know how many more surprises Shen Chen will bring to our race in the future. But as his teacher, I cannot hold him back. Let those universe lords stop hiding things, have them put some of their treasured items into the race treasury. As Shen Chen contributes more, the powerhouses of the race are also increasing. Only then can a virtuous cycle be created. The primordial Chaos City Lord thought to himself as he watched Shen Chen's departing back. Shen Chen had already contributed too many treasures to the race. The race had also earned quite a bit from the true treasure point difference. However, compared to the previous universe lords, Shen Chen was still slightly lacking. After all, many universe lords had walked through the ancient eras of the human race. Returning to the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen quickly imprinted his divine power onto the three peak true treasures, completing the ownership process. Subsequently, he sat upon the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne to comprehend the secret engravings within these three peak true treasures. The reason heavy treasures and true treasures were so valuable was entirely because of the heaven-defying law secret engravings within them. However, after a simple understanding of these three peak true treasures, Shen Chen quickly turned his attention to comprehending the fusion law. The human original body and the temporal thunder who clone went all out to comprehend the thunder-time fusion law. The golden horned beast clone went all out to comprehend the gold space fusion law. The Laotian clone went all out to comprehend the fire-space fusion law. As for the Yuanming Yuhai clone, it was still diligently expanding the ocean. After all, the larger the Yuanming Yuhai clone became, the stronger its control over time and space would be. 100 years later, in the Lingshu secret realm, inside the palace where Shen Chen resided, Shen Chen walked out of the time chamber. His human original body had been comprehending the thunder-time fusion law for 5,000 years. One must know, this was 5,000 years with the boost of the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne. And it also included the Chronos Thunder Beast, with full guidance from the Lord Liho. Now, Shen Chen's Tao of Thunder-Time Beast God had reached the level of sixfold perfection. It was only one step away from breaking through the 7th level. It is a pity that in my Shen family, there is not a universe exalt. If there were a universe exalt, I could bestow a true treasure. Then, I would get a high-level or top-tier true treasure in return. After all, bestowing a heavy treasure upon a genius undying is reasonable. But bestowing a true treasure upon some king-level immortals is unreasonable. And they would not be able to drive those powerful true treasures anyway. However, just as Shen Chen finished saying this sentence, on the other side, at the Laotian clone's location, Shen Chengyun was full of excitement. Dad, I have a premonition that I am about to break through to exalt. As long as I complete the forging of one true treasure, my comprehension of the origin law of space will become even more thorough. And I have also embarked on the fire-space fusion path you mentioned, Dad. Shen Chengyun looked at Shen Chen's flame incarnation and said excitedly. What Shen Chengyun did not know was that Shen Chen was even more excited at this moment. Because once Shen Chengyun broke through, combined with the firmament spirit crystals and Kanglin heavenly marrow he possessed, Shen Chengyun had the hope of directly becoming a universe overlord. If he could then raise his amplitude secret technique to perfection and create an ultimate secret technique of universe overlord level, Shen Chengyun would have the hope of directly becoming a top-tier universe overlord. Then Shen Chen could bestow top-tier true treasures upon Shen Chengyun. Shen Chen could not even imagine what kind of powerful true treasure he would get from a 1,000-fold return after bestowing a top-tier true treasure upon Shen Chengyun. Once you have forged that true treasure, you can try to fuse the three mysteries of the space law. If you encounter obstacles, you can come directly to Dad here to use the time chamber, as well as one of my enlightenment treasures. Shen Chen's flame incarnation also looked at Shen Chengyun and said directly, "Don't worry, there is still an enlightenment star core you bestowed upon me before. I was planning to save it for when I break through to exalt." Clearly, Shen Chengyun had already made full preparations. Looking at the serious-looking Shen Chengyun, Shen Chen finally nodded. 10 years later, Shen Chengyun ultimately did not disappoint Shen Chen. In the Lingshu secret realm, a terrifying 5-colored vortex descended directly, and the law divine power from the origin of the universe poured directly into Shen Chengyun's divine body. The vast commotion far exceeded that of an ordinary universe exalt breakthrough. After all, Shen Chengyun's current life gene level had also reached 1,000 times. It was not that Shen Chen did not bestow treasures upon Shen Chengyun, but rather that Shen Chengyun had been busy forging his true treasure and had absolutely no time. "Dad, I have successfully broken through. I am now a universe exalt with a 1,000-fold life gene level. I possess a full 10 billion times the power of a world lord." The first thing Shen Chengyun did after breaking through was to come directly before Shen Chen. Although his divine body conversion had only reached 30%, it was still very terrifying. Good, good, good. Chengyun, you will become the first universe overlord of the Shen clan besides me. Dad has a lot of treasures for you. Shen Chen said happily as he looked at Shen Chengyun below. Seeing Shen Chen like this, Shen Chengyun also nodded, having no intention of refusing at all. Of course, what he hoped for most was for Shen Chen to teach him how to refine high-level true treasures. After all, a universe overlord has the hope of refining high-level true treasures. Chapter 183, Time Sequence Temple. Universe Lord Ultimate Secret Technique. Yanyang Heaven Shattering Hammer. Bestow the Red Aptitude Tribesman Shen Chengyun with the Ethereal Fire Lotus, 1,000-fold return, obtain the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. The first year after Shen Chengyun's breakthrough, Shen Chen bestowed upon him an enlightenment treasure of the same rank as Shen Chengzhou's Ethereal Azure Lotus. It was also a rare treasure brought back by the Great Axe founder from the Universe Sea. Subsequently, Shen Chen obtained another 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. However, since Shen Chen already possessed one 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, he decided to keep this one, as it would be useful in the future, whether kept within the family or contributed to the human race. With the Ethereal Fire Lotus, Shen Chengyun's speed in comprehending the law increased significantly. Nevertheless, Shen Chen was still somewhat unsatisfied. Ultimately, in the second year, he bestowed upon Shen Chengyun the time chamber he had obtained from the human race treasury for 100 treasure points. It should be noted that even Shen Chengzhou did not have a time chamber bestowed by Shen Chen. After all, Shen Chengzhou had already gone to the outside territory battlefield to continue fighting. He intended to create an ultimate secret technique and shatter his origin core. Bestow the Red Aptitude Tribesman Shen Chengyun with the Time Chamber, 1,000-fold return, obtain the Time Sequence Temple. Because of this, Shen Chen also gained a time-type treasure, the Time Sequence Temple. This time-type treasure far exceeded Shen Chen's imagination. Previously, the Time Chamber could only accelerate time by 50 times for Shen Chen. But the Time Sequence Temple was different. As long as there was an energy supply, even for the current Shen Chen, the Time Sequence Temple could accelerate time by 10,000 times. One could imagine how heaven-defying the Time Sequence Temple was. It should be known that within the human race, only the small universe of the Great Axe founder could achieve this. With the time chamber bestowed by Shen Chen and the guidance of his Lihuo mountain clone, Shen Chengyun's fire-space fusion law, under the tutelage of Shen Chen's Lihuo clone, had reached the 5th level. When Shen Chengyun's fire-space fusion law reached the 5th level, Shen Chen's own fire-space fusion law reached the 7th level due to the return from the creation treasure tree. As expected, one still has to rely on the creation treasure tree. The fire-space fusion law even reached the 7th level one step ahead of the thunder time fusion law. However, it was a pity that Shen Chen had not comprehended the beast god heart. There was still a distance to go before fully mastering the entire fire-space fusion law. Fortunately, with the time sequence temple and the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, Shen Chen's Thunder Time Fusion Law, under the 10,000-fold acceleration, also easily broke through to the 7th level. In other words, the current Shen Chen had already reached the 7th level in both Thunder Time and Fire Space. Even those Overlord-level inheritors in the Elder God cult probably could not imagine Shen Chen's advancement speed. I am now fully capable of creating a Universe Lord-level secret technique. And I have the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. There is no reason I cannot create one. Subsequently, Shen Chen acted like Shen Chengyun. Shen Chengyun entered the time chamber, sat cross-legged on the ethereal fire lotus, and contemplated the fire-space fusion law, attempting to create a universe overlord-level secret technique so that he could refine high-level treasures. Shen Chen, on the other hand, entered the time sequence temple, sat cross-legged on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne, and contemplated the thunder time fusion law and the secret engravings of the final divine punishment. Attempting to create a Universe Lord-level secret technique. Time passed slowly. 100 years later, with the 10,000-fold acceleration of the time sequence temple, Shen Chen had spent a full 1 million years inside the time sequence temple. It should be noted that this was 1 million years sitting on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne. Finally, I have crossed the threshold. In these 100 years, I have not wasted a single bit. The Universe Lord Peak Secret Technique can no longer stop me. Today, I will create a Universe Lord Ultimate Secret Technique. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes in deep thought and began to study the Tao of Thunder Time Beast God. After all, he had not fully mastered the origin law of space, he had only mastered 3 profound mysteries. As for the origin law of time, he had fully comprehended it. In these 1 million years, Shen Chen had created several sets of Universe Lord-level peak secret techniques. However, Shen Chen's goal was far more than just this. What he wanted to create was a Universe Lord-level ultimate secret technique, or even a Universe Lord-level strongest secret technique. Next, Shen Chen focused all his attention on the secret engravings of the final divine punishment. After all, the final divine punishment also unleashed attacks like the Doomsday God Thunder. And the ultimate secret technique he wanted to create also belonged to the category of lightning techniques. One day later in the time sequence temple, Shen Chen opened his eyes directly, his gaze was incomparably bright. Subsequently, he reached out one hand and gestured continuously in the air. The secret engravings of the Thunder Time Fusion Law continuously formed lines of secret engravings in the air. The secret engravings gradually formed a secret engraving diagram. Success! I have created a Universe Lord Ultimate Secret Technique. The secret engraving diagram of this secret technique is only slightly inferior to the secret engravings of the final divine punishment. Shen Chen was incomparably happy at this moment. It should be known that this was a Universe Lord Ultimate Secret Technique. Even without relying on the final divine punishment, he could be called a third-tier Universe Lord. Thanks to this 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. And I feel its effect is far more than just this. Shen Chen then looked at the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne beneath him. It should be known that in the original work, Luo Feng studied so many secret techniques and brand new secret engraving schools in the old Beast God's small universe to research a Universe Lord Ultimate Secret Technique. And Shen Chen, under the blessing of the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, only took 1 million years, and that was with the help of the Thunder Time Fusion Law that had just entered the 7th level. In the process of creating the secret technique, I referred to the secret engravings in the Eternal Night Ghost Sword, as well as the secret engravings of the final divine punishment. Let's call it Eternal Night. After all, this is a sword-style secret technique. After Shen Chen finished speaking, his face was full of smiles. Finally, he walked directly out of the time sequence temple. Dad. On the other side, Shen Chengyun had been waiting for a long time outside the time sequence temple. The time sequence temple was a brand new treasure used by Shen Chen, so he placed it directly in the Lingshu secret realm. And Shen Chengyun's time chamber was also next to the time sequence temple. Compared to the time chamber, the consumption of the time sequence temple was very serious. In 100 years, who knows how much divine power Shen Chen had consumed. It was fortunate that Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone had sufficient divine power, otherwise, it would have been impossible to support it. This also showed why only the small universe of a universe strongest could provide 10,000-fold acceleration. Have you created the secret technique? After putting these thoughts aside, Shen Chen turned his gaze to Shen Chengyun. Barely managed to create a universe overlord level peak secret technique. Inside the time chamber, my body with 1000 times life gene level can accelerate to 100 times, which is a full 10,000 years of time. Plus the blessing of the ethereal fire lotus. Shen Chengyun patted his chest at this moment, looking relieved. After all, he was only interested in refining treasures. If it weren't for refining high-level treasures, which required inscribing secret engravings inside the treasures, he would not want to create secret techniques at all. Shen Chen shook his head at this. He understood his third son quite well. Subsequently, Shen Chen gave Shen Chengyun 2 firmament spirit crystals directly. After using the 2 firmament spirit crystals, Shen Chengyun's life gene level soared directly to 5,000 times. One piece was 2,000 times life gene level. You are already a top-tier universe overlord. Dad is going to bestow upon you a top-tier treasure today. Flaming treasure hammer, a top-tier treasure divine hammer, to facilitate your treasure crafting. After seeing Shen Chengyun reach 5,000 times life gene level, Shen Chen took out a treasure hammer that was fiery red all over and handed it to Shen Chengyun. Shen Chengyun also took the treasure hammer with excitement on his face. Bestow the red aptitude tribesman Shen Chengyun with the flaming treasure hammer, 1000-fold return, obtain the Yanyang heaven-shattering hammer. Chapter 184, True Treasure Dao Canon. Exchanging materials. 1,000 treasure river becomes 10,000 treasure river. The blazing treasure hammer was a top-grade peak true treasure divine hammer that Shen Chen had already selected from the human race treasury previously. It was also something he had long prepared for Shen Chengyun. After all, the treasure they used most for crafting true treasures was hammer-type treasures. Shen Chengyun was, of course, no exception. The hammer-type treasure he had used previously was only at the high-level true treasure grade. As for the hammer-type treasure Shen Chen used to craft high-level true treasures, it was naturally a peak true treasure divine hammer. It was feasible to bestow the peak true treasure divine hammer upon Shen Chengyun this time. The treasure returned to Shen Chen was named the Blazing Sun Heaven Breaking Hammer. It was a top-grade peak true treasure class divine hammer. Apart from its offensive effects, it could also bestow a layer of armor upon the user, possessing the defensive effects of a peak true treasure armor. However, for Shen Chen, the defensive effect of the armor was completely useless, as Shen Chen intended to use the Blazing Sun Heaven Breaking Hammer to craft true treasures. Chengyun, you may head down first. Recognize the blazing treasure hammer as your master. Afterward, I will teach you how to refine high-level true treasures. Shen Chen then looked at Shen Chengyun and said. Shen Chengyun had no doubts about this and hurriedly left with the blazing treasure hammer, grinning. After all, for a blacksmith, possessing a good forging tool was essential. Watching the grinning Shen Chengyun, Shen Chen smiled helplessly. Shen Chengyun had not been this happy when he had previously bestowed the firmament spirit crystal upon him. After Shen Chengyun recognizes the blazing treasure hammer as his master, it will be time to teach him how to refine high-level true treasures. I did not bestow the previous Lord Longxing treasure refinement secret canon upon Chengyun. He apprenticed under Lord Longxing, and Lord Longxing bestowed it upon him. However, having refined so many high-level true treasures, it is time to summarize my experience. I will summarize my own treasure refinement secret canon and then bestow it upon Chengyun. Let's see if I can trigger a drop of a treasure canon that records peak true treasures or supreme true treasures. Shen Chen thought to himself, feeling quite moved. Following this period, Shen Chen had his Laotian clone begin summarizing the treasure refinement secret canon. Finally, 2 years later, Shen Chen completed a volume of True Treasure Analysis. This treasure refinement canon, named True Treasure Analysis, recorded the entire process of all the true treasures Shen Chen had refined. It also included his explanations, precautions, and so on. The best item among them was a top-grade high-level soul-type true treasure. Shen Chen then directly bestowed this True Treasure Analysis, Treasure Refinement Canon upon Shen Chengyun. Shen Chen accepted the true treasure analysis, as if he had received a heavy treasure, then left the place immediately, preparing to go experiment. Bestowed true treasure analysis upon the Red Aptitude clan member Shen Chen, thousand-fold return triggered, obtained true treasure Dao Canon. It is truly worthy of being called the true treasure Dao Canon. It actually records the entire process from ordinary true treasures to peak true treasures. Even special types of peak true treasures are recorded. However, it is a pity that it does not contain the refinement requirements for supreme true treasures. But that makes sense, the chasm between supreme true treasures and peak true treasures is simply too vast. There are quite a few special types of peak true treasures within the human race, but there is not a single supreme true treasure. After Shen Chen sighed, he felt relieved. That was a supreme true treasure. However, as of now, he only needed to follow the steps, and he would have the hope of refining peak true treasures. Bestowing true treasure analysis upon Chengyun was simply the right thing to do. However, as of now, given my secret technique creation, it is impossible to refine peak true treasures. At most, I can only refine top-level true treasures. Moreover, this secret canon named True Treasure Dao Canon also records a method of reverse restoration. That is, through studying a peak true treasure, one can reverse analyze the process of refining it. However, if one wants to refine top-level true treasures, the special materials required are simply too many. Within the human race treasury, some materials capable of refining top-level true treasures and peak true treasures should be obtained. After all, these materials have been sitting in the human race treasury for years, basically only being exchanged by universe lords to request the master of crafts from craftsman Godstar to refine top-level true treasures. So, it is better to let me have them. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he began to continuously purchase those materials capable of refining top-level true treasures and peak true treasures through the virtual universe. Previously, Shen Chen's balance was 800 true treasure points. But this time, Shen Chen consumed all 800 true treasure points at once. The true treasure points that could originally exchange for 8 top-level true treasure weapons were all converted into top-level materials and peak-level materials. However, in Shen Chen's mind, it was still somewhat insufficient. After all, there was only one peak-level true treasure material, not even enough to refine a single peak true treasure weapon. His true treasure points were still insufficient. However, let's just use these for now. After I refine this batch of materials into top-level true treasures, I will hand them all over to the human race treasury and then exchange for more materials. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he immediately chose to confirm. Then, the 800 true treasure points in his balance immediately disappeared. Actually, Shen Chen still possessed 10 Kanglin Heavenly Marrow, which were 10 true treasures of the same quality as the Firmament Spirit Crystal. But Shen Chen had a use for these 10 Kanglin Heavenly Marrow. So he did not contribute them. In Primordial Chaos City, Venerable Gui Yi, who was serving outside the Chaos Void, was somewhat surprised after learning the message sent from the virtual universe. This time, his junior brother Shen had actually exchanged for 800 true treasure points worth of various true treasure materials again. The news that Shen Chen could refine true treasures had long since spread throughout the human race. Therefore, after being surprised for a while, Venerable Gui Yi quickly accepted the reality. Gui Yi, however, just as he was preparing to head to the side hall to collect the materials, the voice of the Primordial Chaos City Lord called out to him. This time, I will personally deliver the treasure materials for your junior brother Shen. My true self has already returned from the Chaos Sea. It is a good opportunity to deliver the top-level domain-type true treasure to him, so you don't need to make the trip this time. After the Primordial Chaos City Lord finished speaking, Venerable Gui Yi had no objections at all and honestly kept watch outside the Chaos Void. Regarding Shen Chen being able to receive the top-level soul-type true treasure bestowed by the Primordial Chaos City Lord, Venerable Gui Yi had no thoughts about it whatsoever. After all, he had delivered goods several times, and having been by the side of the Primordial Chaos City Lord for many years, he understood a bit more than others about how terrifying Shen Chen was currently. The Thousand Treasure River clone that was originally stationed in the primitive mystical region disappeared directly, and the Ice Peak Lord, who was originally comprehending the strongest fusion secret technique, also split off a strand of consciousness to help watch over the primitive mystical region. Soon, within the Lingshu secret realm, the primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River clone also entered it. As soon as he entered the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen had already sensed the Thousand Treasure River clone. To think I have troubled teacher to make a trip. After Shen Chen saw the primordial Chaos City Lord, he respectfully bowed. It is no problem, it is just by the way to hand that top-level domain-type true treasure to you. I also came along to see if your Laotian clone has had another breakthrough. After all, you exchanged for a large pile of top-level true treasure materials. The primordial Chaos City Lord smiled at this and handed 2 world rings to Shen Chen. One world ring was piled with top-level true treasure materials, and in the other world ring was a top-level domain-type true treasure. Teacher truly has a wisdom eye. This time, I indeed intend to refine top-level true treasures. After Shen Chen took these 2 world rings, he did not hide anything at all. Upon hearing that Shen Chen was going to refine top-level true treasures, the face of the primordial Chaos City Lord was full of smiles. This was a figure capable of refining top-level true treasures. The strongest treasure refinement great masters within the human race, such as Lord Longxing and his own teacher, the origin ancestor, could only refine high-level true treasures. Being able to refine top-level true treasures was completely a major breakthrough for his human race in terms of refining true treasures. And this person was his disciple. How could the primordial Chaos City Lord not be happy? Just when the primordial Chaos City Lord was preparing to introduce the top-level domain-type true treasure he had prepared for Shen Chen. Shen Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Teacher, this Thousand Treasure River of yours seems to be only a top-level domain-type true treasure, right? Do you want to let me try and upgrade it to a 10,000 treasure river? Perhaps it could be transformed into a peak domain-type true treasure. After Shen Chen fixed his gaze on the primordial Chaos City Lord, a thought instantly popped into his mind. He immediately voiced his thought. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the primordial Chaos City Lord was full of surprise. After all, he had really just come to deliver goods this time. However, if Shen Chen could really upgrade his Thousand Treasure River into a peak domain-type true treasure, that would indeed be good news for him. What do you need? I, as your teacher, have no need to take advantage of you. The primordial Chaos City Lord thought for a moment and finally agreed. Teacher, you don't need to do anything, just hand the Thousand Treasure River to me. You can just observe from the side for the rest. I will see how to refine treasures that are of the same origin as the thousands of true treasures within the Thousand Treasure River. Shen Chen rubbed his little hands, looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord with a smile on his face. After the primordial Chaos City Lord smiled helplessly, he finally handed the Thousand Treasure River directly to Shen Chen. He was not worried that Shen Chen would take his treasure. After all, did Shen Chen not already possess enough peak true treasures? Chapter 185, Refining a Peak Treasure. The human race higher-ups are shocked. After receiving the Thousand Treasure River from primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen felt its might. It truly lives up to its name as a top-tier domain-type treasure. Furthermore, it is a treasure used by you, teacher. Even among top-tier domain-type treasures, this should be considered top quality, right? After sensing it for a moment, Shen Chen said with a sigh. After all, such a top-quality, top-tier domain-type treasure, if placed in the human race treasury, would definitely be worth several thousand treasure points. It is not something an ordinary universe lord could easily obtain. It is even comparable to the Lingxiao star armor that Shen Chen redeemed earlier. Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. After all, this was his Thousand Treasure River clone. For a clone with Tier 5 combat power, the treasure it uses certainly cannot be too lackluster. His main combat original body, which is active in the Universe Sea all year round, is even more terrifying, possessing a full set of peak treasures. Even for peak soul type, peak domain type, and peak palace type treasures, his main combat clone possesses them. For a peak race, they can still produce dozens of peak treasures. But universe strongest treasures are somewhat rare. Teacher, as I am now, I cannot refine a peak treasure. Therefore, I can only refine 9 top-tier treasures as the main bodies. Then, I will refine 9,000 scattered treasures. With 10 top-tier treasures as the core, plus over 9,000 scattered treasures as supplements, it should be enough to rival a peak domain-type treasure. After observing the 1,000-treasure river, Shen Chen gave his refining suggestion. Can you refine that many treasures? Even for primordial Chaos City Lord, no matter how knowledgeable he was still shocked to hear that Shen Chen wanted to refine so many treasures. In Shen Chen's words, refining treasures seemed very simple, but he had seen Lord Longxing refine treasures. Refining a single high-tier treasure took a great deal of effort from Lord Longxing. Teacher, although your 1,000-treasure river is known as having 1,000 treasures, when separated, they can only be counted as top-tier heavy treasures. With my current treasure refining level, ordinary treasures and high-tier treasures simply cannot stump me. Only top-tier treasures will likely cost me effort. And Lihuo Mountain is known as the special life form most adept at refining treasures. Shen Chen smiled at this moment. He said it nonchalantly. Nowadays, his Luotian clone has transformed into a venerable level divine body. Coupled with the support of Yuanming Nether Sea divine power and Shen Chen's universe lord level will, refining 10 ordinary treasures at once is not difficult at all for the current Shen Chen. Shen Chen alone could practically act like a treasure factory. Of course, this is limited to the kind of incomplete treasures required by the 1,000-treasure river. However, Shen Chen did not rush to refine the ordinary treasure components first. Instead, he focused on refining the 9 top-tier treasure components. Once his treasure refining technique breakthroughs, the speed of refining ordinary treasure components will likely increase again. After finishing speaking, Shen Chen's Luotian clone directly separated a flame incarnation and began to study the 1,000-treasure river. The law secret engravings within the 1,000-treasure river were continuously revealed before Shen Chen. And Shen Chen, through the special techniques recorded in the Treasure Dao Canon, began to reverse engineer the refining process of the 1,000-treasure river. Only 5 years later, a top-tier treasure component was refined by Shen Chen. Under the watchful eyes of primordial Chaos City Lord, this top-tier treasure component fused perfectly with the 1,000-treasure river, enhancing its might. However, there is a chasm-like gap between top-tier treasures and peak treasures. A single component is not enough to let the 1,000-treasure river cross that chasm. Teacher, my speed will become faster and faster. However, I will have to trouble you to redeem some refining materials. I was exaggerating before. I currently have no other refining materials. After gaining refining experience, the remaining 8 top-tier treasure components will be easy to handle. As for the remaining 9,000 plus ordinary treasure components, that will take a bit of time. After thinking for a moment, Shen Chen finally decided to tell Primordial Chaos City Lord. In the race treasury, you seem to have redeemed more than half of the ordinary treasure materials and high-tier treasure materials before, right? I estimate that we cannot gather that many treasure materials now. Primordial Chaos City Lord was also somewhat helpless at this moment. It doesn't matter. Those universe exalts basically all have stock, right? Since I was able to refine treasures before, I had already redeemed a large batch of materials from the race treasury. And that batch of materials has long been refined into treasures by me. There are over 1,000 of them. Let's just put these treasures into the race treasury at a discounted price, and let those universe exalts and universe lords take out the materials in their hands. Or, they can contribute some good heavy treasures. Some heavy treasure materials can also be dismantled to refine ordinary treasures. Shen Chen clearly gave his suggestion directly. After hearing Shen Chen's suggestion, Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. For the entire peak race, the most important are the universe strongest and the universe lords. All universe exalts exist to cultivate a universe lord among them. However, this matter still needs to be discussed with other universe lords. Soon, Primordial Chaos City Lord convened a meeting again. When Primordial Chaos City Lord mentioned that Shen Chen wanted to upgrade the 1,000-treasure river, all the universe lords were stirred up. Because Shen Chen had already successfully refined a top-tier treasure component. You must know that in the human race, only Lord Longxing could refine high-tier treasures before. Once Shen Chen can refine top-tier treasures, they won't have to waste effort asking others to help them refine treasures. If Shen Chen could refine peak treasures in the future, wouldn't that be even better news? Among the universe lords, the most excited was, of course, Lord Longxing. After all, after endless years, even with the teachings of the origin ancestor, he could only refine high-tier treasures now. Lord Longxing immediately proposed to go to the Lingshu secret realm to watch Shen Chen upgrade the Thousand Treasure River. The other universe lords also spoke up one after another after hearing what Lord Longxing said. Looking at them, Primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. So the matter was passed unanimously without any obstacles. After all, if Primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River could really be upgraded to a peak domain type treasure, it would be well worth it for their human race to pay some price. Soon, a message spread among the universe exalts of the human race. That is, one could exchange for complete treasures using ordinary treasure materials. And this time, over 1,000 treasures could be exchanged. Moreover, these 1,000 treasures had only one requirement: they could only be exchanged using treasure materials. For a time, I don't know how many universe exalts and universe overlords were tempted. After all, some heavy treasures could also be dismantled into ordinary treasure materials. The Master of Craftsmen chapter mentioned that many heavy treasures, after dismantling precious materials, can refine an ordinary treasure. Soon, piece after piece of treasure materials were taken out by the universe exalts and universe overlords. Subsequently, all these treasure materials fell into Shen Chen's hands. Shen Chen, I didn't expect that a junior would walk ahead of me. Lord Longxing had already arrived in the Lingshu secret realm. Looking at Shen Chen in front of him, he was full of amazement. Chapter 186, The Thousand Treasure River is complete. Contributing the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. Lord of Dream Weaving owes 500 true treasure points. Because he had seen with his own eyes that Shen Chen had refined another top-tier true treasure accessory. Although it was just an accessory, it still reached the level of a top-tier true treasure. Besides, other universe lords had also arrived here. For example, Ice Peak Lord, Lord of Void Gold, Lord of Huangjian, Lord Qingdong, and so on. They wanted to see if Shen Chen could really upgrade the Thousand Treasure River into a peak domain type true treasure. I was just lucky. Shen Chen smiled embarrassedly at this. How could it be luck? This time, I've seen enough to be dazzled. So many true treasures. They were all exchanged by the universe exalts and universe overlords of our race. Nowadays, I estimate that every high-level universe venerable in our race has a common true treasure. Even low-level and mid-level universe exalts likely have a chance to possess a common true treasure, said Lord Longxing. The other universe lords also sighed with emotion. After all, this was handing out over 1,000 true treasures at once. It's no big deal. Now let's see if I can upgrade the Thousand Treasure River. Shen Chen waved his hand and focused all his attention on refining the true treasure. Soon, the Lihuo mountain clone erupted continuously, and waves of terrifying earth flames were detonated inside Lihuo mountain. Pieces of true treasure materials fell into those earth flames, and under the control of Shen Chen's universe lord level will, they constantly changed shape. The common true treasure accessories were refined independently inside Lihuo mountain. As for the remaining top-tier true treasure accessories, they were refined by the flame incarnation manifested by the Lihuo mountain clone, wielding the Yanyang breaking heaven hammer. A peak-grade true treasure divine hammer. The other universe lords were also quite discerning. They didn't have any major thoughts about Shen Chen possessing a peak-grade true treasure divine hammer. Shen Chen even possessed a top-tier soul-type true treasure, so what was a single peak-grade true treasure divine hammer? Soon, under the watchful eyes of those universe lords, one top-tier true treasure accessory after another was refined by the flame incarnation. And one common true treasure accessory after another was forged by the earth flames inside the Lihuo mountain clone. However, Shen Chen also mixed in some high-level true treasure accessories. After all, if you're going to do it the best you can. 100 years passed just like that. The further it went, the faster Shen Chen refined the true treasure. Many things rely on proficiency. The 9 top-tier true treasure accessories had been completely refined. The rest were common true treasure accessories and high-level true treasure accessories. As each true treasure accessory and high-level true treasure accessory was refined, the 1,000 treasure river became increasingly terrifying. Another 100 years passed. The true treasure accessories Shen Chen had envisioned had been completely refined by him. 9 top-tier true treasure accessories. 900 high-level true treasure accessories. 9,000 common true treasure accessories. If added together with all the previous accessories of the 1,000 treasure river, that was exactly 11,010 true treasure accessories. Under everyone's gaze, these tens of thousands of true treasure accessories, with the previous 1,000 treasure river as the absolute core, gradually fused together. Waves of unique law secret engravings also gradually merged, and a monstrous aura gradually permeated from within. The terrifying power made all the universe lords feel alarmed. It has absolutely reached the power of a peak true treasure. Another peak domain type true treasure. The 1,000 treasure river clone after chaos is enough to head to the universe sea. Primitive mystical region, I can help senior brother guard it. Seeing this scene, those universe lords also continuously sighed with emotion. At the same time, they also had hope in their hearts. After all, even primordial Chaos City Lord's top-tier domain type true treasure could be upgraded to have the power of a peak domain type true treasure. It was hard to guarantee that their own true treasures couldn't be upgraded by Shen Chen. So, at this moment, they were looking at Shen Chen with extreme envy. If, in their eyes, the previous Shen Chen was just a human race powerhouse with the potential to become a universe lord, then the current Shen Chen was a hot commodity. Looking at the gazes of these universe lords, Shen Chen naturally knew what they were thinking. As long as the materials are ready, my Lihuo Mountain clone will not turn anyone away. After all, I still want to genuinely refine a peak true treasure in the future. So I need to refine a large number of true treasures to advance my true treasure refining methods, Shen Chen said, looking at those universe lords. Hearing what Shen Chen said, those universe lords were even more excited now. Teacher, it's done. Let's call this domain type true treasure the 10,000 treasure river. It uses 10 top-tier true treasure accessories as its core. Although it has the power of a peak domain type true treasure, in my eyes, it doesn't count as a peak domain type true treasure yet, it can only be considered a top-tier true treasure set. When the time comes, I will refine a peak domain type true treasure as the true core for teacher. By then, teacher's 10,000 treasure river should be second only to a supreme true treasure of the domain type. Subsequently, Shen Chen turned his head and looked at primordial Chaos City Lord to say this. After hearing what Shen Chen said, primordial Chaos City Lord and those universe lords were already shocked to the point of not knowing what to say. You must know, that kind of treasure that is second only to a supreme true treasure, even for them, is not common within the human race, and is basically held in the hands of the Great Axe founder. That kind of treasure can be called a rare item level, or a sub-supreme level. Congratulations, Chaos. Yes, once you have this kind of sub-supreme level domain type true treasure, you will be able to obtain quite a few treasures when exploring the universe sea. Congratulations, Chaos. The other universe lords also congratulated primordial Chaos City Lord one by one. Seeing this, primordial Chaos City Lord just smiled, and then took over this newly born 10,000 treasure river. He felt the brand new law secret engravings of the 10,000 treasure river, as well as the terrifying power contained within it. Primordial Chaos City Lord was also full of joy. After all, this was a top-tier domain type true treasure he had used for a long time, and now that it could be upgraded, he was naturally very happy. Teacher, and fellow universe lords. There is one more thing. Just at this moment, Shen Chen continued to speak. Hearing Shen Chen speak, Ice Peak Lord, Void Gold, and others also focused their gazes on Shen Chen. They wanted to know what else Shen Chen wanted to do. I have another treasure here. I can contribute it to the race. After all, I have also heard that the three-race alliance has already united, and during this period, the human race, apart from achieving a great victory in the blood-spirit secret realm, is actually not optimistic in other secret realms and the outside territory battlefield. I thought about it carefully. Besides refining true treasures, this treasure must be very suitable for our current race. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he directly took out the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. As soon as the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne was brought out, the pupils of all the Universe Lords constricted. Because they felt the terrifying nature of the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. Just looking at the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne could affect their comprehension ability. You must know that they are Universe Lords, and among them are many 4th Order and 5th Order Universe Lords. Even Primordial Chaos City Lord was sighing with emotion at this moment. He didn't even know where Shen Chen got so many precious treasures. However, in the end, they only sighed in their hearts. After all, with Shen Chen's current means, taking out such a treasure didn't seem like a big deal. After all, he could even refine top-tier true treasures. I have tried using this treasure to comprehend an ultimate secret technique of a Universe Lord. But actually, it hasn't reached the limit yet. It should be possible to use it to comprehend the strongest secret technique of a Universe Lord. Of course, more importantly, with the help of the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, I have successively broken through the 7th layer of the 2 beast god Taos of Thunder, Time and Fire Space. And there are still many Universe Overlords in our race. As long as we get them a certain special treasure to reduce the obstacles of another high-level origin law, they are very likely to break through the limits and directly break through to become a Universe Lord, Shen Chen said, handing the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne directly to Primordial Chaos City Lord. Ultimate secret technique of a Universe Lord. The 2 beast god Taos of Thunder, Time and Fire Space, you have already comprehended to the 7th layer. However, what surprised Shen Chen was that the other Universe Lords focused their attention entirely on Shen Chen's law comprehension and secret technique creation. Shen Chen, you can now be called a 3rd Order Universe Lord. After all, we all know that your life gene level has reached 10,000 times. With your wealth, getting a peak true treasure armor is absolutely no problem. Ultimate secret technique plus peak true treasure armor, plus divine body gene. Ice Peak Lord said with emotion on the side. 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, usage price, 1 true treasure point per year. Can be used superimposed with treasures of the time chamber type. Just place it in Primordial Chaos City. However, when a Universe Overlord in the race wants to break through the Universe Lord limit, or a Universe Lord wants to use it to create the strongest secret technique, the race can subsidize 50% of the true treasure points. The 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne was simply too important, even the Great Axe founder was attracted. Subsequently, at the Great Axe meeting, many Universe Lords directly finalized the usage rules for the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. You don't have to give me the true treasure points. Use them all to cultivate the powerhouses of our human race. The number of Universe Exalts in our race is too small. In terms of competing for secret realms, we cannot compare to other peak races. To the surprise of all the Universe Lords and the Great Axe founder, Shen Chen didn't want the true treasure points earned by the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne at all. After all, Shen Chen was originally prepared to contribute it to the race. In the Great Axe Palace, those Universe Lords and the Great Axe founder, looking at Shen Chen at this moment, were also equally amazed. After all, in their eyes, the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne was definitely worth tens of thousands of true treasure points. After all, it could help people break through the Universe Lord limit and create the strongest secret technique. And it could also be used superimposed with the time chamber. Shen Chen actually said he didn't want it, so he didn't want it. At this moment, they were all looking forward to who would become the new Universe Lord born in the human race. Just as Shen Chen said he didn't want tens of thousands of true treasure points, at the same time, Wanai Secret Realm, a large universe secret realm with a maximum diameter of over 10 million light-years. Damn Shen Chen. Damn Primordial Chaos City Lord. Damn human race. Causing me to owe the race so many true treasure points. My insect race warriors under my command are already dead. This time I borrowed 500 true treasure points from the race again, only to barely manage to get a high-level soul-type true treasure and 200 top-tier universe overlord-level warriors. A familiar figure appeared here. It was the insect race's Lord of Dream Weaving. At this moment, her face was full of anger towards the human race, especially towards Shen Chen. If she knew that Shen Chen had actually given up on a harvest of tens of thousands of true treasure points, the Lord of Dreamweaving would probably be even more furious. And after arriving at the Wanai secret realm, the Lord of Dreamweaving was also constantly searching for treasures within it. She didn't even let go of some common heavy treasure materials and true treasure materials. This also made some universe exalts and universe overlords searching in the Wanai secret realm dissatisfied. Where did this universe lord come from, so shameless, competing with us for heavy treasure materials and true treasure materials? Probably some universe lord who was dirt poor. Or a newly ascended universe lord. The universe exalts and universe overlords of various races expressed their dissatisfaction. But they didn't dare to show it in front of the Lord of Dreamweaving at all. And the Lord of Dreamweaving also knew that what she was doing was not honorable, so she also hid her identity. She didn't even drive the insect race warriors under her command. Powerhouses all care about face, and the Lord of Dreamweaving is no exception. Chapter 187, The Overlords are excited. Shen Chen's action. Inside the virtual universe Great Alliance space. Palace Master Tian Shi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, and Demon Lord Xing Yu, who often gathered together, were assembled once again. It is said that Venerable Blade and Sword has contributed a supreme treasure capable of enhancing comprehension ability to the human race. Even the Universe Lords hold it in high regard. It is said that it can even allow Universe Lords to deduce the strongest secret technique. Demon Lord Xing Yu spoke up first. After all, Demon Lord Xing Yu was somewhat different from Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree. Additionally, since Shen Chen had not yet clarified what his official title was, Demon Lord Xing Yu habitually continued to call Shen Chen by his previous title, Venerable Blade and Sword. However, everyone understood that this title was only temporary. Star Prison, no need to probe. I asked Primordial Chaos City Lord about that treasure, and Primordial Chaos City Lord told me as well. According to what Shen Chen said, this supreme treasure helped him master the 7th level of both the Fire Space and Thunder Time Beast God Dao. For you, a universe overlord who walks the Beast God Dao, this is truly good news. But for Ancestral Tree and me, we still need to exchange for other treasures that reduce the obstacles of the other superior law, only then will we have hope of becoming a universe lord. Palace Master Tian Shi spoke bluntly after hearing the Demon Lord Xing Yu's words. Upon hearing Palace Master Tian Shi's words, a smile appeared on Demon Lord Xing Yu's face. He was the strongest universe overlord within the human race who walked the Beast God Dao. He had stagnated at the top-tier universe overlord battle power realm for too long. Seeing the excitement in Demon Lord Xing Yu's eyes, Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree sighed. Ordinary universe overlords envied the three of them for being the only 3 top-tier universe overlords of the human race. They had the strength to contend with first or second-order universe lords. But contending is one thing. However, those first or second-order universe lords basically all stayed within their respective races to cultivate. Those who dared to venture into secret realms throughout the universe were basically third-order universe lords. These top-tier universe overlords could only bully other universe overlords. They dreamed of becoming a universe lord. After all, given their divine body life gene level, once they became a universe lord, coupled with the 100 supreme treasure points granted by the race, they could improve too much in a short period of time. The race has a 50% compensation for the 3 of us. According to the minimum requirement for using that 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, 100 years equals 100 supreme treasure points. Plus the Time Chamber treasure, that is also 100 supreme treasure points. If the race subsidizes half, we still need to prepare another 100 supreme treasure points. But I think 100 supreme treasure points might be difficult for other universe overlords, but for the 3 of us, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Venerable Ancestral Tree also spoke up from the side, excitement in his eyes. After all, after so many years, he finally had the chance to become a universe lord. 100 supreme treasure points really wasn't a big deal for a top-tier universe overlord. After all, top-tier universe overlords had a high probability of possessing top-tier supreme treasures. Some top-tier universe overlords even possessed high-level palace supreme treasures. That is indeed the case for me. However, you two are different. Demon Lord Xing Yu was the happiest at this moment. His beast god Dao had long since reached the 7th level. But he had not fully comprehended an entire beast god Dao. That treasure was very heaven-defying, he felt he had hope. Currently, my comprehension efficiency of the origin law of time is basically 0. Although I had already comprehended the 3 great mysteries of the origin law of time at the undying level, I have never been able to fully comprehend the origin law of time. As long as I can get the treasure that can reduce the universe's obstacles, using the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, I will definitely be able to become a Universe Lord. Palace Master Tian Shi stood up, his eyes full of excitement. Having sat in Tian Shi Palace for many years, he had waited for too long. But he had never been able to fully comprehend the origin law of time. This time was the opportunity. Palace Master Tian Shi would absolutely not miss it. Me too. Venerable Ancestral Tree was the same, there was a fiery color in their eyes. Being a top-tier universe overlord was not their end, their goal was to become a universe lord. Only after becoming a universe lord could one become the highest level of the human race. The universe lords of the race also knew this. So they were considering using the treasures in the race treasury to exchange for the kind of treasures that could weaken the universe's obstacles. Perhaps you can also go find King of Blade and Sword. See if King of Blade and Sword has any good treasures. Demon Lord Xing Yu knew that Venerable Ancestral Tree and Palace Master Tian Shi had a deeper friendship with Shen Chen than he did. So he was still a bit envious. Ever since Shen Chen's Lihuo Mountain massively purchased materials for supreme treasures, who didn't know that Shen Chen could now forge top-tier supreme treasures? Of course, this matter was also released by the high levels of the human race. However, they kept the matter of Shen Chen upgrading the 1000 Treasure River highly confidential. And a great master of treasure forging who could forge top-tier supreme treasures was a rarity even in the current primordial universe. Just look at the Lord of Craftsmen God, he could forge top-tier supreme treasures, even special-type top-tier supreme treasures, and which power in the entire universe did not have a good relationship with him. After Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree looked at each other, smiles appeared on their faces. They had also found a point where they had an advantage over Demon Lord Xing Yu. Must become a Universe Lord. Must become a Universe Lord. Must become a Universe Lord. After discussing, these 3 top-tier universe overlords of the human race raised their glasses together and shouted loudly. The top-tier universe overlords of the human race were like this, not to mention those ordinary universe overlords. Of course, no one below knew about the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne treasure. Only universe overlords had the authorization to know. If you let high-level venerables know, they wouldn't be able to afford it with their wealth anyway. And their strength was far from reaching the limit. But it was precisely because those universe overlords had the authorization to know about this matter. They admired and respected Shen Chen even more. After all, Shen Chen had actually selflessly contributed such a treasure to the race, what else did they have to say? However, Shen Chen didn't need the help of these universe overlords at all. So those universe overlords tried their best to focus their attention on Shen Chen's Shen family. Venerable Blade and Sword. It has been verified that Lord of Dream Weaving is very likely in the Wanai Secret Realm. On the other side, Shen Chen, who was in the Lingshu Secret Realm, suddenly received an email from Shadow Monarch, the head of the Intelligence Department of the Virtual Universe Corporation. After all, Shen Chen had already informed Primordial Chaos City Lord that he wanted to deal with Lord of Dream Weaving. So Primordial Chaos City Lord also notified Shadow Monarch to notify Shen Chen immediately once there was information about Lord of Dream Weaving. Good guy. Just by a Universe Lord snatching things from Universe Overlords and top-tier Universe Overlords, one can deduce it is Lord of Dream Weaving. But come to think of it, that unlucky one, Lord of Dream Weaving, had a clone fall because of a teacher, and another clone was suppressed by Ice Peak Lord. Having lost 2 Universe Lord clones in succession, I think even the insect race's Universe Lord would probably be in debt. But this is just right, become my stepping stone. Shen Chen's eyes lit up at this moment. Subsequently, his figure also disappeared from the Lingshu secret realm. Chapter 188, King Lei Jian and Blade River King. The excited Lord of Dream Weaving. Just as Shen Chen's human original body was heading to the Wanai secret realm. Above the outside territory battlefield, two familiar figures stood side by side once again. They were none other than Shen Chengzhou and Luo Feng from Earth. Before these two, an alien champion was no match for them at all and was directly killed by the two. Chenzhou, you are already an invincible king now. And I still have to rely on a special strange treasure to barely have champion-level combat power. After killing that alien champion, Luo Feng looked at Shen Chengzhou beside him and sighed. Previously, Luo Feng had always been ahead of Shen Chengzhou, but now, he had long since been surpassed by Shen Chengzhou. Shen Chengzhou now possessed a perfect life gene level, peak secret technique, and 100-fold amplitude for both body and soul. Plus, the several heavy treasures Shen Chen had bestowed upon him. As of now, on the current outside territory battlefield, he truly belonged to the invincible king tier. That's right, invincible kings from all races had long since descended upon the outside territory battlefield. The initial unwritten rules no longer existed. After all, the three peak races had joined forces to suppress the human race during this period. The human race had no choice but to fight back, so no one cared about the unwritten rules anymore. Against such a backdrop, bloody battles occurred every day on the outside territory battlefield. The fall of an invincible king had long since become a common occurrence. You only have a slightly lower foundation than me. My dad told me never to underestimate you. According to my dad, the speed at which you rise will shock everyone. However, Shen Chengzhou felt no pride at this moment. He knew Luo Feng's terror better than anyone. You have to know, everything he had achieved from the Earth era to the present, even if not entirely, 80% of it was bestowed by Shen Chen. Only 20% was the result of his own bloody battles. For example, all his secret techniques were created during bloody battles with various alien races. But what about Luo Feng? Although he had his own opportunity, in Shen Chengzhou's eyes, how could it compare to the many treasures his dad had bestowed upon him? Uncle Shen's evaluation of me is actually this high. It really makes me feel a bit flattered. Luo Feng was also quite emotional at this moment. In front of others, he addressed Shen Chen as senior brother. But in front of the Shen family, there was no need for that, because he had called Shen Chen that since the Earth era. The human race is currently being suppressed across the board. What I need to do is create an ultimate secret technique to break the life core within my body. Only then can I become an undying and, like my father, possess the terrifying combat power to suppress universe exalts upon breaking through to undying. As they chatted, Shen Chengzhou revealed his purpose for lingering on the outside territory battlefield. Although Shen Chen had given him the ethereal green lotus, he wasn't used to that sudden boost in comprehension ability. Therefore, he basically spent his time on the outside territory battlefield, fighting bloody battles with those champions, then using the ethereal green lotus to review the battle process, and subsequently creating secret techniques. Clearly, during this period, he had already created several sets of peak secret techniques, and he was already showing signs of developing an ultimate secret technique for an undying spiritual god. He would surely be able to create an ultimate secret technique after a few more bloody battles. Regarding the ultimate secret technique Shen Chengzhou mentioned, Luo Feng was still quite emotional. He himself had only barely managed to create a peak secret technique now. Let's go to the Star Tower. Although the three-race alliance has temporarily joined forces to suppress our human race alliance, for those of us with strong combat power, it might not be a bad thing. There are simply too many aliens to kill, and the more we kill, the more treasures we obtain. Thus, we can also strengthen ourselves. The suppressing stars within the Star Tower are heavy treasures, and they are also things that the newly born venerables of our race are fighting for. Venerables from other race alliances are also mingling within the Star Tower. What I need to do now is to compete with those weaker venerables. Even if I can only manage to escape with my life, I will accept it. Luo Feng, what about you? Subsequently, Shen Chengzhou set his gaze on Luo Feng, his eyes filled with curiosity. Of course, I'll be venturing into the Star Tower with King Lei Jian. Luo Feng smiled and said. Over these years, because there were more and more treasures within the human race, Luo Feng had also benefited, and plus, he was a disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord. His growth speed was even faster than in the original timeline. Because he had a goal, to catch up with Shen Chen, and also Shen Chengzhou. His strength had long reached the limit champion level. Good, then I'll go with Blade River King. Shen Chengzhou also smiled, and after the two bumped fists, they immediately headed in the direction of the Star Tower to slaughter their way through. Wanai Secret Realm. Within this large-scale universe secret realm, because there were several universe overlords from the human race and over a dozen human squads composed of high-level universe venerables in this secret realm. The three-race alliance had also dispatched many universe overlords and high-level universe venerables to head here and contend with the human race. Although the human race possessed the beast-taming secret technique contributed by Shen Chen. But as the saying goes, beast-taming venerables who broke through via the 12 beast-taming paths were basically at the combat power level of an entry-level venerable. Those human powerhouses who had used possession or trained via clones could indeed use resources to improve their combat power. However, the human race currently had to face the other three-race alliance. These entry-level and intermediate venerables were of no use at all. So they basically sat in charge of a certain area of the human race, subsequently obtaining heavy treasure points bestowed by the human race to purchase treasures and strengthen themselves. As for high-level venerables and universe overlords, they headed to various universe secret realms to snatch resources. And at this moment, Shen Chen had also arrived here. Shen Chen's human original body had come today specifically for that guy, dream weaving. As for the Wanai secret realm, Shen Chen had never thought about letting the human race monopolize it like the blood spirit secret realm. After all, the Wanai secret realm was simply too vast. Moreover, the Wanai secret realm had been developed for a long time, and there was no universe lord sitting in charge like the Lord Liho. When Shen Chen descended upon the Wanai secret realm, he didn't hide his tracks like he did in the blood spirit secret realm previously, he appeared openly and honestly. Seeing the alien universe venerables and universe overlords, Shen Chen had absolutely no intention of making a move. After all, he could already be considered a powerhouse now. Of course, if some universe overlords and top-tier universe overlords kept dangling in front of Shen Chen would not hold back in the slightest. Even just like that, quite a few universe overlords had died at Shen Chen's hands. Therefore, the news of Shen Chen's human original body appearing in the Wanai secret realm spread directly through these aliens. Among them, the insect race, monster race, and automaton race reacted the most strongly. And the Lord of Dream Weaving, who was in the Wanai secret realm, lit up when she received the news sent by the insect race. Good. Shen Chen, if you are courting death yourself, don't blame me. Even if I can't enslave you, I will seize all your true treasures. According to the information learned previously, this guy has too many true treasures in his hands. It's enough for me to pay off a huge debt. After the Lord of Dream Weaving finished speaking, she no longer hid her identity and directly piloted her dark golden insect race mother nest toward the direction where Shen Chen was located according to the intelligence. That's right, the current Lord of Dream Weaving was so destitute that she didn't even have a palace-type true treasure and could only pilot her mother nest. Soon, the news of the Lord of Dream Weaving and Shen Chen appearing in the Wanai secret realm spread directly. I've been waiting for you. The reason Shen Chen did not hide his tracks was to deal with the Lord of Dream Weaving and become famous once and for all. So at this moment, he stood on the Wanai domain indifferently, waiting for the Lord of Dream Weaving to arrive. After all, with Shen Chen's current combat power as a Tier 3 Universe Lord, he didn't need to fear the Lord of Dream Weaving, who was at the same tier but incredibly destitute. What's more, the Lord of Dream Weaving was famous for her illusions. With Shen Chen's current will, plus a top-tier soul-type true treasure, he didn't fear the Lord of Dream Weaving at all. Chapter 189, Battle with the Lord of Dream Weaving. The Terror of the Lingxiao Star Armor. Eternal Night. Annihilating 10% of the Divine Body. Shen Chen. Shen Chen had not waited long before a voice filled with rage resounded throughout the entire Wanai domain. The Wanai domain where Shen Chen was located was the core region of the Wanai secret realm. It produced many heavy treasure materials and supreme treasure materials, and it was also a key area contested by experts from all major races. However, after the Lord of Dream Weaving descended upon this region, the entire space-time was controlled by her. A universe lord has descended. It is the Lord of Dream Weaving. Could it be that venerable blade and sword of the human race is here? That must be the case, right? Run quickly. At this moment, those universe overlords in the Wanai domain all fled the area together. Some bold top-tier universe overlords did not leave, but merely headed to the edge of the area. After all, they also wanted to watch the battle between the Lord of Dream Weaving and Venerable Blade and Sword. The feud between the Lord of Dream Weaving and Venerable Blade and Sword had long since become a talking point among the various races in the primordial universe. The Lord of Dream Weaving, a dignified universe lord, had fallen twice in succession because of Shen Chen of the human race. Although both were clones, it was enough for other races to mock her. Moreover, they were also very clear about the battle in the Blood Spirit secret realm back then. It was just that this time, although the news of Shen Chen appearing in the Wanai secret realm had spread among the peak races, the alliance of the three peak races had learned their lesson by now. They did not send any universe overlords, not even a top-tier universe overlord. Within the human race, the news that Shen Chen had achieved a breakthrough to universe exalt and could refine top-tier supreme treasures had already spread. Other major forces in the universe were clearly very aware of this as well. If Shen Chen at the undying level could easily kill universe overlords, then Shen Chen, who had now reached the universe exalt level, was estimated to truly have the possibility of contending with a universe lord. Sending ordinary universe overlords and top-tier universe overlords to hunt Shen Chen, was that not just seeking death? Furthermore, because of Shen Chen, their alliance of three peak races had lost more than 2,000 universe exalts. They had paid a considerable price to resurrect those universe exalts. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for them to send universe overlords to their deaths again. Lord of Dream Weaving. At this moment, Shen Chen also saw the Lord of Dream Weaving standing opposite him. The Lord of Dream Weaving was truly worthy of being a Zerg Queen Mother. The Zerg Queen Mother was also worthy of being the most beautiful individual in the universe. Even in her state of extreme rage, the Lord of Dream Weaving made those spectating top-tier universe overlords sigh in admiration. Shen Chen was clearly the same. However, in Shen Chen's heart, there was more hatred for the Lord of Dream Weaving. He still remembered very clearly how this fellow had treated him on the outside territory battlefield back then. Is it just you? Shen Chen looked at the Lord of Dream Weaving opposite him and asked directly. Still wanting to kill the universe overlords of my race? No matter what, Shen Chen, you must die today. The Lord of Dream Weaving first snorted coldly, then spoke. Her words carried immense fury. The Lord of Dream Weaving had reached the Universe Lord level a long time ago, and as someone who had achieved the level of a third-order Universe Lord through illusions, her reputation in the universe was still quite significant. It was precisely because of Shen Chen that she had long since become the laughingstock of the entire universe. Of course, that was not much. What made her feel angry was that she had fallen twice because of him. Once was a clone, and all her main treasures were lost. Once was her Zerg Queen Mother original body, along with the 500 top-tier Universe Overlord level Zerg warriors under her command, all of whom perished. That's right, the last time she went to the Blood Spirit secret realm, it was her Zerg Queen Mother original body that brought her Zerg nest, along with all the Zerg warriors she had accumulated. Shen Chen shrugged at this, his face full of indifference. He knew clearly that when his figure appeared in the Wanai secret realm, apart from the insect race, the monster race and the automaton race would not let this opportunity go either. And Shen Chen was not afraid in the slightest, because he had long been prepared. Kill. Seeing Shen Chen's attitude, the Lord of Dream Weaving could no longer conceal the anger in her heart. Subsequently, 200 Zerg warriors that had reached the top-tier Universe Overlord level appeared above the Wanai domain. Under the conscious control of the Lord of Dreamweaving, these Zerg warriors converged a terrifying energy and unleashed a material attack of immense horror. In the mind of the Lord of Dreamweaving, even if Shen Chen had achieved a breakthrough to Universe Exalt, so what? The gap between a Universe Exalt and a Universe Lord was not something that could be bridged by just a little opportunity. The material attack erupted by 200 top-tier Universe Overlord level Zerg warriors was absolutely terrifying. It directly blasted the space above the Wanai domain into ion streams. It was as if everything no longer existed. Those top-tier Universe Overlords in the distance were also somewhat expectant after seeing this scene. They knew clearly that Venerable Blade and Sword was not a fool. If he didn't have some means, how could he possibly come to challenge a Universe Lord of the insect race? However, the scene that followed exceeded everyone's expectations. The joint attack of those 200 Zerg warriors landed on Shen Chen's human original body. It only weakened Shen Chen's human original body's divine body by 1/10,000th, and his aura did not seem to have changed at all. You must know, this was a joint attack from 200 top-tier Universe Overlord level warriors. This is impossible. After seeing this scene, the Lord of Dreamweaving's pupils shook violently. You must know, this was already the strongest material attack she could unleash. The path she walked was at the illusion level, and the secret technique she comprehended was also illusion-based. Material attacks could only rely on the Zerg warriors under her command. But such a powerful attack only caused Shen Chen's aura to change slightly. What on earth had this guy done? He. Shen Chen just snorted coldly at this moment, his face full of disdain. You must know that the Lingxiao star armor on his body had already been driven to its second form, capable of weakening material attacks by 1/10,000th. 200 top-tier Overlord level Zerg warriors, weakened by 1/10,000th, how much was that? Furthermore, Shen Chen's divine body had long since reached the top-tier Universe Overlord level. And this was not the strongest form of the Lingxiao star armor. Once he relied on himself to create the strongest secret technique, the Lingxiao star armor could be driven to the third form, and by then it would be able to weaken material attacks by 100,000th. Let alone these 200 Zerg warriors, even if a third-order Universe Lord who excelled in material attacks attacked him, they wouldn't be able to hurt his divine body much. You take a sword from me too. At this moment, Shen Chen said, and a long sword revealing a cold aura appeared directly in his hand. Eternal Night. Accompanied by Shen Chen's move, a gleam of light that seemed to cover the entire Wanai domain appeared directly. This gleam of light was precisely a beam of ultimate sword light. Before the Lord of Dreamweaving could react, this sword light had already landed on her. The Lord of Dreamweaving was proud. In her heart, as a Universe Lord, if she still had to hide in her Zerg nest, that would be truly shameful. However, the Lord of Dreamweaving soon paid the price for her arrogance. This attack secret technique, Eternal Night, had already reached the ultimate level of a Universe Lord. And it was unleashed by relying on the Eternal Night Ghost Sword, this top-quality peak sword-type supreme treasure. With just one sword, the Lord of Dreamweaving's divine body was directly annihilated by 10%. You must know, she was a genuine third-order Universe Lord. Her divine body was countless times larger than that of a Universe Exalt. Impossible, impossible. The Lord of Dreamweaving kept screaming, her eyes filled with disbelief. The other top-tier Universe Overlords watching the battle also had their mouths wide open. Just at this moment, two more terrifying auras descended upon the Wanai domain. Chapter 190, The Terrified Lord Tinlong. Thunder Illusion Pool, slaying the Lord of Dreamweaving. Furthermore, the owners of these two auras were Shen Chen's old acquaintances, Lord Tinlong and Lord Jin Xie. After Lord Tinlong, who was inside the Sky Wolf Palace, descended upon the Wanai secret realm, he fixed his gaze upon Shen Chen and the Lord of Dreamweaving. However, to his surprise, the aura of Shen Chen's divine body had not changed in the slightest. After all, he had only lost 1/10,000th of his divine body, and with Shen Chen's current terrifying strength, he could recover it within a short period. Yet, the Lord of Dreamweaving's divine body had actually decreased by a full 10%. The fluctuation in her aura was far too obvious. Since there were no other universe lords present, it was clear that the culprit who had caused the Lord of Dreamweaving's divine body to decrease by a full 10% was none other than Shen Chen. Wasn't he just a universe exalt? Could it be that that idiot Dreamweaving just stood there and let Shen Chen hack at her? 2 more universe lords have arrived. Lord Tinlong and Lord Jin Xie. At this moment, Shen Chen also fixed his gaze upon Lord Tinlong and Lord Jin Xie. Sky Wolf, Golden Machine, kill him. We must kill him today. He possesses a peak universe treasure armor, a peak universe treasure longsword, and has even comprehended an ultimate secret technique. The Lord of Dreamweaving was completely frantic at this moment. She was terrified deep down, fearing that Shen Chen, despite being only a universe exalt, was so terrifying that a single sword strike had instantly annihilated 10% of her divine body. Did that not mean that if he struck 9 more times, she would fall? Once this original body of hers fell again, she dared not imagine how many treasure points she would owe her race. Furthermore, what shocked Dreamweaving even more was how terrifying Shen Chen had become, despite having risen to prominence only so recently. What? Upon hearing what the Lord of Dreamweaving said, Lord Tinlong and Lord Jin Xie were filled with shock in their eyes. They quickly relayed this information back to their respective races and then stared fixedly at the Shen Chen before them. They knew that Shen Chen had clones and a soul treasure guarding his soul. Enslavement was impossible. However, even if they could only kill this human original body of Shen Chen today, they could still obtain several peak universe treasures, so they were naturally excited. Subsequently, they joined forces to directly seal off this space-time. They absolutely could not let Shen Chen's human original body escape. Do you think I have no helpers? Shen Chen looked at the 3 of them and shook his head with a smile. Soon, an incredibly domineering aura descended upon the entire One-Eye secret realm. Monstrous thunder appeared, looking incredibly terrifying, and a strange beast appeared above this One-Eye. After he descended, the space-time that Dreamweaving, Sky Wolf, and Golden Machine had joined forces to seal was instantly broken, as another powerhouse had joined the fray. This strange beast was clad in black scales, and its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. It was clearly also a universe lord. Lord Liho. When enemies meet, they are extra jealous. Dreamweaving, Sky Wolf, and Golden Machine locked their eyes firmly onto the Lord Liho. They knew that the Lord Liho had previously annihilated over 2,000 universe exalts from their races. This grudge was not small. Originally, the primordial Chaos City Lord wanted to send others to support Shen Chen. However, after the Lord Liho learned that Shen Chen's temporal Thunder Hu clone was leaving, he had personally volunteered. After he had exchanged for that top-tier treasure set from the human race, he had not yet had a chance to show it off. Lord Liho, I will leave Lord Jin Xie to you, while I deal with Lord Tinlong, the Lord of Dreamweaving. However, to everyone's surprise, Shen Chen actually wanted to fight 2 universe lords by himself. The Lord Liho also looked at Shen Chen with a strange gaze. You have courage, even wilder than my little brother. No wonder my little brother recognizes you as a brother. Fine, I have also heard the primordial Chaos City Lord speak of this time as your stage. However, I also want to display the prestige of the Lord Liho. Lord Jin Xie, let's have another round. After the Lord Liho looked at Shen Chen and finished speaking, the black scales on his body directly erupted with terrifying power, and he charged at Lord Jin Xie. The top-tier treasure set he possessed was of the attack type. Its explosive power was definitely at the level of a peak universe treasure weapon, and its defensive power was at the level of a top-tier treasure armor. Therefore, the Lord Liho was now capable of dominating even among Tier 3 universe lords. Too arrogant. Shen Chen, do you really think I am dreamweaving? She follows the path of illusions, but I do not. Lord Tinlong looked at Shen Chen coldly. He had to know that he possessed the high-tier palace-type treasure, the Sky Wolf Palace. Moreover, the Sky Wolf Palace was a top-grade high-tier palace-type treasure, 800 treasure points. Its value was already approaching that of a peak universe treasure. Are you proud to be hiding in your doghouse? Shen Chen looked at Lord Tinlong and said coldly. Subsequently, waves of terrifying thunder descended upon the entire sky above the Wanai. It carried an incredibly terrifying suppressive force. It was the top-tier domain-type treasure, the Thunder Illusion Pool, that the primordial Chaos City Lord had bestowed upon Shen Chen earlier. When the Thunder Illusion Pool descended, that monstrous sense of oppression directly extinguished the flames surrounding the Sky Wolf Palace. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Palace swayed in the Thunder Illusion Pool. Like a small boat, as if it would capsize and sink at any moment. The Thunder Illusion Pool bestowed upon Shen Chen by the primordial Chaos City Lord was absolutely comparable to the former Thousand Treasure River. As a top-grade, top-tier domain-type treasure, it could erupt with the power of a peak universe treasure attack-type treasure, just like the Jian Heluo. Moreover, the coverage of the Thunder Illusion Pool reached 1 light-year. What a terrifying range! Shen Chen only locked onto the Lord of Dream Weaving and Lord Tinlong opposite him. The terrifying suppressive force instantly made them feel the strain. Even though Lord Tinlong wanted to drive the Sky Wolf Palace to fly frantically, its speed had been reduced too much. Therefore, it was now Shen Chen's turn to act. In Shen Chen's hand, the god-slaughtering demon blade appeared. My Tao of Fire Space and Tao of Thunder Time have both reached the 7th level. I have also comprehended an ultimate secret technique of a universe lord. Shen Chen thought to himself, as the god-slaughtering demon blade and the eternal night ghost sword simultaneously erupted with terrifying power. Slaughter God. Eternal night. In an instant, 2 terrifying rays of light directly enveloped the entire Wanai. One ray of light carried terrifying flames, while the other ray of light seemed like a bolt of thunder striking out from the darkness. These 2 terrifying rays of light did not bother with Lord Tinlong on the side at all, but instead struck directly at the Lord of Dream Weaving. After all, Shen Chen knew to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. The Lord of Dream Weaving did not possess a palace-type treasure at all. Moreover, her insect race mother nest was no match for a genuine palace-type treasure. The 200 insect race warriors at the top-tier universe overlord level belonging to the Lord of Dream Weaving had long been annihilated by the thunder erupted from the terrifying Thunder Illusion Pool the moment it descended. The top-tier universe overlord level simply could not withstand a top-tier domain-type treasure. No. Sky Wolf, help me. Use your Sky Wolf sword to help me block it. The Lord of Dream Weaving shouted continuously at this moment, even wanting Lord Tinlong to take action. However, Lord Tinlong cursed inwardly. Under the oppression of the Thunder Illusion Pool, the flight speed of the Sky Wolf Palace was simply too slow. Moreover, even if he could drive the Sky Wolf Palace to withstand the oppression of the Thunder Illusion Pool, why should he be a shield for you, Dream Weaving? When the light bloomed by the Slaughter God and Eternal Night fell squarely upon Dream Weaving's insect race mother nest, Dream Weaving's insect race mother nest shattered directly. An insect race mother nest could never compare to a genuine palace-type treasure. Soon, Dream Weaving's divine body was annihilated by another 10%. It could only be said that the insect race mother nest had blocked half of the attack power. However, you won't have an insect race mother nest next time. Shen Chen said, looking at the Lord of Dream Weaving happily at this moment. No. At this moment, the Lord of Dream Weaving was in despair. She tried to use her Dream Weaving secret technique, the illusion technique she prided herself on, to control Shen Chen. Shen Chen was completely unmoved. After all, his will had also reached the Universe Lord level, plus the Yongzhen Soul Disc guarding his soul. How could it be controlled by the illusion technique of the Lord of Dream Weaving? Even if a universe strongest came, they would probably not be able to control Shen Chen in an instant. Eternal Night. Slaughter God. Eternal Night. Slaughter God. Eternal Night. Slaughter God. The Lord of Dream Weaving witnessed the madness of Shen Chen from then on. Shen Chen's divine body burned frantically as if he didn't care about his life. The ultimate secret technique landed on the Lord of Dream Weaving's divine body one after another. No. As the Lord of Dream Weaving let out her final cry, her divine body was directly annihilated by Shen Chen. An original body of a universe lord had died in Shen Chen's hands just like that. And it was a Tier 3 universe lord who had been famous in the universe for a long time. With the participation of the Lord Liho, sealing the space-time, and the Thunder Illusion Pool, Dream Weaving could not escape even if she wanted to. The surrounding top-tier universe overlords were dazzled at this moment. They dared not imagine how much shock this news would bring when it spread out. Chapter 191, Ravaging Lord Tianlong. Lord Tianlong admits defeat. Lord of Dream Weaving was actually killed. Seeing this scene, Lord Tianlong, who was inside the Sky Wolf Palace in the distance, was stunned in shock. They were all very clear that the current Shen Chen was merely a universe exalt. Lord of Dream Weaving was just a third-tier universe lord skilled in illusion techniques. But even so, Lord of Dream Weaving was a universe lord, while Shen Chen was only a universe exalt. He was actually able to truly kill Lord of Dream Weaving. After Lord of Dream Weaving had all her divine body annihilated by Shen Chen shifted his full attention to Lord Tianlong. The terrifying thunder illusion pool erupted with its full power, locking onto Lord Tianlong. Lord Tianlong was incomparably furious at this moment. Who was he? A universe lord of the monster race who had been famous for a long time. Relying on the Sky Wolf Palace, he had carved out quite a reputation in the universe, yet the Shen Chen before him was only at the universe exalt level, suppressing him with a top-tier domain-type true treasure. How could Lord Tianlong not be furious? Looking at Lord Tianlong's Sky Wolf Palace, Shen Chen shook his head inwardly. Shen Chen knew very well that even if he exerted his full power to unleash his strongest secret technique, Doomsday God Thunder, he would absolutely be unable to completely destroy the Sky Wolf Palace. One must know that even if his teacher, Primordial Chaos City Lord, were here, it would be impossible to achieve. This was the terror of a palace-type true treasure. However, although I cannot completely kill you, ravaging you is also fine. Shen Chen said while looking at the Sky Wolf Palace. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Palace was under the constant bombardment of streaks of thunder. Subsequently, Shen Chen's human original body divine body burned continuously, and he directly unleashed his strongest universe lord innate secret technique, Final Divine Punishment. Now, Shen Chen's human original body had reached the universe exalt level, 100-fold difference from his previous undying level divine body. Back at the undying level, Shen Chen's final divine punishment was enough to annihilate a universe overlord. Now that he was at the universe exalt level, he was undoubtedly even more terrifying. The strongest innate secret technique was worthy of the word, strongest. After stacking it with the thunder illusion pool, a full 1081 streaks of Doomsday God Thunder permeated the thunder illusion pool. The thunder within the thunder illusion pool combined together, continuously bombarding the Sky Wolf Palace. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Palace was like a lone boat in a tsunami, shaking incessantly. Streaks of thunder lashed out, flying everywhere. Lord Tianlong, inside the Sky Wolf Palace, had absolutely no way to deal with this at the moment. He knew very well that once his original body stepped out of the Sky Wolf Palace, he might really follow in the footsteps of Lord of Dream Weaving. However, being ravaged by Shen Chen like this, Lord Tianlong could not stand it either. There was no way around it, the Doomsday God Thunder was just that terrifying. In the distance, the Automaton Race's Universe Lord, Lord Jin Xie, and the Human Race Great Alliance's Lord Liho collided with each other. Lord Jin Xie had 32 metal mechanical puppets constructed from top-tier true treasure materials under his command. Once combined, they could even rival the terrifying attacks of a peak true treasure. Under the control of Lord Jin Xie, they clashed continuously with Lord Liho. However, what made Lord Jin Xie furious was that this fellow, Lord Liho, was simply too arrogant. This time, they were not in Lord Liho's Thunder God Mountains. However, Lord Jin Xie soon felt that the situation was tricky. Lord Liho had completely erupted, the Liho battle armor on his body was named by him. It was a top-tier true treasure set. Composed of 1 top-tier true treasure, 9 high-tier true treasures, and 400 ordinary true treasures. It was an attack-type battle armor. Its defensive power also reached the level of a top-tier true treasure. Lord Liho's secret technique had also reached the ultimate level of a universe lord. It was just that Lord Liho's life gene level had reached 10,000 times, and his true treasures were quite heaven-defying. If Lord Liho were to comprehend a universe lord's strongest secret technique, he would be a genuine 4th-tier universe lord. But as of now, Lord Liho could only be considered a peak 3rd-tier one. he was still capable of suppressing Lord Jin Xie. Tianlong. At this moment, Lord Jin Xie shifted his attention to another battlefield. When he saw the Sky Wolf Palace being continuously ravaged within the Thunder Illusion Pool, Lord Jin Xie instantly lost interest. He knew very well that the current Lord Tianlong was simply unable to come and provide support. Could it be that they had no way to kill Shen Chen this time either? Lord Jin Xie could not help but ask in his heart. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Lord Liho had already let out a roar. Clad in the Liho battle armor, he leapt continuously through space, quickly swiping away a dozen metal puppets and closing in on Lord Jin Xie. With a strike of his claw, he directly swiped Lord Jin Xie flying away. However, Lord Jin Xie was not the same as Lord of Dream Weaving. Lord Jin Xie was much wealthier than Lord of Dream Weaving. He had a top-tier true treasure armor on his body. He quickly reacted, driving his metal puppets to surround Lord Liho. The battle between Lord Liho and Lord Jin Xie was still continuing. On the other side, Lord Tianlong was already somewhat unable to endure it. Venerable blade and sword. Lord Tianlong's roar carried a dense sense of helplessness. If he had previously wanted to kill Shen Chen very much, now he had completely admitted defeat. With a top-tier domain-type true treasure, plus the strongest secret technique, he was truly no match for the current Shen Chen. Hiding inside the Sky Wolf Palace, Shen Chen absolutely had no way to kill him. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate with Shen Chen. Lord Tianlong. Shen Chen was also smiling as he looked toward Lord Tianlong's Sky Wolf Palace at this moment. This time, our race admits defeat. You are already qualified to be called a Universe Lord. Lord Tianlong looked at Shen Chen and said slowly. There was no other way, with the combat power Shen Chen had displayed, who would dare to say he was not a Universe Lord? Compared to the current Shen Chen, a Universe Lord only had one more method, controlling time and space. You admit defeat. Do you want me to let you go just like that? Back then, your three-race alliance dispatched experts to kill me when I was at the World Lord rank. Especially when I was at the Elder God cult. Now you want to leave. Isn't that a bit too simple? Do you think I am lacking a sealing-type true treasure? Today, I will completely seal you and Jin Xie. Lord Tianlong, I recall that you do not have a clone, right? At this moment, Shen Chen smiled as he looked at the Sky Wolf Palace. Subsequently, in his hand, the Supreme Treasure Demon Star, commanding Thunder God Star and the Fire God Star, appeared slowly. That's right, this was Shen Chen's sealing-type true treasure. One top-tier true treasure weapon, let me leave. Lord Tianlong's expression was ugly at this moment, but today he truly had to admit defeat. After all, Lord of Dream Weaving had already fallen with her original body. And Shen Chen's strongest innate secret technique seemed not to consume his divine body, as it was still being released continuously. If this continued, his Sky Wolf Palace might really be unable to withstand the continuous bombardment. Moreover, with Shen Chen displaying Universe Lord level combat power, his race's Universe strongest would absolutely not descend again. Because if his race's Universe Lord were to descend again, then as the Universe strongest, Great Axe Founder could also arbitrarily ambush and kill his race's Universe Lord. The four great peak races had fought each other for endless years, and everyone knew that as long as there was still a Universe strongest, it was just a battle of face. Agreed. After hearing what Lord Tianlong said, Shen Chen finally nodded. After all, the monster race was different, there were still two Universe strongest within the monster race. In the current human race, Origin Ancestor was sealed, and Great Axe Founder was carrying the entire human race alone. Shen Chen did not want to stir up any major trouble right now. In the end, after Lord Tianlong gave a top-tier true treasure weapon, Shen Chen released the Thunder Illusion Pool. Chapter 192, 192, Harvest. A sensation throughout the universe. Lord Shenshao. After Lord Tianlong inside the Sky Wolf Palace handed over a top-tier true treasure weapon, a look of heartache flashed across his face. For a third-order Universe Lord like him, a top-tier true treasure weapon could still be considered a fortune. But he had no choice. Every battle Shen Chen had participated in previously had been studied by the Three-Race Alliance. They were very clear that, apart from a temporal Thunder Hu clone, Shen Chen also possessed a massive divine power clone. That divine power clone seemed to have endless divine power. He was absolutely capable of continuously unleashing that terrifying lightning innate secret technique. Aside from conceding, Lord Tinlong had no other options. Even if Dream Monster Ancestor and Gen Monster Ancestor descended here today, at most, they would only be able to kill one of Shen Chen's clones. But doing so would thoroughly enrage the Great Axe founder. Others might not suffer, but Lord Tinlong did not want to constantly face the gaze of a supreme being. Lord Tinlong, you. At this moment, the distant Lord Jin Xie could never have imagined that a guy like Lord Tinlong would concede so easily. But even if you conceded, you should have spoken up for me too. Now it was bad. Shen Chen's thunder illusion pool had directly shifted its direction, enveloping Lord Jin Xie. And Lord Liho had become a universe lord through the Tao of Thunder Time Beast God. Coupled with the assistance of the thunder illusion pool, Lord Jin Xie immediately felt terrifying pressure. Shen Chen, I also concede. There was no other way. Lord Jin Xie also chose to hand over a top-tier true treasure weapon. He was very clear that after Lord Tinlong conceded, he would have to face two third-order universe lords. One of them was still Shen Chen, with two peak true treasure weapons and one top-tier domain-type true treasure. Being pincered by Shen Chen, who was equipped so luxuriously, and Lord Liho, who was clad in a top-tier true treasure set. He really might fall. In any case, the order his father God gave him this time was simply to find a way to kill Shen Chen. If he could not kill him, there was nothing to be done. After taking the top-tier true treasure weapon given by Lord Jin Xie, Shen Chen directly withdrew the thunder illusion pool. The panicked Lord Jin Xie immediately left the area. Many thanks, Lord Liho. This top-tier true treasure weapon shall be given to Lord Liho. After dealing with Lord Jin Xie, Shen Chen directly handed the top-tier true treasure weapon given by Lord Jin Xie to Lord Liho. Lord Liho had originally wanted to refuse. But upon reflection, refusing was not his style, so he accepted it straightforwardly. He had, after all, made the trip. Worthy of being a genius of the human race. You are comparable to my little brother. My little brother is just like you. At the Universe Exalt level, he has the hope of creating an ultimate secret technique of a Universe Lord. In the future, when there are more Thunder God blood crystals, I will give the Liho battle armor directly to him. He also has the hope of being like you, directly rivaling a third-order Universe Lord at the Universe Exalt level. Lord Liho then came to Shen Chen's side and said with a loud laugh. He saw the potential of his little brother, Venerable Thunder Hu, in Shen Chen. After hearing what Lord Liho said, Shen Chen could not help but laugh and cry. After all, the Venerable Thunder Hu he spoke of was exactly Shen Chen's temporal Thunder Hu clone. After a brief exchange, the figure of Lord Liho also left the area. At this moment, Shen Chen stood above the Wanai domain, holding a high-tier soul-type true treasure and a top-tier true treasure weapon. The high-tier soul-type true treasure came from the Lord of Dream Weaving, and the top-tier true treasure weapon came from Lord Tinlong. However, according to Shen Chen's estimation, the Lord of Dream Weaving's high-tier soul-type true treasure was worth 300 true treasure points. As for this top-tier true treasure weapon, it was the most ordinary kind, estimated to be worth only 100 true treasure points. But for Shen Chen, it was already enough. Because this time, he mainly wanted to make a name for himself and express that he had the combat power of a Universe Lord. From now on, he would definitely not face the endless pursuit as he had before. Soon, Shen Chen's figure also disappeared from this place. In the distance, various top-tier universe overlords cautiously arrived at the center of the battlefield. After exchanging glances, they were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. The Lord of Dream Weaving from the insect race had died at the hands of Shen Chen. The other two from the peak races, Lord Tinlong and Lord Jin Xie, were even suppressed by Shen Chen to the point where they had to take out top-tier true treasure weapons to concede. And Shen Chen was only at the Universe Exalt level. They dared not imagine how sensational it would be when this news spread throughout the universe. Their imagination was indeed correct. At this moment, inside the virtual space of the Dream Ancestor secret realm in the Monster Race territory, A huge beast with a giant toothed shell descended from the darkness. In front of it was a winding, coiled silver giant snake. Shen Chen, also known as Venerable Blade and Sword, has already displayed Third-Order Universe Lord combat power. We have no way to deal with him anymore. Even though he is currently just a Universe Exalt, the most we can do is annihilate one of his clones. The Dream Monster Ancestor said helplessly. How hateful. He can already create an ultimate secret technique of a Universe Lord, and his strongest secret technique is very likely an innate secret technique. But there is no way, we cannot kill him, and at most, it is just a matter of face. Gen Monster Ancestor also said from the side. With no other choice, they could only pass the message to the various Universe Lords of the monster race. Soon, the news spread from within the monster race. The human Shen Chen from the Great Alliance was confirmed to have Third-Order Universe Lord combat power. The Lord of Dream Weaving of the insect race had died at the hands of Shen Chen. Subsequently, the automaton race also spread this news. Among the three peak races, the most furious was the Zerg Alliance. After all, they were the race that had assassinated Shen Chen from the very beginning. But precisely because of this, the price they paid this time was even more painful. The Lord of Dreamweaving's original body had fallen once again, and in addition, the high-tier soul-type true treasure she had purchased by borrowing true treasure points from the race had also fallen into Shen Chen's hands. Lord of Dreamweaving, stay peacefully in the territory and cultivate the clansmen. After all, you have lost your original body twice and now owe the race 800 true treasure points. The Zerg Queen looked down at the clone of the Lord of Dreamweaving and said slowly. Her voice carried endless charm, but there was also a trace of anger. And after hearing the anger in the Zerg Queen's words, the Lord of Dreamweaving did not dare to look up. At this moment, she was helpless. She owed 800 true treasure points. How many genius clansmen would she need to cultivate to make up for it? Shen Chen. After the Lord of Dreamweaving withdrew, she shouted loudly in her heart. She knew better than anyone that, as of now, she was truly completely unable to deal with Shen Chen. It was a sensation. A complete sensation. The three peak races immediately acknowledged Shen Chen's current Third-Order Universe Lord combat power. The other forces also had to marvel at the terror of Venerable Blade and Sword. After all, he could kill a Universe Lord while only at the Venerable level. Once Shen Chen had a breakthrough, would he not be even more terrifying? Everyone believed that Shen Chen was the next primordial Chaos City Lord of the human race. Compared to other forces, the human race was obviously even more stirred up. Because they discovered that Shen Chen had risen for less than an epoch. He had transformed from an astral rank martial artist who had just begun to show his edge, to a terrifying venerable who could now kill a Universe Lord. Your reputation now is no less than that of the Universe Lords of our race. How is it? Is your title still Lord of Blade and Sword? Inside the Chaos Temple, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below him with a full face of smiles, his face full of exclamation. At the same time, there was also expectation. Lord Shenshao, Shen Chen said with a smile. The concept I originally comprehended on my own was the Shenshao exterminating evil concept. Even up to now, my methods are mostly based on the Thunder Time Fusion Law. And in my eyes, the insect race, monster race, and automaton race all belong to the evil. And what I want to be is the true Shenshao. My name alone is enough to suppress all evil. My title is Lord Shenshao. Chapter 193, 193, Shen Chen's status. The oddity of the Great Axe Battleground. Lord Shenshao, Shenshao punishes evil. Not bad, this title is very good. Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded after hearing Shen Chen's title. After all, he knew how long it had been since Shen Chen rose to power. It was perfectly normal to remember things from the planetary level or even the astral rank. However, a title is just a title. Although one can choose their own title, the powerhouses in the outside world will also give you one. For example, most Universe Lord titles are named after the secret techniques they excel in and the supreme treasures they use. These universally recognized titles carry more weight. Of course, Primordial Chaos City Lord felt that Shen Chen's secret technique was worthy of this title. However, when Primordial Chaos City Lord thought about the two peak grade attack type supreme treasures in Shen Chen's hands, he couldn't help but smile. In the future, Shen Chen would probably also have the title of Sword and Blade Lord. Alright, I am here to inform you of something now. The human race's highest council has unanimously passed that you are the 19th universe lord of our human race. Afterwards, Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and said with a smile. Shen Chen nodded without exception. Ever since Shen Chen broke through to become a universe exalt, coupled with his ability to refine top-tier supreme treasures and upgrade the Thousand Treasure River into the Wanbao River, Shen Chen's authority within the human race had long been comparable to a universe lord. Regarding being the 19th universe lord, Shen Chen was not surprised in the slightest. He had also learned of the 3 hidden universe lords of the human race. Currently, the landscape of the human race's 5 major powers is: Virtual Universe Corporation has 6 universe lords, Great Axe Battleground has 5, Universe Mercenary Alliance has 3, Universe First Bank has 3, and Universe Galaxy Bank has 2. Soon, under the guidance of Primordial Chaos City Lord, the universe lords of the Virtual Universe Corporation arrived together. However, Shen Chen already knew Ice Peak Lord, Lord Longxing, and Yuhu Lord. After all, when Shen Chen was refining supreme treasures, they had all come to watch. Just at this moment, another figure walked over. On that figure, a strange aura of darkness spread directly. He was dressed in a black outer garment with a strange armor combining silver and black inside. There were black secret engravings spreading on his head, and the surrounding space-time was affected by him. This person was none other than the Darkness Lord, one of the hidden universe lords in the Virtual Universe Corporation. I have long heard how amazing your disciple, Shen Chen, is, senior brother. Now it seems it is indeed so. At the Universe Exalt level, he can already kill a 3rd-tier Universe Lord. Darkness Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said, his eyes unable to hide his surprise. After all, with their common sense, they could not understand how one could kill their way from the planetary level to the Universe Lord level in less than an era. How terrifying must Shen Chen's talent be? Shen Chen had already been in contact with too many universe lords, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of tension when interacting with them. Soon, as the few were talking, Primordial Chaos City Lord prepared to take Shen Chen to meet the founder of the Virtual Universe lineage. Shen Chen was slightly surprised. After all, the existence of Origin Ancestor was the highest secret of the human race. Even with his current authority, he could not find it. The few universe lords flew while telling Shen Chen about Origin Ancestor and the past of the human race. The statue of Origin Ancestor appeared extremely majestic, even the current Shen Chen felt so small in front of it. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, space, time. Gold space, wood space, water space, and many other laws were constantly flashing with light. Teacher, this is my disciple, Lord Shenshao, Shen Chen. I brought him here specifically today to pay respects to you, teacher. Standing under the statue of Origin Ancestor, Primordial Chaos City Lord bowed respectfully and said. Shen Chen had nothing much to say, so he also performed a salute. The other universe lords were obviously talking among themselves, yet they did not let Shen Chen know. Soon, all the universe lords left. Only the towering statue remained standing there. Shen Chen, a peerless genius of my human race. The eyes of the statue moved, looking in the direction Shen Chen left. After seeing the statue of Origin Ancestor, it was soon time for another matter. After all, Shen Chen had now become the 19th universe lord of the human race and was qualified to be a permanent member of the Great Axe meeting. In the Great Axe Temple. Over these years, we have realized the importance of heart nature. The infants born on Earth have truly good talent in heart nature. If we add those 12 beast-taming paths on top of that, it is truly unimaginable. At this moment, in the Great Axe meeting, universe lords were already seated one by one. Lord of Huangjian sighed and said, "Why, Lord of Huangjian, do you want to snatch the ownership of Earth from Lord Shenshao? You must know that Lord Shenshao brought out 12 beast-taming paths. Moreover, he is now a 3rd-tier universe lord. Lord Peng Gong, who was on the side, turned his gaze to Lord of Huangjian, his face carrying a teasing look. I am not a fool. Now, Lord Shenshao is already shoulder to shoulder with us. Furthermore, the fact that Lord Shenshao can upgrade top-tier domain-type supreme treasures alone makes Lord Shenshao's value far exceed that of Earth. I am just sighing. Lord of Huangjian rolled his eyes at Lord Peng Gong. He was not really a fool. Everyone knew that Shen Chen's status within the human race was somewhat special now. Everyone looked at Shen Chen as the next primordial Chaos City Lord. Compared to primordial Chaos City Lord, they were even less willing to offend Shen Chen. Because they knew very well that primordial Chaos City Lord was truly selfless and was the true chief steward of the human race. Even Great Axe founder had to listen to primordial Chaos City Lord's suggestions to a certain extent. Of course, that was also because Great Axe founder didn't want to manage things. But Shen Chen was different. Not only did he bring out many secret techniques and many resources, but the single fact that he could refine top-tier supreme treasures already made his status comparable to a fifth-tier universe lord. If Shen Chen had only been a human candidate powerhouse with the potential to become a universe lord in their eyes before, then the current Shen Chen was already on the same status as them. Chaos. Chaos, Ice Peak, you are here. Lord Shenshao. When the group led by primordial Chaos City Lord arrived at the Great Axe Temple, those universe lords greeted them one after another. After all, the virtual universe now had 6 universe lords. However, those universe lords from the Great Axe battleground felt strange no matter how they looked at it. The Virtual Universe Corporation itself had 2 fifth-tier universe lords, plus Ice Peak and Long Xing, 2 fourth-tier universe lords. Wan Yuhu was the youngest universe lord in the human race besides Lord Shenshao. But the Great Axe battleground was not like this. Apart from Great Axe founder, their Great Axe battleground did not even have a single fifth-tier universe lord. At this moment, Shen Chen also sat in his seat and talked with those universe lords. When upgrading the Wanbao River before, Shen Chen had already seen many universe lords, so he had no obstacles at all when greeting them. While they were still discussing, Great Axe founder appeared on the main seat. Shen Chen, it is only now that it looks decent. No matter how powerful a top-tier universe overlord is, he has never broken through the barrier. Great Axe founder said. Great Axe founder. Shen Chen also replied. Looking at the heroic Great Axe founder in front of him, Shen Chen also felt some emotion. Even without a supreme treasure, the current Great Axe founder had reached the peak of the 8th tier. But precisely because he had no supreme treasure, Great Axe founder rarely truly fell out with other true gods. After all, the entire human race was carried on his shoulders. One can imagine how much pressure Great Axe founder was under. Chapter 194, Peak Treasure Materials. Changes in the Human Race. 1,000 years. Cheng Zhou returns. According to the rules of our human race, every newly ascended universe lord is entitled to a top-tier treasure weapon bestowed by the race. That is 100 treasure points. Great Axe founder said with a smile while looking at Shen Chen. However, after Great Axe founder finished speaking, the expressions of the other universe lords were somewhat strange. Given the treasures Shen Chen already possessed, did he really lack 100 treasure points? After the news of Shen Chen killing the Lord of Dream Weaving in the Wanai secret realm spread, the information that Shen Chen possessed 2 peak treasure weapons and 1 peak treasure armor had also completely spread. Lord of Huangjian, Lord Peng Gong, and Lord Qingdong also understood. The treasures they had were not something primordial Chaos City Lord needed to exchange for. The firmament spirit crystals they exchanged for were also treasures that Shen Chen possessed. They did not believe that primordial Chaos City Lord would bring out so many firmament spirit crystals just to exchange for peak treasures for Shen Chen. Moreover, a treasure like the firmament spirit crystal was not easy to obtain, even for the main combat body of primordial Chaos City Lord in the Universe Sea. Great Axe founder did not find it strange. Although Shen Chen had many treasures, so what? 100 treasure points was a reward given by the race to a universe lord. It should be given as per the rules. How could the race not give Shen Chen treasures just because he had many? I need several peak treasure materials. 100 treasure points is not enough. However, at this moment, Shen Chen said with a chuckle. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the other universe lords fixed their gazes on him. What did this mean? Could it be that within such a short time, Shen Chen was already capable of refining peak treasures? But how was that possible? Although they were not universe lords skilled in refining treasures, one could tell from the fact that even after the long years of Lord Longxing, he could only refine high-level treasures. To advance one's treasure refining techniques, merely comprehending secret techniques was not enough. Otherwise, the Lord of Craftsman God in the universe would not be sought after by so many races. Great Axe founder had not expected Shen Chen to say such things, and he looked at Shen Chen with some hope. After all, if Shen Chen could refine peak treasures, its importance to the entire human race would be self-evident. It is still too early. It is just to be prepared. However, Great Axe founder, there are not many peak treasure materials in the race treasure vault, right? I hope that if the universe lords of the race have peak treasure materials, they won't keep them to themselves. I also have many treasures, and when the time comes, I will put some important treasures into the race treasure vault. Shen Chen looked at the universe lords and Great Axe founder with a chuckle. Now that Shen Chen had displayed combat power at the level of a universe lord, he occupied a high position within the human race. He did not care at all about how many treasures he brought out. Hearing what Shen Chen said, Great Axe founder and the other universe lords were somewhat stunned. They were not fools, they understood what Shen Chen meant. The meaning of Shen Chen's words was that the current race treasure vault could no longer satisfy his exchange requirements. Moreover, Shen Chen was actually forcing them, these universe lords and the universe strongest, to work harder. Primordial Chaos City Lord, sitting in the position second only to Great Axe founder, looked at Shen Chen and sighed inwardly. After all, from initially bringing out a body amplitude secret technique with 100 times amplification to now even pushing Great Axe to work harder, the speed of Shen Chen's rise was simply too fast. Good. It seems that we need to step up our efforts to scavenge for materials in the Universe Sea. Great Axe founder laughed out loud at this moment. This was exactly what he wanted to see. The stronger the human race became, the better. The other universe lords also laughed out loud. There was also expectation in their hearts. If Shen Chen could really refine peak treasures, wouldn't they, as universe lords of the human race, be able to get the first pick? Previously, whenever they wanted to secure a peak treasure, they had to look at whether Great Axe founder or Primordial Chaos City Lord could scavenge treasures in the Universe Sea. Next, they might really not need to. There is one more thing. The effect of the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne is very good. Recently, Tian Shi made preparations before Demon Lord Xing Yuan came to Primordial Chaos City. With the help of the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, he started trying to comprehend the origin law of time. He used 100 treasure points and a time chamber, wanting to break through the threshold of a universe lord. The race subsidized 50% of his treasure points. And as I govern the entire primal universe, observing every move of Tian Shi, I have a premonition that Tian Shi can break through this time. After everyone finished discussing, Primordial Chaos City Lord, sitting in the secondary seat, said slowly. Good. The number of venerables in our race is about to break the 10,000 mark. And now with the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne contributed by Shenshao, we can accelerate the speed of cultivating universe lords. It seems that our human race is really about to rise. Obviously, it was not just the universe lords who were excited. Great Axe founder also stood up directly. One had to know, this was a universe lord. In the primordial universe, any race with a universe lord could be called a powerful race. Even among peak races, combat power at the universe lord level was equally scarce. However, the universe lords from the Great Axe battleground had somewhat strange expressions at this moment. After all, once Tian Shi broke through, the Virtual Universe Corporation would have 7 universe lords. It would completely suppress their Great Axe battleground. Looking at it this way, they probably had to secretly give some support to Venerable Ancestral Tree. Venerable Ancestral Tree also changed his title to Lord Zhu Shu. The meeting also ended accordingly. However, when Shen Chen left, he still received a piece of peak treasure material worth 100 treasure points bestowed by Great Axe founder. Although this peak treasure material was not enough to craft a peak treasure, it was still support from the race, so Shen Chen accepted it. Next, it would be a long period of development. If I want to improve in a short time, besides will, there is only secret technique. There is no need to step into the Universe Lord level for now. Wait until my will improves again, and see if I can get a divine power burning secret technique and a will secret technique. After his consciousness returned to reality, Shen Chen, sitting in the Chronos Temple, had also figured out his future arrangements. Of course, what Shen Chen cared about most was their Shen family. He especially hoped that more and more geniuses would be born in the Shen family. The more clan members with red aptitude, the better. If a clan member with gold aptitude came along, that would be even better. Now, Shen Chen was looking forward to whether Shen Chengzhou, after breaking through to Undying, having top-tier Universe Overlord combat power, could be called a clan member with gold aptitude. After all, the rating of a clan member depended on his influence on the entire family. If Shen Chengzhou could not meet the evaluation standard for a clan member with gold aptitude, Shen Chen could only place his hopes on Shen Chongyun and Shen Longhai. 1,000 years after Shen Chen became Lord. Shen Chengzhou returned from the outside territory battlefield. According to what Shen Chengzhou recounted, he had been fighting bloody battles in the outside territory battlefield, even killing many invincible kings, and had even clashed head-on with a Universe Exalt. Although he was eventually defeated, he still managed to escape by relying on an ultimate movement technique he had comprehended. According to what Shen Chengzhou said in front of Shen Chen, he came back to prepare for the breakthrough to Undying. And in these 1,000 years, apart from Shen Chengzhou, the changes in the entire Shen family were also incomparably huge. Chapter 195, Venerable Wanshou. Shen Longhai's Perfect Limit. Lingshu Secret Realm. Inside the Myriad Beasts continent. This continent is a relatively large continent within the Lingshu Secret Realm and is also the main base for Shen Chuyong's beast taming. This continent was directly allocated to Shen Chuyong by Shen Chen. Therefore, even other members of the Shen family are not allowed to step into the Myriad Beasts continent without Shen Chuyong's permission. Because on the Myriad Beasts continent, there are nothing but terrifying tamed beasts. The reason for this name is entirely because Shen Chuyong has tamed far too many beasts. Even the tamed beasts that have not been enslaved by soul control are incredibly numerous. Among them, there is no shortage of a large number of king-level immortal tamed beasts. There are even 3 venerable-level tamed beasts. Previously, Shen Chuyong had already made a great vow: only when he himself improved the venerable-level beast-taming path would he break through to the venerable level. And in these 1,000 years, with Shen Chen's support, Shen Chuyong has indeed mastered 3 venerable-level beast-taming routes. These 3 venerable-level beast-taming routes have all been infused with the origin law of space by the will of the primordial universe. And because of this, he is also extremely proficient in the origin law of space. Nowadays, he is fully capable of breaking through to the Universe Exalt level. I should also break through to the venerable level now. Shen Chuyong stood on the Myriad Beasts continent at this moment, although his aura was only at the king-level immortal level. But underneath him, those 3 venerable-level tamed beasts were incredibly obedient. And Shen Chuyong had already thought of his title after breaking through to the venerable level, which is the Venerable Wanshou. Shen Chuyong and Shen Chongyun, these 2 red aptitude family members, are completely different from Shen Chengzhou and Shen Longhai. In terms of creating secret technique, they are simply not as good as Shen Chengzhou. Therefore, when Shen Chuyong was previously at the World Lord rank, Shen Chen did not spend a large amount of resources to raise Shen Chuyong's life gene level to the perfect limit. And Shen Chuyong's current life gene level is only 1,000 times. As Shen Chuyong gradually fused the 3 major mysteries of the origin law of space, lockdown, strangulation, and teleportation, this also meant that he had thoroughly become a space venerable. Above the Lingshu secret realm, streams of terrifying space divine power continuously poured into Shen Chuyong's body through the universe channel. And Shen Chuyong's body also became increasingly terrifying, evolving from an undying divine body to a venerable divine body. This huge commotion naturally could not avoid attracting attention. Chuyang has also broken through to the universe exalt level. When the time comes, I can bestow resources upon him to raise his life gene level. Shen Chen just opened his eyes, looked towards the myriad beasts continent, and nodded with satisfaction. Our family has another venerable. Shen Feng is different. Nowadays, most of the Shen family's affairs are handled by him. Shen Feng is naturally happy that Shen Chuyang was able to break through to the universe exalt level. Of course, Shen Feng also understands that being able to break through to the universe exalt level in such a short time is entirely because of his father. I must become the first sequence. The eyes of the other core members of the Shen family were filled with envy and excitement. Everyone regarded as a core member of the Shen family has purple talent. It's just that they also envy the treatment of those red aptitude family members in the family. Those are the true first sequence of the Shen family. Not only can they receive guidance from Shen Chen at any time, but they can also obtain many resources from Shen Chen's hands. Although the treatment of these purple talent family members is far superior to those geniuses in the primitive mystical region. But after all, that is the treatment given by the Virtual Universe Corporation, not the treatment given by their family. Everyone knows how wealthy their old ancestor is. On the other side, in the Thunder God Mountains of the Blood Spirit Secret Realm, Shen Longhai looked at Lord Liho in front of him with a humble face. Lord Liho looked at the temporal thunder who clone of Shen Longhai below and nodded. Little brother, it is quite good that you gave your World Lord rank life materials to your friend's descendant. After all, before he came, his life gene level had already reached 10,000 times. After I extracted a drop of heart essence blood and gave it to him, it instantly allowed his clone to reach the perfect limit. Lord Liho said to Venerable Thunder who beside him. Many thanks, Lord Liho. This was prepared in advance by the old ancestor. Shen Longhai said to Lord Liho in front of him, and then he took out a top-tier treasure. Lord Liho had no intention of refusing the top-tier treasure given by Shen Longhai at all. After all, as a universe lord who had just joined the Human Great Alliance, he was still very short of top-tier treasures. He also needs to cultivate his faction within the Great Alliance. And as a universe lord born and bred in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm, he also has to be responsible for the powerhouses in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. After all, in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm, many races and special life forms have already gathered around Lord Liho. He also needs to spend resources to cultivate them. Otherwise, why would people follow you? You should have also obtained a strongest innate secret technique. But this is not enough. You will need to expend much more effort than others to break through to undying in the future. Only by comprehending a powerful ultimate secret technique is it possible to break the life core and break through to undying. Shen Chen's temporal thunder who clone also said this to Shen Longhai. Senior, I will remember that. I will go and explore the various major universe secret realms with my human original body. Shen Longhai's temporal thunder who clone was also extremely respectful. He knew very well that the venerable thunder who standing in front of him was his family's old ancestor's clone. But he also couldn't reveal this point. Anyway, Lord Liho didn't know yet. That's right, compared to Shen Chengzhou's previous experience of fighting on the outside territory battlefield. After experiencing the various wars on the outside territory battlefield, Shen Longhai chose to explore the various major universe secret realms. Shen Chen's temporal thunder who clone nodded with satisfaction after watching Shen Longhai's temporal thunder who clone leave. Now in his Shen family, there are two family members who have reached the perfect life gene level, and both are red aptitude family members. Once they break through to the universe exalt level, they will be top-tier universe overlords. There is hope that they can directly become gold talent family members. At that time, bestowing a top-tier treasure might return a supreme treasure to him. Little brother, why are you not preparing to break through to Universe Lord now? I see that you have already comprehended the Thunder Time Beast God Heart. It's about time to break through, right? At this moment, Lord Liho looked at the temporal thunder who clone and said slowly. It is not the time yet. Shen Chen always has only this one reason for this. Seeing this, Lord Liho did not say anything more. However, what Lord Liho did not know was that Shen Chen's main consciousness was still in his divine kingdom. The incomparably huge Yuanming Yuhai clone was currently in Shen Chen's divine kingdom. In 1,000 years, Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone had expanded to a diameter of 1 light year. That is close to 10 trillion kilometers. Such a huge divine body clone, such vigorous divine power, also pushed Shen Chen's consciousness and will to the limit of a universe lord. What Shen Chen wants to do is to possess the will of a supremacy at the universe exalt level. At that time, once Shen Chen breaks through to universe lord, his divine power will further transform, and it is possible to make a huge leap directly in the will of a supremacy. Dad, I am preparing to break through to undying. Just as Shen Chen was staring at the Yuanming Yuhai clone, a message sounded. It was a message from Shen Chengzhou. He wanted to break through to undying. After learning this message, Shen Chen left with a face full of anticipation. He wanted to know if Shen Chengzhou really had hope of becoming a gold talent family member directly after breaking through to undying. Chapter 196, 196, Breakthrough. Gold Aptitude Clan Member. Breakthrough. Crafting Peak Treasure. In the core area of the Lingshu Secret Realm. Inside the palace where Shen Chen was located. Originally, after Shen Chen was confirmed by the human race as a universe lord. The human race also announced Shen Chen's new identity to the outside world. But regarding Shen Chen sitting in charge of a certain core area, the clan was still somewhat uncertain. But in the end, it was rejected by Shen Chen one by one. Shen Chen didn't want to sit in charge of any area at all, he only wanted to sit in charge of the Lingshu Secret Realm. Corresponding to this, Shen Chen promised that every 1,000 years, he would craft a top-tier treasure for the clan for free. Of course, the materials would be provided by the clan. In this case, for Shen Chen, it was not a bad thing at all, it was completely a good thing. After all, crafting treasures could also improve his treasure crafting skills. Nowadays, crafting top-tier treasures for Shen Chen was not a big deal at all. For the past 1,000 years, he had been patiently teaching Shen Chengyun how to craft treasures. The returned treasure crafting experience also allowed him to proficiently craft top-tier treasures, and he could even craft special types of top-tier treasures. And when Shen Chen could craft special types of top-tier treasures, the other universe lords had nothing more to say. Back to the main topic. At this moment, Shen Chengzhou stood at the entrance of the palace with a serious expression. As the palace door slowly opened, Shen Chengzhou walked in. He looked at Shen Chen above. Preparing to break through to undying. Are you confident? Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou below, and also said with concern. After all, compared to other clan members, Shen Chengzhou was someone he had watched grow up, and he was also his third son. Back then, it was precisely because Shen Chengzhou awakened his Psyker Master talent that Shen Chen was able to rise rapidly. And this time, Shen Chen also placed the hope of the birth of a gold aptitude clan member in the clan on Shen Chengzhou. There is hope. I still like bloody battles. After one bloody battle with an alien race, and then using the ethereal green lotus you gave me, I was able to create a secret technique. And nowadays, I have mastered no less than 6 ultimate secret techniques. I feel that I still have hope to break through the life core. Shen Chengzhou said with a firm expression at this moment. Just like when he awakened his Psyker Master talent back then, saying with a firm expression that he could solve the Shen family's predicament. Shen Chen had seen Shen Chengzhou's firm expression many times, but this time he still chose to believe in Shen Chengzhou. Go to my Chronos temple. The family needs you to break through. Once you break through to undying, you will be a top-tier universe overlord. I suppose you are also aware that Chengyun still cannot craft high-level treasures nowadays. Although he has also reached the universe overlord rank, he doesn't go out to adventure at all. Nowadays, regarding the Shen family, the outside world generally thinks that it just luckily produced one person, me. But this time, you must let them know that besides me, there is also you. Shen Chen walked in front of Shen Chengzhou, patted his shoulder, and said. After hearing Shen Chen's instructions, Shen Chengzhou nodded seriously. He directly entered Shen Chen's Chronos temple. Previously, Shen Chengzhou had learned about the information of the Chronos temple from Shen Chen's mouth. So, entering again, he was not surprised at all. However, when he walked into the Chronos Temple, he suddenly discovered a 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne inside the Chronos Temple. Just by looking at the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, his comprehension ability seemed to have been improved by a large margin. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of effect it would have if he sat on the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. However, once he thought that this treasure was owned by Shen Chen, Shen Chengzhou felt relieved. Isn't it normal for his own father to have many treasures? Subsequently, Shen Chengzhou sat on the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. His consciousness also went directly into his life core. He began to display the ultimate secret techniques he had created, trying to break through the life core. It can only be said that for a world lord who has reached the perfect life gene level, wanting to break through to undying is truly incomparably difficult. Especially for someone like Shen Chengzhou who improved step by step. It's not that kind of special life form that reached the perfect life gene level naturally. That kind of perfect limit special life form might directly be undying, or even a universe exalt. However, Shen Chengzhou did not let Shen Chen down after all. He was, after all, a Shen family genius who fought his way up. The attack secret techniques that Shen Chengzhou created had extremely high power. Shen Chengzhou had relied on these secret techniques to roam the outside territory battlefield back then, and even killed several invincible kings. Shen Chengzhou's title of King Lei Jian was still very resounding on the outside territory battlefield. It was also feared by those powerhouses of other races. If those other peak races knew that Shen Chengzhou's title of King Lei Jian was earned during his World Lord rank stage, they would probably have targeted Shen Chengzhou just like they targeted Shen Chen. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, red aptitude clan member Shen Chengzhou has improved to gold aptitude, close black lens bracket. Shen Chen had nothing else to do at the moment, so he just stayed in the core palace, waiting for Shen Chengzhou. Soon, the prompt sound from the creation treasure tree also reached Shen Chen's mind. After hearing the prompt sound of the creation treasure tree, a smile immediately appeared on Shen Chen's face. As I guessed, a family genius like Shen Chengzhou who dares to fight and struggle. Once he breakthroughs from World Lord rank to undying and possesses top-tier Universe Overlord rank combat power, it will be a completely different atmosphere for the entire Shen family. Shen Chen said. After all, the Shen family's evaluation in the human race had always been just a family of a Universe Lord. Apart from Lord Shenshao, the Shen family didn't seem to have produced any strong geniuses. Even Shen Chongyun, who could craft treasures, was at most just being flattered. Deep down, they still felt that Shen Chongyun was only able to craft treasures because of Shen Chen's guidance. After all, like the Lord of Craftsman God, a Universe Lord who can craft top-tier treasures would surely have more than 10 apprentices who can craft treasures under him. However, with Shen Chengzhou's breakthrough, all these things would become history. A genius who, like Shen Chen, had top-tier Universe Overlord rank combat power at the undying stage would change everyone's perception of the Shen family. It's just that after Shen Chengzhou breakthrough to undying and transformed his divine body, he immediately started closed-door cultivation again. Even if Shen Chen wanted to speak, he didn't find a chance. Regarding this point, Shen Chen also shook his head helplessly. Shen Chengzhou originally breakthrough to undying with a perfect life gene level, and his divine body was also over 90,000 kilometers. Just when Shen Chen was waiting for Shen Chengzhou to come out of seclusion, another prompt sound that could be called good news rang out. Red Aptitude Clan member Shen Chongyun's treasure crafting skills have breakthrough, 1,000-fold return, massive treasure crafting experience. After hearing this prompt sound, a massive amount of treasure crafting experience instantly came into Shen Chen's mind. These treasure crafting experiences seemed to be directly engraved in Shen Chen's mind. As long as he wanted to use them, he could craft them very quickly. On the other side, at Shen Chen's Laotian clone. The Laotian clone, which was originally still crafting treasures, also turned its attention to Shen Chongyun. At this moment, Shen Chongyun had just crafted a high-level treasure. For the previous 1,000 years, he had been trying to craft special types of ordinary treasures. And then, under Shen Chen's guidance, he finally crafted his own exclusive high-level treasure. Nowadays, Shen Chengyun's treasure crafting skills could already rival Lord Longxing. The leap is not insignificant. Under the infusion of massive treasure crafting skills, he was now able to craft peak treasures. As for special types of peak treasures, it is estimated that it will take some time. At this moment, Shen Chen's Laotian clone also said happily, "Today is simply a double happiness. In the future, bestowing it to Cheng Zhou, there is hope that it can be returned to me as a supreme treasure. And now I can even craft peak treasures myself. My Shen family should be thoroughly famous." Ha ha ha. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Subsequently, he burst into laughter. Chapter 197, A Sensation Among the Human Race's Higher-Ups. Wonder Grade Wanbao River. Virtual Universe, Chaos Temple. A wisp of primordial Chaos City Lord's consciousness was currently staying here, handling matters. The Shadow Monarch was currently honestly reporting intelligence from various places in the Great Alliance. The Shadow Monarch was not only the head of the Virtual Universe's intelligence department, but he was also responsible for the intelligence of the Great Alliance. City Lord. Recently, the number of races seeking refuge with our human race has increased. According to our understanding, they have all heard that our human race's treasures have become more abundant recently. The materials required to exchange for treasures are far fewer than other alliance. The Shadow Monarch looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him and said respectfully, "It is not strange. Over these years, Shen Chen has been non-stop refining treasures using his Laotian clone. Piece by piece, treasures have been contributed by him into the human race, and then exchanged for treasure materials. Now, the Universe Lord of our human race, as well as the Universe Lord within the Great Alliance, are all searching for materials in various major universe secret realms, and even in the Universe Sea. After all, now is the best time to exchange for treasures. Whether it is for the Universe Lord themselves, or for the races under their command." The primordial Chaos City Lord was not surprised by this at all. He also sighed that exchanging the life materials for Shen Chen's Laotian clone previously was simply the right decision. As the head of intelligence, the Shadow Monarch obviously knew about these matters. And the Shadow Monarch had also previously asked Shen Chen to help him refine a high-level treasure. Speak of Shen Chen, and Shen Chen arrives. At this moment, a smile immediately appeared on the primordial Chaos City Lord's face. The Shadow Monarch tactfully retreated. After bowing to Shen Chen, who had walked into the Chaos Temple, the Shadow Monarch quickly disappeared into the virtual universe. "Teacher, hand your Wanbao River to me. I want to refine a core treasure accessory for you." After walking into the Chaos Temple and bowing to the primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen said directly. After hearing what Shen Chen said, a flash of surprise crossed the primordial Chaos City Lord's face, and at the same time, there was a hint of uncertainty in his heart. Could it be that you, Shen Chen, can refine peak treasures? The primordial Chaos City Lord's face was currently filled with some probing. After all, Shen Chen had previously said that he wanted to refine a peak treasure accessory as a core for the Wanbao River. That is correct. I am now confident in refining peak treasures, but there is still some gap when it comes to special types of peak treasures. Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord, without hiding anything. Not bad, not bad. Your treasure refining skills have simply exceeded my estimates. You can now even refine peak treasures. However, you told me before that to refine peak treasures, one needs to comprehend the strongest secret technique of a Universe Lord. Have you already comprehended a strongest secret technique of a Universe Lord? The primordial Chaos City Lord exclaimed for a while, and then had a look of doubt on his face. That is correct. Shen Chen nodded at this. After all, this was a full 1,000 years of time. Shen Chen's human original body spent most of his time in the Chronos Temple, combined with the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. Slowly comprehending the final divine punishment secret engravings on his source core, and then combining it with his Thunder Time Fusion Law, Shen Chen created a strongest secret technique of a Universe Lord. This secret technique was named by Shen Chen as the Eternal Night Ghost Sword. With the Eternal Night Ghost Sword, the attack power Shen Chen could unleash would definitely reach the Tier 4 level. Should the news be spread, Once Shen Chen was able to refine peak treasures, even the primordial Chaos City Lord did not dare to spread this news casually. After all, a treasure-refining grandmaster capable of refining peak treasures appearing within the human race was simply too important. It was not something he could decide alone. Spread it. Let those universe lords work hard too. I have only managed to secure 2 pieces of peak treasure materials from the human race's treasury. I still need to exchange for one of them, 3 pieces of peak treasure materials, to refine a peak treasure sword accessory for you, teacher. Shen Chen said slowly. After hearing Shen Chen's agreement, the primordial Chaos City Lord sighed in his heart. The universe lords of their human race, and the universe lords within the Great Alliance, would probably really have to go all out this time. After all, leaving a treasure-refining grandmaster capable of refining peak treasures idle. Surely no one would agree to that, right? Soon, the news that Shen Chen was going to refine a peak treasure sword reached the various universe lords of the human race. After hearing this news, all the universe lords were filled with surprise. Knowing that Shen Chen could only refine top-tier treasures before was enough for them to acknowledge Shen Chen's status. But after a mere 1,000 years, Shen Chen could actually refine peak treasures again. How could people not be surprised? Among them, the most shocked was Lord Longxing. Is this what a genius is? Or does the Laotian clone really have a great effect on treasure refining? Lord Longxing sighed in his heart at this moment. Lord Longxing had a clone, but he still regretted not choosing the Laotian clone back then. He was also a universe lord from the ancient era of the human race, and at that time, he did not have the qualifications to obtain the Lihuo mountain. As a clone, soon, one universe lord after another gathered in the Lingshu secret realm. They looked at Shen Chen in front of them with excitement on their faces. Even the Great Axe founder, after learning this news, personally came to the Lingshu secret realm. Originally, he was just about to head to the Universe Sea to search for materials. Shen Chen looked at these universe lords and nodded. Subsequently, Shen Chen's Laotian clone directly erupted. Terrifying earth flames rose directly into the sky. 1 piece of peak treasure materials exchanged previously. 1 piece of peak treasure materials bestowed by the human race after Shen Chen's breakthrough to Universe Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord's 1000 Treasure River clone, just brought from primordial Chaos City, 1 piece of peak treasure materials. These 3 pieces of peak treasure materials were handed directly to the Laotian clone by Shen Chen. In an instant, the Yanyang heaven-breaking hammer kept striking these 3 pieces of peak treasure materials. Lines of law secret engravings were also slowly being generated on them. If anyone noticed, they would be able to see that these law secret engravings were exactly the same as those on the previous Wanbao River. And in the distance, Lord Longxing widened his eyes, not wanting to miss a single moment. The other universe lords were somewhat half-understanding. After all, different professions are like mountains apart. They could not understand how Shen Chen burned the law secret engravings into the treasure materials. Rumble. It took Shen Chen a full 10 years to refine this core peak treasure accessory. Even though he had previous experience in refining peak treasures, this was, after all, his first time doing it himself. Spending so much time was worth it. During these 10 years, the universe lords did not leave a single step. After all, for them, 10 years was just the time for a nap. Their usual secluded cultivation or expeditions to the Universe Sea were counted in epochs. It is done. Wanbao River Core Accessory. Following a loud shout from Shen Chen's Laotian clone, a core accessory resembling a stone disc was successfully hammered out. This core accessory was also perfectly fused with the Wanbao River. In an instant, the Wanbao River emitted an incomparably terrifying brilliance. The terrifying aura shook the entire Lingshu secret realm. This was the terror of a treasure being born. Wonder grade, it has absolutely reached the wonder grade. The universe lords present were all knowledgeable, they said with immense exclamation at this moment. After the primordial Chaos City Lord took the Wanbao River, he could hardly recognize his own treasure. Chapter 198, 198, Poor Luo Feng. Cheng Zhou exits seclusion, returning a supreme treasure. Time Punishment Sword. Wanbao River. It consists of 1 peak treasure accessory, 10 top-tier treasure accessories, 1,000 high-level treasure accessories, and 10,000 ordinary treasure accessories. Its power far exceeds that of a domain-type peak treasure. Shen Chen said directly to Primordial Chaos City Lord at this moment. Teacher. Actually, I can only refine ordinary peak treasures at present. I still lack the skill for special types of peak treasures. This core treasure accessory has barely reached the craftsmanship level of an ordinary peak treasure. In the future, if I want to upgrade it again, according to my estimation, it will require at least one exotic level treasure accessory, plus 10 domain-type peak treasure accessories. Only then might it be comparable to a domain-type supreme treasure, and that is only a possibility. Shen Chen said frankly to Primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, compared to ordinary treasures, the difficulty of refining special type treasures is truly much greater. Enough, that is enough. Where is a supreme treasure so easily obtained? With an exotic level domain type treasure. I can explore for more treasures when I head to the Universe Sea. Primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand and said indifferently. Because at this moment, he was truly satisfied. Exotic level, which is sub-supreme level. Such treasures are rare even in the Universe Sea. Anyone who holds a treasure of this level is a Universe Lord who has made a great name for themselves, right? For example, the Lord of Wuhan from the God Eye race, the Extinction Divine Armor he holds as an exotic level armor treasure. Yes, that's right. To be able to upgrade a top-tier domain-type treasure to exotic level, Shenshao, you are truly the treasure refining grandmaster of our race. Even the Lord of Craftsman God cannot compare to you now. That's right, that's right. At this moment, those universe lords were also frantically flattering Shen Chen. Because they had witnessed with their own eyes Shen Chen upgrading the Wanbao River into an exotic level domain-type treasure. It is hard to guarantee that they won't ask Shen Chen to upgrade or refine treasures for them in the future. They are already accustomed to currying favor with a treasure refining grandmaster. For example, Lord Longxing, even though he could only refine high-level treasures, the universe lords in the race would sometimes ask him to refine treasures for the overlords under his command. After all, if they were to ask the Lord of Craftsman God, how many favors would they have to owe? Besides, the Lord of Craftsman God is not a universe lord of our human race. Shenshao. There is no rush for special type peak treasures. Just refine peak treasures first. As for the peak treasure materials, our race will strongly support you. However, you need to exchange them with treasure points. After all, peak treasure materials are not common goods. Even in the Universe Sea, universe lords have to risk their lives for them, and even for me, it is the same. Great Axe founder spoke at this moment. He was actually very happy inside. After all, Shen Chen could refine peak treasures in such a short time. With Shen Chen's aptitude, it is not impossible for him to break through to Universe Strongest in the future. By then, perhaps he will be able to refine a supreme treasure. And our human race is just short of a supreme treasure. Great Axe founder is already thinking about searching for supreme treasure materials. I understand. Shen Chen of course understood Great Axe founder's thoughts, so he nodded directly. Shen Chen had no objections at all about having to use treasure points to exchange for peak treasures. Just take this time for example. The 3 peak treasure materials he used were only worth a few hundred treasure points. But the Wanbao River core accessory he refined is definitely worth 2,000 treasure points. For Shen Chen, it was simply earning double. So Shen Chen didn't care about those treasure points at all. Soon, the universe lords left one by one. They were excited inside at this moment. Shen Chen said that as long as they brought peak treasure materials, he could start the furnace. Shen Chen also needed to improve his treasure refining skills. Everyone was mutually beneficial. Among them, Lord of Huangjian was the most excited. After all, he had 4 major clones, and each clone had reached the 4th tier combat power. He decided to send 3 clones to the Universe Sea, leaving only 1 clone in the primordial universe. Soon, only Primordial Chaos City Lord remained here. Teacher, is there anything else? Seeing that Primordial Chaos City Lord had stayed behind, Shen Chen asked with a puzzled face. I don't know what happened to your junior brother recently, he has directly closed the virtual universe reception. Even I cannot contact him. Through my authority, I have learned that your junior brother entered the Star Tower together with your third son. Primordial Chaos City Lord asked directly upon seeing this. He was still a bit worried at this moment. Don't worry, Luo Feng is fine. This is Luo Feng's great opportunity, and I shouldn't speak. But you can rest assured, he is absolutely safe. Shen Chen waved his hand at this, not intending to speak. With your promise, that is a good thing. All right, since it is his opportunity, I will not ask any more. After Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded, he also left with the Wanbao River. At this moment, Primordial Chaos City Lord's face was full of joy. He was even impatient to take the Wanbao River to the Universe Sea. However, his main combat original body was currently trapped in a dangerous place in the Universe Sea. According to Primordial Chaos City Lord's estimation, it would take several thousand years to return to the primordial universe. Therefore, the Wanbao River could only remain with his Wanbao River clone. And what Primordial Chaos City Lord did not know was that at this moment, Luo Feng, who was far away in the Star Tower core in the outside territory battlefield, was enduring the pain of soul tearing. Luo Feng was fully devoted to comprehending the path of the Beast God, and his consciousness and will were constantly improving. The path of the Beast God was also progressing rapidly. Of course, apart from Shen Chen, this prophet of the original work, even Shen Chengzhou was somewhat unaware of why Luo Feng disappeared from the Star Tower. Supreme Treasure Star Tower, right? That thing is not a supreme treasure. The opportunity of that thing has already exceeded all the treasures that the creation treasure tree returned to me. With Luo Feng's will, he should be able to recognize the owner, right? After all, I haven't intervened in much of his karma. His growth path is still more or less the same. However, I should also have my own supreme treasure, right? Unfortunately, I still have to wait for Cheng Zhou to come out of seclusion. Shen Chen thought to himself. Soon, he threw all his thoughts to the back of his mind. He began to study what treasures to bestow upon Shen Chengzhou after he came out of seclusion. In Shen Chen's opinion, he was now fully capable of refining the treasures to bestow upon Cheng Zhou. Shen Chengzhou's current strength has reached top-tier universe overlord, which means Shen Chen can at most bestow upon Shen Chengzhou treasures at the level of top-tier treasures. Let's not worry about that for now, let's prepare a set for Cheng Zhou first. Shen Chen decided to prepare a complete set of treasures for Shen Chengzhou. Sword type, soul type, armor type, palace type, domain type, suppression type, origin type, everything must be prepared completely. 10 years later, Shen Chen's Chronos Temple finally showed signs of movement, and Shen Chengzhou slowly walked out. Dad, I've finished. Under 10,000 times acceleration, I researched the secret technique for a full 100,000 years. The years of loneliness allowed me to summarize everything from when I first awakening my mental refiner aptitude to the present. I have created an ultimate secret technique of the universe exalt rank. It was created through the most powerful innate secret technique in my life core. My Thunder Time Fusion Law is also about to break through to the 6th level. After Shen Chengzhou came out of seclusion, he immediately found Shen Chen to report his situation. Not bad, not bad. You really listened to my teaching back then, using the research of the law secret engravings of the most powerful innate secret technique burned into your life core to study secret techniques. Shen Chen was extremely satisfied with this. Since you have come out of seclusion, with your current human original body perfect life gene level God body, you can barely perform the most powerful innate secret technique once. Unfortunately, you have no other clone God body. However, it is enough, you can now be considered a top-tier universe overlord. Here, take this purple lightning tracing time sword. After Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou and explained briefly, he immediately took out a purple battle sword with lightning patterns and handed it to him. Shen Chengzhou did not hesitate at all and took the purple battle sword directly. After all, he was already used to it. Bestow the gold aptitude clansman Shen Chengzhou a top-tier treasure, the purple lightning tracing time sword, 10,000 times return, a supreme treasure, the time punishment sword. Chapter 199, Shen Chengzhou sets out. Time punishment sword. Level 5 combat power. Sure enough, it is a supreme true treasure. Shen Chen was incomparably happy at this moment. After all, the gap between a supreme true treasure and a peak true treasure was the largest. Even a special type of peak true treasure could absolutely not compare to an ordinary attack type supreme true treasure. And in the primordial universe, supreme true treasures were known as treasures that suppressed sects and clans. Shen Chen, who had received the purple electric shaping time sword, was also very happy. After all, with his current divine body and law insights, driving a top-tier attack-type true treasure posed no obstacle at all. At the same time, his heart was filled with excitement. After all, with this handy treasure, he could announce to the major powers of the primordial universe that the Shen family did not just have his father as a powerhouse. Watching Shen Chengzhou's excited expression at this moment, Shen Chen was very clear about what Shen Chengzhou wanted to do now. Go ahead and do it. Shen Chen waved his hand and said, Yes, Dad. After Shen Chengzhou nodded, he happily went down to comprehend the purple electric shaping time sword. After watching Shen Chengzhou leave, Shen Chen chose to extract the time punishment sword from the creation treasure tree. In an instant, a slightly grayish long sword appeared in Shen Chen's hand, with complex law engravings on it. With Shen Chen's vision, he could tell in an instant that this time punishment sword was primarily based on the origin law of time. It happened to fit Shen Chen, this venerable of time, perfectly. Just being held in Shen Chen's hand, Shen Chen could feel the terrifying power contained within the time punishment sword. No wonder it can be called a supreme true treasure. Shen Chen sighed in his heart at this moment. The time punishment sword was a supreme true treasure with 7 layers of secret engravings. As long as he comprehended the last layer of secret engravings, Shen Chen would be able to unleash level 10 top-tier combat power. It's just that the secret techniques Shen Chen had created so far were at most the strongest secret techniques of a universe lord. Wanting to fully unleash all the secret engravings of the time punishment sword was completely unrealistic. Based on my current law insights and the secret techniques I have created, I should have hope of comprehending the first 2 layers of secret engravings. In that case, I should be able to directly possess level 5 universe lord combat power. Once I create a fusion strongest secret technique, I will be able to comprehend the 3rd layer of secret engravings, and at that time, I will be able to possess level 6 top-tier universe lord combat power. Shen Chen said slowly, his eyes full of excitement. It was just a pity that he hadn't even gotten used to holding the Eternal Night Ghost Sword before it faced the result of retirement. However, Shen Chen did not plan to expose the news that he possessed a supreme true treasure for self-protection right now. After all, a supreme true treasure was very precious. So, the Eternal Night Ghost Sword could still continue to be used. The human original body comprehended the secret engravings within the time punishment sword. The other clones also performed their respective duties. Once my will reaches the level of the strongest, I can choose to break through to Universe Lord directly. By that time, my strength should be even more terrifying. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he took the time punishment sword and walked into the Chronos Temple. In the virtual universe Chaos Temple. As the person in charge of the virtual universe, the primordial Chaos City Lord also learned the news that Shen Chengzhou had broken through to the undying level. After all, as Shen Chen's 3rd son, he was a genius focused on cultivation by their virtual universe corporation's primitive mystical region. His status in the virtual universe corporation was not even inferior to Luo Feng's. The primordial Chaos City Lord naturally had to pay attention. And at this moment, Shen Chengzhou also arrived at the Chaos Temple with a puzzled look on his face. Lord City Lord. At this moment, Shen Chengzhou was incomparably respectful in the face of the primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, the primordial Chaos City Lord was his father's teacher. The Virtual Universe Corporation has detected that you have broken through to Undying. You are already qualified to leave the primitive mystical region. Head to Thunder Island. It's just that I don't know what your strength is like. After all, given your father's wealth, I assume your life gene level is more than 100 times, right? At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chengzhou with a face full of smiles. After all, he was his disciple's son. Lord City Lord. I think I have hope of killing a universe overlord. Shen Chengzhou said this without any concealment. After all, he was going to completely raise the prestige of his Shen family this time. Naturally, he could not hide it. What? Even the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chengzhou below with some surprise. Clearly, he was also shocked by what Shen Chengzhou said. After all, Shen Chen was like this before, being able to kill a universe overlord at the undying level. Could it be that his son was also this terrifying? Good, good, good. However, words alone are not proof. If you think you have universe overlord level combat power, then this time, shall we place your palace on the mountainside? I assume you also know how much controversy there was when your father's palace was placed on the mountainside of Thunder Island. After the primordial Chaos City Lord thought carefully, he still arranged it this way. He felt that Shen Chengzhou would not lie to him. Thank you, Lord City Lord. After Shen Chengzhou bowed respectfully, he immediately left the Chaos Temple and headed to the mountainside of Thunder Island to place his palace. Watching the decisive Shen Chengzhou, the primordial Chaos City Lord smiled at this. He seemed to see another Shen Chen rising. And as Shen Chengzhou placed his palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, the reaction of those universe exalts of the human race was the same as when they learned that Shen Chen had placed his palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island back then. One had to know that the number of universe exalts in the human race had reached 10,000 now. They could only place their palaces on the mountainside, so on what grounds could Shen Chengzhou do the same? He had only just broken through to Undying. Could it be just because he was the son of Lord Shenshao? I say, you all can stop talking. Didn't you ask Lord Shenshao to refine true treasures for you? Could it be that with Lord Shenshao's ability, he couldn't improve the life gene level of the Venerable Thunder Sword? In the Great Alliance space, Venerable Lei Ming looked at those universe exalts around him and said directly. After hearing what Venerable Lei Ming said, those universe exalts stopped. They thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was indeed possible. After all, Lord Shenshao's wealth was notoriously large. Don't worry, I have also heard of that third son of Lord Shenshao. Back at the World Lord rank, he was able to earn the title of champion. And he was the famous King Lei Jian, who killed several invincible kings on the outside territory battlefield. After Venerable Lei Ming took a sip of wine, he continued nonchalantly. The other venerables only then stopped speaking. Venerable Lei Ming couldn't care so much about that, anyway, mouths were on their bodies. Sure enough, those universe exalts in the race also focused their attention on the Shen family. After all, the current Shen family had successively produced Lord Shenshao, the Venerable Wanshou, Venerable Yanyang Chengyun, and now another Venerable Thunder Sword had come. They were all wondering, on what grounds could this Venerable Thunder Sword be called a Venerable by the Virtual Universe Corporation at the Undying level? And be able to directly enter the mountainside. Shen Chen knew nothing of the clamor outside. He was still staying in the Chronos Temple, comprehending the law secret engravings of the Time Punishment Sword. 1,000 years passed slowly. I comprehended 2 layers of secret engravings all at once. Now, relying on the Time Punishment Sword, I can unleash level 5 top-tier Universe Lord combat power. It's just that in terms of divine power supply, I still need the Yuanming Yuhai clone to separate an incarnation to support it. Shen Chen opened his eyes at this moment, his face full of excitement. It wasn't that he didn't want to comprehend the 3rd layer, it was completely that his law insights couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. Chapter 200. 200, the number of Shen family powerhouses. Tian Shi and the others arrive. Cheng Zhou shocks the universe. Soon, Shen Chen, who had comprehended the 2 levels of law secret engravings, walked out of the Chronos Temple. Inside the Chronos Temple, Shen Chen had effectively spent 10 million years. Shen Chen hadn't just been studying the Time Punishment Sword. He was also creating a fusion peak secret technique. During this time, he created 5 styles of Universe Lord peak secret techniques. However, even sitting on the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, he hadn't crossed that threshold. Clearly, the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne was insufficient to support Shen Chen in creating a fusion peak secret technique. Although the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne greatly improved comprehension ability, it was limited to Universe Lord peak secret techniques. After all, the ethereal green lotus could only support universe overlords in researching secret techniques. For a treasure obtained through thousand-fold return, the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne was qualified enough to assist a universe lord in creating peak secret techniques. And it was something that could be used continuously. According to Shen Chen's thoughts, he planned to leave this 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne in the family, allowing those clan members with purple talent to also be able to use the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne at a cost. Within the current Shen family, there were 4 exalts in the clan, including Shen Chen himself, Shen Chengyun, Shen Chuyang, and Shen Chengzhou. As for undying spiritual gods, there were even more. After all, with Shen Chen's current resources, just leaking a little to the Shen family was enough to cultivate too many undying spiritual gods. This included Shen Chen's eldest son, Shen Chengfeng, and most of the clan members with purple talent had reached king-level immortal. Of course, other ordinary clan members had also reached king-level immortal. Currently, within the Shen family, there were a full 200 king-level immortals. However, after so many years of cultivation, only 200 king-level immortals is still a bit low. I need to think of other ways. Shen Chen lowered his head and pondered to himself at this moment. But he didn't know that the families of other universe lords were incredibly envious of the Shen family. After all, the Shen family's universe lord was Lord Shenshao. Who didn't know that Lord Shenshao had immense wealth? How many years had it been, and he had already cultivated 3 universe exalts and 200 champions. As time passed bit by bit, the scale of the Shen family would likely grow to a degree they couldn't imagine. Interesting. Why did the 3 of them come? Just as Shen Chen was still thinking, his Laotian clone welcomed 3 guests. Greetings, Lord Shenshao. Greetings, Lord Shenshao. Greetings, Lord Shenshao. At this moment, the palace master of Tianxi Palace, Demon Lord Xingyu, and Venerable Ancestral Tree looked at Shen Chen's Laotian clone in front of them and bowed respectfully. No need for that. Now that you are all universe lords, why bother bowing to me? Shen Chen's human original body also arrived here with a teleportation and said nonchalantly. At this moment, the palace master of Tianxi Palace, Demon Lord Xingyu, and Venerable Ancestral Tree finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they knew Shen Chen's status within the human race today. Even though they were universe lords, they had only just broken through. That's right, the palace master of Tianxi Palace, Demon Lord Xingyu, and Venerable Ancestral Tree had all broken through to universe lord. Venerable Ancestral Tree had also changed his title to Lord Zhu Shu. As for the palace master of Tianxi Palace and Demon Lord Xingyu, they continued to use their titles. It should be known that only 2,000 years had passed since Shen Chen contributed the 9-rank enlightenment Lotus Throne to the race. 3 new universe lords had emerged in 2,000 years. One could imagine how happy the race's high-level leadership was. After all, universe lords were the true pillars of the race, second only to the universe strongest. However, the human race had not spread the news of the 3 of them breaking through to universe lord. Other races obviously made similar arrangements for new universe lords. After all, having just broken through, they hadn't had time to create powerful secret techniques or equip themselves with powerful treasures. If they went out casually and ended up falling, that would be truly unlucky. Therefore, the universe lords wandering in the primordial universe were basically Tier 3 universe lords. Tier 1 or 2 universe lords either accepted the race's resources or accepted the race's arrangements to guard a certain area and receive treasure points as rewards. The 3 of us had already discussed this beforehand. We planned to come together to find Lord Shenshao to help us refine treasures. After Lord Zhu Shu finally made the breakthrough, the 2 of us also fulfilled our agreement. Demon Lord Xingyu looked at Shen Chen and explained the reason. After hearing what Demon Lord Xingyu said, Shen Chen nodded. Are the materials ready? After Shen Chen nodded, he didn't dwell on this point anymore. Anyway, refining treasures was something his Laotian clone was going to do regardless. The palace master of Tianxi Palace and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, then took out the materials they had prepared. The race has regulations. After spending treasure points in the treasury to exchange for top-tier treasure materials, once they are handed over to you, Lord Shen, to refine treasures, they cannot be contributed back to the race within one era. Except for you, Lord Shen, yourself. The palace master of Tianxi Palace handed the 8 top-tier treasure materials in his hands to Lord Shen and complained a few times. Shen Chen smiled at this, unconcerned. Because this rule was indeed set after these universe lords discussed it. After all, Shen Chen could now refine peak treasures. If you spent a few hundred treasure points in the race treasury to exchange for peak treasure materials, then asked Shen Chen to refine a peak treasure, and then turned around and contributed it back to the race, you would directly earn a few thousand treasure points from the race. Then continue to exchange for materials, repeating the cycle. In that case, how could the peak treasure materials in the race treasury withstand the consumption? That was why the race's high-level leadership set this rule. Therefore, most universe lords today had gone to the universe sea or to the various secret realms of the primordial universe to search for resources. And as the human race became wealthy, they were generous in bestowing gifts upon newly broken through universe lords like the palace master of Tianxi Palace and the others. It was directly 200 treasure points. Only the current human race was this wealthy. Just like the Northern Border Alliance, the gifts for newly broken through universe lords were very few, and it basically depended on individual effort. After all, there were simply too many races in the Northern Border Alliance. And the palace master of Tianxi Palace, Lord Zhu Shu, and Demon Lord Xingyu were originally old-school top-tier universe overlords of the human race. Their personal wealth was still quite substantial. They had prepared quite a few top-tier treasure materials. And according to Shen Chen's estimation, everyone could get 3 top-tier treasures. It was just that they were all ordinary types of top-tier treasures, not special ones. Soon, within the Laotian clone, earth flames gushed out continuously. And the palace master of Tianxi Palace, Lord Zhu Shu, and Demon Lord Xingyu stood there honestly, watching the Laotian clone refine the treasures. Ready to face inquiries from the Laotian clone at any time. After all, when the Laotian clone refined treasures, it also had to refine them according to the requirements of these 3. However, at this moment, Lord Zhu Shu's expression became strange, and he fixed his gaze on Shen Chen. The others, the palace master of Tianxi Palace and Demon Lord Xingyu, were the same. Lord Shen, Venerable Thunder Sword is your 3rd son, right? Originally, the 3 of us thought that after we broke through, it would be a while before our race's next top-tier universe overlord appeared. But I didn't expect it to be your 3rd son, Lord Shen. At this moment, the palace master of Tianxi Palace looked at Lord Shen and said with great emotion. After all, Lord Shen sons were truly heaven-defying. The human race already knew the news that his 2nd son, Venerable Yanyang, could refine high-tier treasures. And his 3rd son was even more outrageous, actually possessing the combat power of a top-tier universe overlord. Oh, Shen Chen's human original body also looked full of surprise at this moment, but soon, with his authority, he understood what had happened. When Shen Chengzhou was searching for treasures in a universe secret realm, he had a conflict with the universe exalts of the monster race. After killing several universe exalts, he killed several monster race overlords who came to take revenge. He even drew out Venerable Tianhua, a top-tier universe overlord of the monster race's Sky Wolf clan. Regarding Venerable Tianhua, Shen Chengzhou was not afraid at all and fought against Venerable Tianhua without falling into a disadvantage. Therefore, it shocked the entire universe. Not bad, not bad. After leaving the Lingshu secret realm for 1,000 years, he had another bloody battle. I wonder if this bloody battle will allow Chengzhou to summarize and independently create a universe overlord level secret technique. Without needing to think, Shen Chen knew that when Shen Chengzhou fought Venerable Tianhua, he mainly used his universe lord peak secret technique. Congratulations, Lord Shen. If Venerable Thunder Sword can break through to Universe Lord in the future, together with you, Lord Shen, a family with 2 Universe Lords is simply a beautiful story for our human race. Lord Zhu Shu also congratulated Shen Chen at this moment.